Click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching VOP TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the voice of the people. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the voice of the people today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi, everyone. My name is Princess Fathia Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akweja. Ricky Adelada, the fisherman. Voice of the people. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is VOP TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
There can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why KGK loves sports.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching VOP TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're asking on.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on VOP TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagada. You are watching VOP TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post? I mean, who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with VOP TV. Don't move.
Hi people, Bisola here, and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah.
Shout out to VOP TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to VOP TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching VOP TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Atebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on VOP TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is your girl Philly Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to VOP TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nze.
Please keep watching Voice of the People Television. Love ya.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamak Corey, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, I'm White, but that's Shaggy, the man from back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi guys, you already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers whatever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded? before they even ever had wings. If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
It's a bright and sunny Wednesday. Today is the 27th day of May, 2026. Good morning and welcome to VOP this morning. Oh well, today is May 27, like I said, and it's double celebration for us here in Nigeria. May 27 is celebrated, first of all, as Children's Day, where we commemorate, it's the United Nations Day set aside to celebrate children, especially those of them that are in school. And also remember that we have over 18 million Nigerian children who are out of school. So as we celebrate those in school, let us also remember that 18 million of our Nigerian children are out of school. And it's on the call on the government, to do something and get these kids back to school, because apparently they are the future of Nigeria tomorrow. Away from that, today is also Eid al-Kabir, more like the Feast of Sacrifice, where Abraham had to use a sheep to sacrifice in place of Isaac. It's both done in Christendom and in the Muslim community. So it's more like a unification of faith. One faith, one people, one humanity. Well, in the next 2 hours, we'll talk about very interesting trending political stories in Nigeria. Defense headquarters deploys troops and aerial surveillance after Oyo abduction to track kidnappers. Away from that, in the world of politics, ADC presidential primary crisis deepens as Amechi rejects results and Hayatuddin withdraws over alleged irregularities. And away from that, court affirms INEC's power to set election timetable while ordering compliance with statutory electoral timelines. Now, these are the major topics of discussion. But beyond this, we also have other interesting trending topics that we'll talk about in the course of the show. Come along with us. Let's take you through our world of interesting stories.
Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us on VOP this morning. I'm Jane Ogoye. Happy Children's Day, guys.
Happy Children's Day.
Happy Children's Day.
Yes,
Happy Children's
when
Day.
you said that, I just remembered my mom.
Yeah.
God bless her. So on a day like this, she will call in the morning and say, "Why can't you wish me Happy Children's Day?" I'm like, "You're somebody's mother. You're a grandmother." You say, "No, I'm somebody's child first."
Yes.
So yes. So Happy Children's Day to you.
Okay, I take it.
Yes.
I was wondering.
Yeah. Well, Happy Children's Day. And like Chukuma rightly said, we should be looking at children who are out of school due to no making of their own. A lot of them forced out because of insecurity. A lot of them, their parents cannot even afford to keep them in schools. And, it's the duty of government to ensure that the basic education is given to every child. Oh, well, let's talk about some of the conversation now. Operatives of the Nigeria Police Force Zone 2 Command have uncovered a major drug trafficking syndicate in Lagos, arresting alleged kingpin named AK Henry Ifeanyi and seizing illicit drugs worth about 7.8 billion naira during a raid on a residential apartment in Mende, Maryland, just around the corner.
Yeah.
Following months of intelligence-led surveillance. The suspect was also accused of attempting to bribe officers with 500 million naira to halt the operation. An offer, police say, was rejected. And I like how they are emphasizing that they rejected this amount of money, and documented with the Inspector General, commending the operatives for their professionalism and discipline. But however, the development has sparked, reactions online, with many Nigerians expressing disbelief that such a large bribe was refused, given public perception of police conduct over far smaller sums, like 500, 1,000 naira. It used to be 20 naira at some point, but they've, fueling heated debates on trust in law enforcement. Yes, there is a deficit of trust in the police, but we have some bad eggs, but let's not take it away from those who uphold, good moral standing and do their jobs. There are those who will do their jobs and not be influenced by monies like this. We have cases where policemen returned monies. I mean, there are good ones. There are good ones. The unfortunate thing is the stories of the bad, the indisciplined ones tend to cover the activities of the good ones. So let's give it up for the policeman who turned down this amount of money and, brought this criminal to book. Now, he will be tried and if found guilty. Now, it's not just about seizing the drugs now. That's another aspect there. Because investigation has revealed that sometimes when these things are impounded or seized and kept in a store, they go missing from where they are kept. And the narrative is that some, maybe unscrupulous policemen, take these things that have been seized and then sell them and keep the money. So it's one thing to hear that monies were rejected, bribe was rejected. It's another thing if the products go missing where they are kept, But I hope that won't be the case. And, thumbs up to the police for the work they are doing, the good ones, of course, for the work they are doing. And we have a drug problem. We have a big drug problem, and I think our government is handling it with levity. Because if you look at the number of Nigerians that are caught with narcotics on a weekly basis, I don't want to say daily, but on a weekly basis, it's alarming. Every weekend, there is a story of one grandfather, one grandmother, one man, one businessman, one young boy, one 17-year-old trafficking drugs. And then you go to some parts of the north, you see trafficking in codeine, tramadol, these drugs that have been taken off the counter. They trafficking. In fact, there are cases where. Okay, I think I'll just give this to myself. I'll just give this to myself. There are places where you would go to. They sell some of these things that are prohibited, banned
on the roads.
If you go there to ask, they'll tell you, oh no, it's not available. But if you say, oh, so person sent me, then they know, it's part of the ring, and then they will give it to you. So I think NAFDAC needs to do a lot more digging, a lot more combing. All right, NAFDAC has a lot of work to do if you want to take these drugs, gateway drugs, especially the tramadols, the what's that tiny one that they?
I don't know.
No, there's this tiny one. I think it's white.
Vasopreme?
No.
Is it? Okay.
It's one of those things that make them go, make them stoned. They take it and they just go, you see them standing for hours. No.
Tramadol.
Motionless. Not tramadol. There's another name for it. I don't know, guys. Can you help me? Guys?
All right. Well, while they are trying to help you, I think it's a big problem.
It is a big problem.
But before I talk about drugs, let me talk about the police. The police that rejected 500 million naira. I have encountered a few good policemen. I used to tell a story of how I was driving, with my cousin sometime, long ago. sometime long ago, and what happened was that our vehicle licenses at that time, the vehicle license was handwritten, and so the engine number at the end there was an alphabet that was missing. So that alphabet that got missing, so when the police accosted us and did a searching, they discovered that the vehicle license was different, with one figure in the license and in the vehicle, the engine number and all of that. And so they headed us to the police station. So when we got to the police station, it was an inspector that took us before the DPO. And now the DPO started asking questions. Say, why did you bring these people here? He first said, well, there's a missing number in the vehicle license away from the engine number. And when the man looked through it, the DPO said, you should have known that this was just an error by the person that did it, not that the vehicle is stolen. He said, what again? He said 200,000 naira was found in their luggage. The DPO asked him, did anybody report of a missing 200,000 naira? Let the young men go. And that was how we were let go, And when we turned back to say, oh, thank you, sir, to give him some, he said, no, he doesn't. So I've encountered a few policemen, that are very diligent and honest in their duty. As a matter of fact, I've seen a few police pastors, and so they don't take bribes. If you are lucky to encounter such people. Pastors. Yes, police pastors. In fact, there is one that preaches around my neighborhood.
Wow.
He goes on in public to preach and all of that. So there are a few good policemen. It's just a few bad ones, that give the entire police force, the bad name. But it's understandable that, there may be many in between all of those, the critical mass of the policemen. We have a good number of them, that are not very decent. But it's an argument between how they are remunerated and how they survive as a people. And so it's an ongoing debate, and we can never conclude on that, whether it is morally binding on them, to take bribes because they are not well paid or not. But away from that, talking about drugs, the drug menace is a very huge thing. When Moses was wheeling out, people that were caught, one grandmother, one grandfather, one 78-year-old, this thing, there was one that he missed. Foreigners have been apprehended in our international airport here. Day before yesterday, it was a 63-year-old Chinese woman that flew from Kuala Lumpur. So apparently, Nigeria is gradually turning to a hub.
Yes.
So it's a thriving business here. And if you go to some estates in Lagos, it's sold in the open, in sports arena and all of that. And policemen, as a matter of fact, also go there to buy. So it's a huge problem when the policeman who is supposed to police is now an accomplice. Probably,
it's addictive. It's addictive.
It's addictive.
If you're trying
he's either trying to get in the way in the business itself or being a consumer as well. So it's a big problem. I've seen some places where marijuana is smoked in the open.
Yeah.
And policemen just walk past. And they don't do anything. You see young men wrap it up, light it up in the presence of policemen. And nothing happens. So what does that tell you? It tells you that it's either the police has been overpowered or overwhelmed, or they are accomplices.
I want us to also look at the reason why, perhaps examine the reason why we have this drug pandemic, because it's worrisome. In fact, there was a few weeks, I think last month, I was having a conversation with an Uber driver who rode me to the island. And then somehow our conversation veered into this drug menace. And he talked about the fact that as an Uber driver, he has realized that a lot of women, young ladies, actually take drugs more than men. And I was like, really? I was taken aback. And he said, it's not even the poor, from those ones from the poor families. In fact,
these are expensive.
Yes,
very expensive.
Very addictive. He said he actually knows a particular lady from a rich home whose parents, she has a drug addiction issue. So her parents caged her, locked her in their house in Dolphin. And then she has like a mole who she sends through the windows to go and buy these drugs. Sometimes he goes to buy it and then he throws it over. So when he said it,
accomplice.
He is an accomplice. He said there's so much money in it. And so when he said it, my mind I started thinking about so many things. At the point, it was like, they hear me? But, I was just thinking about the loop. But it's a big issue. But why are our youths taking to drugs? So is it like an escape from pressure,
reality.
from reality? And it's very transient.
And live in a world of fantasy.
Exactly. And before you know it, in maybe 2, 3, 5 minutes, I don't know how long it stays before it wears off. You are jolted back to reality. That's a very, very serious issue. And then the fact that this syndicate was busted in Mende, a seemingly highbrow area of Lagos mainland, goes to show how embedded these syndicates are in our urban centers.
They've had a shootout on the island at Wolowo Road. They've had shootout between drug barons and the police.
Yes.
So I'm looking for the right word now.
It may be difficult.
It's a huge menace.
It is a menace. And unfortunately, it doesn't seem like government is, empowering relevant agencies enough.
But I'm also hoping
Buba Marwa is doing quite good work.
He's trying.
But more needs to be done. And then talking about the reasons, I think part of it is the fact that people are poor. Yeah, I think that's part of it.
People are poor.
People
are drugs
poor,
are not cheap.
But drugs are not cheap.
Drugs are not cheap. But then there are gateway drugs. I call them gateway drugs. There are things people take to help them. You take some of these things and you don't feel hungry. They mix them with water. You see them carrying a bottle of.
You would think it's a
fizzy drink or maybe herbs, but they mixed something that they got very cheap. They mix it, they take it. They don't feel hungry, so they can go a whole day active, not desiring food because they've taken something, and then it makes them feel good as well.
Yes.
So it's a complex problem.
But at the end of the day, it tells on the person's.
Of course, you start to emaciate and all of that. Yes.
And all of that. The sad and scary part. The sad and scary part of it is that in Nigeria here, we don't know how to deal with social issues, social malaise, social ills. Look at how insecurity, creeps into our society, and we have been struggling with it for how long now? For how long? And it stays with us. In some parts now, it's more like a norm.
Yes.
And so if we have the drug menace, get into us and it becomes a new norm, it will be difficult to fight off.
It will be difficult to fight off.
Maybe
there are a lot of things.
A lot of things
we should be fighting on, because with drugs come sexually transmitted diseases and the rest of them. I was going through some figures the other day. Yesterday, right? We're talking about those living with HIV and AIDS in different states. In Lagos, those undergoing treatment.
Yeah, on the ART.
Yes,
ARV.
those undergoing treatment. In Lagos, you have about 131,000 people undergoing treatment. That is those that know that they have it.
That's a lot.
131. I think in Benue, it's 190 something thousand. And that's about the highest. So the numbers are scary if you look at it. And then I had to, you do this assessment, and if you have people that work in the hospitality business, you realize that they're always hiring and sacking workers, because when they do tests for those that handle food handlers test and the rest of them, a lot of them come back, positive for HIV and hepatitis and the rest of them. So they need to sack. And that's for organized places. Yeah. How about those who don't have the money to run such tests?
No, this is okay at this point.
no, but before we leave, I think what has fueled this number is the fact that people think that there is a certain drug that you take or you inject, and you are free for like 6 months.
Well, there is actually.
Actually. And so that is what probably might be fueling it.
The antiretroviral drugs, there was some enlightenment campaigns they had, and they said if you take it before having unprotected sex with somebody who is infected, you are, free. So people are even abusing it at the end of the day. If you go online, there are lots of videos. Even prominent social media health influencers also are preaching it, advocating it. So people are taking it. I don't know if they can buy it off the counter or they can only get it in the hospitals. But people are taking it as a preventive measure, because they say when you take it and you have unprotected sex,
or when you take it immediately after
immediately after unprotected sex, there's a window where you're sort of free.
Oh, well, there's a lot to talk about.
I think
drugs
the best
and
thing to do is to
HIV
zip
are
up.
interlinked.
Yes.
It's just zip up.
I'll be faithful. Yeah, that's another one. Well, there's a lot to talk about, but we have to move on. Before we get into the papers, let's just put this information out there. At least 27 people have died following a cholera outbreak that affected 6 local government areas in Borno State. Now, the Borno State government reported a total of 2,715 suspected cases of the disease within the first 24 days of May 2026. An epidemiologist's report released by state shows the affected LGAs as Jere, Mafa, Kunduga, Mongunu, Ngala, and Magumeri. According to the report, Jere LGA recorded the highest number of cases with 834, followed by Mafa, 159, and a few others. That's cholera outbreak. And you wonder, well, the outbreak has spread across 29 wards and 124 communities in the state. Officials warn that the actual number of cases could be higher, as data from some cholera treatment centers and oral rehydration points are yet to be confirmed. Oh well. So there is work for the government to do. So as our politicians go about campaigning, they should also look at the welfare, the health of the people that they are campaigning to, that they are looking to govern. Now, away from all of that, let's run to the papers now. Let's check out the headlines for this morning, the 27th day in May. And, well, from the Vanguard newspaper, these are the headlines. 2027 presidency, controversies trail ADC primaries, court clears Jonathan. And then you have 2027, your timetable must comply with statutory time frame, court tells INEC. NDC to introduce electronic voting for future primaries. All right? Eid al-Kabir, dark days over. Light is here. Tinubu assures Nigerians as Akpabio, Abbas governors. Yewagda call for sacrifice, unity, national renewal. Resign if you can't secure Nigerians. Adebayo tells Tinubu. Middle East war. U.S. targets Iran's missile sites, mines, laying vessels in new attacks. Africa secures $498.8 million Ebola response pledges. I'll take that one again for emphasis. Africa secures $498.8 million Ebola response pledges. All right, there you have it. Those are the headlines from the papers. We'll go deeper into these headlines much later. That's at 10 o'clock when we get into newspaper review. But in the meantime, let's look at our first topic. We'll be delving into this morning. And of course, it's political, it's security. Defense headquarters deploy troops and aerial surveillance after Oyo abduction. A reason to track kidnappers. Let's touch on this when we come back from this break. Stay with us.
Turn on some people's voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome to Golden Tulip, where every stay is a celebration of comfort and style. Discover beautifully designed rooms crafted for your relaxation and peace of mind. Savor delicious, expertly prepared meals at our exceptional restaurants. Relax and socialize at our elegant lounge bar. Refresh yourself at the vibrant pool bar and enjoy a soothing swim in our sparkling pool. Planning something special? Our spacious and sophisticated hall provides the perfect setting for weddings, conferences, and memorable events. Whether for business or leisure, we deliver excellence with unmatched hospitality. Comfort, class, premium experience. Book today and elevate your hospitality experience. Airport Golden Tulip. Stay golden. Live golden.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes with the sport.
Hello, my name is Inejo. Keep watching VOP TV.
What up? My name is Usumachiku. You are watching VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're doing good. Keep watching VOP TV. And, just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi, guys. It's your boy Praise. Keep watching VOP TV.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful, and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton, Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 60 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Hey guys, it's your girl Larry Kel the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching VOP TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
Welcome back. This is VOP This Morning. Now, Nigeria's security challenges are once again in focus as the Defense Headquarters ramps up operations following the recent abduction in Orure local government area of Oyo State, where the military says troops and aerial surveillance platforms have been deployed, with authorities insisting actionable intelligence has already been gathered. In his Eid al-Kabir message, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu also called for sacrifice, unity, and hope, while assuring Nigerians that ongoing reforms and security efforts will eventually restore peace and stability. In the meantime, Nigeria's Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, has sealed branches of Inner Galaxy Steel Company and Juixin Integrity Industrial Limited over alleged terrorism financing and the recycling of vandalized government infrastructure into commercial products, while the development raises bigger issues concerning insecurity in Nigeria, especially as we see collaborations across board. Well, we've been joined in the studio here to help us make sense of this by Mr. Darlington Agommo. Mr. Agommo is a lawyer, but he appears here in the capacity of a public affairs analyst. Good morning, Mr. Agommo, and good to have you join us on VOP this morning.
My pleasure.
Okay, we will also be joined in the course of the program by virtual guests from both our outstations and other virtual guests. In the meantime, let's stay here in the studio. Mr. Agommo, area surveillance and the military authorities are saying, well, we are on top of the job. They are making plans, to rescue the kidnapped kids in Oyo State. In all of this, what happens to proactive measures? Must we wait, for people to be kidnapped before we start making efforts to rescue them. What is the value of intelligence? We were told that 200 American soldiers are here to help us gather intelligence, to collaborate with the Nigerian military, in intelligence and give us a tactical operational support. How do you react to the comments from the military authorities? Does it give you hope that, we might be actually on the right path in trying to fight terrorism and win the war?
No, I think this insecurity has been politicized. It's like both the government and the military, they are using it to divert our attention. Yes. Because each time these things happen, you see them doing a fire brigade approach as if they are serious. After that particular incident has been taken care of, everybody goes home then until the next one happens. So when you see the modus operandi of this government and the military, you will now discover that, yes, there is something they are not telling us. I was listening to one of our platforms this morning, and I heard something that shocked me, that the defense budget of 20 billion, out of that 20 billion, I think that was last year, only 1.7 was released. Can you imagine? So what would any military establishment do with 1.7 billion in terms of buying equipment and all that? And they went all on to reel out what was going on. Meanwhile, the presidential fleet, their own budget was released fully. Presidential fleet. When you see all these things, you now ask yourself, where is the priority? Where is the priority, for God's sake? So I am very, very convinced that Tinubu is not taking this matter serious. He is not. His body language alone will tell you that he's not taking it serious, because how could you do this? You release the full amount of money, 20 billion, 25 billion for presidential fleet. Then that of the military, only 1.7. And you want them to do what? To fight with their bare hands? No, seriously, we are not. We are not serious. We are not. Let us not deceive ourselves. I sympathize with those who are defending this gun, because there is nothing to defend here. Nothing.
But Mr. Gomo, when you say that the president, that 25 billion naira meant for the presidential fleet was fully released, and that of the military was not completely released, who should take responsibility? Is it the president or the Minister of Finance?
No, it's the president. It's the president. It is the president. He knew what is going on. Why was his own budget fully released? Because that's presidential fleet.
Oh, he's not a pilot. Does he run the fleet?
He should know. The box stops on the table.
Okay.
The box stops on the table. You don't just read out a budget. You follow it or you monitor it. You are the president. There's no way you can tell me here that the president does not know what all the ministries are supposed to be doing at any point in time. Then why is he the president? I cannot blame any minister who is not performing. I will blame the president, because the box stops on the table. He's the one that appointed them, and he should monitor their performance.
Okay, before we go to our virtual guests, I would like to ask you, are you delighted by the fact that the NSCDC, had sealed off 2 companies, because they were allegedly involved in terrorism financing? And because we are back to the issue of cutting off the sponsors of terrorism. If we have foreign financiers, in Nigeria here, and at some point we were given 414 names of terror financiers, and up until this moment, I'm not sure that any of them has been successfully prosecuted. Mm-hmm. So does this give you joy that a company has been sealed up because apparently they were involved they're allegedly involved in terrorism finance? Does it give you hope?
If a foundry company is collecting scrap from maybe boys who bring it to them and all that, how does that amount to terrorism financing? The company are in business. Those metals that they are bringing to they are melting it and they are selling it and all. They are using it to make money.
Don't you think they could be using that as a front? But underneath, they could be doing some other things.
No.
I mean, they wouldn't just go out and do the stealing. They must have acted on intelligence tip-off.
Look, those things are brought to them by somebody. True or false? Some people bring all those steel metals that they use to seal our manhole and all that. all those railway railings. Some people bring it to them. And so, apparently, they pay them and then they use it to do whatever they want to do. Those ones, I cannot sit down here and tell you that it amounts to terrorism financing. The real terrorists, the real people financing terrorism are the ones who steal our crude oil. Yes. They are the people, you can't even see them. They didn't open shop anywhere that will be visible because they are running a business. All you need to do, go and monitor that business and see whether yes. Because if you are running a business, your aim is to make money. So if they are running a business and they are using the money to finance terrorism, that means that business will soon close up. That's just the truth. These guys that are the actual financiers, you can't even see them. They collect money from source, from our national treasury, from our national resources, and use it to do what they want to do. Up to today, you are now still looking for 210 trillion from NNPCL. Is this spirit that took that money? Is this spirit? Why is it that the government is not talking about that money? Is this spirit that, look at the amount of money we are talking about here. So these are the people you should be looking to us. Go and ask, let us find out where that money is. It's very huge. And so once that kind of money can just disappear and nobody talking about, and you are here asking me who is financing terrorism. What did the person do with that kind of money? What did the person do with it?
All right, Dr. Barrister Darlington, let's move over to our Benin studios where we have Honorable Osa Kindness. Good morning, Honorable Kindness.
Morning. It's
Good morning.
a pleasure to be here.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us. What's your take on this insecurity issue that has bedeviled us? I mean, over the past few years, and it seems to be at an all-time high. What are your thoughts? Do you still think that the lack of political will is one of the major issues impeding the eradication of this menace? Honorable Kindness?
Well, national security has become a menace for us as a people. It is an issue that requires national and collective responsibility, both on the part of government, on the part of citizenry, and also on the part of security agencies. On the role of those who are responsible for managing our security architecture must be reviewed on one hand, and the role of government who provides this security architecture must be looked at also on the other hand. On the side of the security agencies, we have issues of delayed response, we have issues of poor intelligence gathering, we have poor coordination, and in the worst case, we have compromises on the part of those who are supposed to protect us, as it were. And on the part of government, we are looking at inadequate provision of security gadgets. We have issue of poor warfare and welfare and security insurance packages. We have dangerous operational environment. All these put together are issues that we must all collectively look at if we must address the issues of security that bedevils us as a nation. Issue of security is beyond just government, but government must be deliberate about the actions, because the primary role of government is to protect lives and properties. But speaking statistically, I would say that in as much as government speaks every day of the things they are doing in terms of security, but the results are not visible, It appears every day, one trouble. It appears that every money that we invest in our security goes down into the drain because we have not seen visible results on the part of government.
All right, talking about the role of government. May I interrupt you here? Talking about the role of government in all of this, some people are of the opinion, some Nigerians are of the opinion that government is aiding insecurity with the payment of ransom. The kidnapping, I hate to call it industry, but it seems to have, metamorphosed into an industry. The kidnapping industry, I use that word loosely, has gathered or did gather about, I think, 2 trillion naira or thereabouts in about a space of a year. Trillions of naira. And we know what these monies go into, all right? And some of these monies are used to purchase weapons that these terrorists use. And, we see the kidnappers. And government, more often than not, pay ransom to kidnappers. When they kidnap children, they pay these ransom. And the narrative is it's done to ensure that lives are not lost. People, Nigerians who of course cannot afford it, are released. But then the monies are used for something else. We've seen kidnappers, we've seen terrorists go on TikTok brandishing, showing off the monies that they got from ransom payments. What should government do differently? Isn't government aiding the industry, the kidnapping industry, terrorism, by paying ransom? Is there something that could be done differently?
Well, without trying to be modest, it is safe to say that the kidnapping activity has become an industry in itself. So when you say it's an industry, you are very much in place, given the dexterity in which they put in place in carrying out these activities, and also the role of government, in the activities. For example, which responsible government pays ransom to kidnappers? And we are looking at trillions of nairas and billions of dollars go into these activities. Whereas, if this money can be retrieved and properly managed and distributed, to develop and equip our security architecture, I'm sure we'll garner better results rather than paying a ransom. But we must also say that it depends on circumstances, because where children, for example, are involved, government must take deliberate steps to see that these children are rescued alive, and in most cases, towing the path of paying ransom become the only available option in the circumstance. But why I believe more that government is responsible and aiding insecurity or kidnapping, as it were, in Nigeria, is that, like your in-house guest did mention, what was the Nigerian budget for 2025? What was the budget performance in percentage in 2025? Those are the issues we are looking at. Where government prioritizes welfares of political office holder over and above the welfare of the ordinary citizens, you cannot but agree that government, either deliberately or inadvertently, is heading us insecurity in Nigeria. So those are the issues. For example, in 2025, government budgeted about $2.1 billion for the Ministry of Defense. the question you will ask is, what was the budget performance? We had less than 50% budget performance. So it shows that if you marry it vis-a-vis the recurrent expenditure on the part of government, the cost of traveling, it is even more than what government pays.
Okay, all right.
Or what government expend on security.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Directly or inadvertently, I believe it is.
All right, thank you very much, Honorable Osa Kindness. Now let's take this conversation to our all-card guest. We have Dr. Chukwunonso Kesiobi in Oka. Let's establish contact with you, and you may need to unmute your device so we can get your thoughts in. Talking about the role of government in all of this, I'd like you to react to the same question I asked. How complicit has government been in all of this with the ransom payments? And we know how much. I think 2024, from June 2024 to 2025, from June 2024 to about July 2025, a record of a space of 1 year, the record shows that 1.6 trillion naira was, went round in the kidnapping sector. I call it sector, and it hurts. It really hurts. But I would also like you to react to the role of the central bank in some of these things. We've seen government clamp down on bureau de change agencies. We've seen government talk about crypto industry, how these industries are used to, take monies out of Nigeria, convert them, and then some of them used in purchasing weapons that come back into Nigeria. What is the role? What should central bank be doing differently to ensure that all of that is curbed?
I will start from the bigger issue before arriving at the central bank. Firstly, when you say...
You might need to unmute your device because we are not getting your audio feed. So do us the favor, please unmute so we can get your audio feed. Thank you very much. Well, while we wait for Dr. Kesiobi, well, go ahead. Go ahead now. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Faintly, but go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, of course. Better. Go ahead.
You can hear me now. Okay. Now, like I was saying, we have not just the kidnapping industry. What we have is the economy around insecurity appears to be very favorable to some, to the actors. Who are the actors? One is this our military operatives, in the sense that what are they doing? For the past 10 years, you see, we have more or less not just politicized insecurity in the country, but we've also commercialized it. And everybody around that space seems to be benefiting from it. The operatives, the politicians, even those who come under the guise of humanitarian agencies, non-governmental organizations, across that gamut. They one way or the other are complicit. So it's more or less an economy, a very thriving economy. And if you look at the parts of this economy, the industries now, you have just mentioned kidnapping. Kidnapping is one of them. What of those who are into human trafficking? What of the illicit flow of funds that you are attributing to the central bank? What of those who run parallel economic activities in certain regions where we have to pay some sort of levy, call it tax, before they go about their legitimate means of livelihood? So you see, across board, we are not just losing these monies in terms of ransom, but people are paying these people one way or the other in order to keep themselves alive. So now you come to what you asked about the central bank. The central bank, I don't want to go through what they have been doing in the past. The most recent one has to do with the policy on, what's it called, POS operators and the rest.
where they are not only putting limitations on transactions per day or the mobility of devices across regions in terms of operation. So most of these guidelines are there. The problem with Nigeria is always enforcement. So what have been the efforts so far in implementing these policies? So you clamp down on people who are moving this heavy amount of money in cash. Then again, following the trails in terms of what's it called, the transfers and other things, it's not rocket science. You follow the money. So what are we doing to get this thing? If it's to get activists who are saying certain things online, they can locate the person in a day or two and whisk the person away. But they cannot do the same for these people who are either directly involved or those who have some sympathy to their activities. You see them going around making utter, very careless statements with reckless abandon, and nothing is happening. And we keep coming here discussing insecurity over and over again. You know, there's this Igbo adage, ihe ọjọọ gbaghara ọ bụrụ omenala. When something continues over and over again, it becomes the norm. And as far as insecurity in Nigeria is concerned, it is becoming the norm. We are talking about Oyo, we are talking about other places, and we are here discussing political primaries and the rest of them. Please, if they are not serious, they should give way for people who are serious.
Doctor, can we examine the Nigerian military as it stands? Do you think that they are actually stretched thin at this point? Because it appears as though they are making some headway, some successes. I mean, just 2 days ago, the notorious TikTok bandit who was, infamous for going live on TikTok, brandishing his guns and all of that, he was nabbed, and his video was posted online. We've also had cases, or even yesterday, the military said they bombed different strongholds in Sambisa. So don't you think that the military is stretched thin? I mean, like some analysts like yourself have said, that if not for the insurgency, many Nigerian military top heads, even soldiers, may not even face war up until they retire. So don't you think our military is stretched thin? And because people are also asking, the US, they said they have boots on ground since February, but we are not really feeling the impact. So is it that they have, the war is sort of more than what they can handle? I mean, this is away from political, the complicity and all of that, and the lack of political will.
I'm not a member, or neither do I have adequate knowledge about our military capacity and their activities. But one thing is clear, they appear to be overwhelmed by what is going on. Yes, the issue of funding comes in, but I'm not too quick to defend them, because I know that in the past 10 years, when it comes to budgetary allocation, the security sector has received the most. So what have you shown? What do we have to show for that? To serve as a motivation to support, subsequent or further requests. The military, just across the rank and file, the moralization is there. Why do you think it is becoming difficult for some parts of the region or generally to get enlisted in the Nigerian military? Because they know that it's more or less that you are going to sign your death sentence by yourself. So what do you do to come in and boost the morale of what is going on in that space? Right. The operations is not as transparent as what you see in other sectors of the economy. How do you create the kind of funds that have gone there and what they have used it for? Mind you, all these results you are hearing now is because of we are collaborating with the external partners, external countries, America and the rest. What have you been doing since? Why haven't you called for those partnerships all this while? And what is delaying the impact Nigerians have been expecting so far? There are some places, yes, I know on this program some time ago, where we came to discuss the bombing activities and how whether it had effects on or casualties on civilians and the rest of them. But beyond that, whatever the military needs to get this thing done, it is left for it to do so. It's not every time you hear the president has called for a meeting of security chiefs, or once in a while they tell you they have rejigged the security architecture. You have a minister, what do you call this guy? What's his name? That's with Chief National Security Advisor. You now have Homeland Security. All those things are those. We should be able to know instead of just arising one suspicion or the other. So if they are stretched thin, they should tell us. For instance, using statistics, we know that Nigeria, for instance, is under-policed. If we look at the ratio of one Nigerian to one policeman to Nigeria, I know it's about, the last time I checked, it's about 600 and something, which is far above, far below rather the global average of, I think, 1 to 300. So it's not just about the military, but across everything in our security space. So if there is something we are not doing well, we need to come out and ask ourselves this question. Some countries have sometime in the past have even woke up one morning and dissolved all their police force and the rest. Let them get it right from the beginning. These things have become so politicized that we don't get even moved that something like this happened.
All right, thank you very much, Doctor.
If like I said, they should be open enough to seek for assistance. Let us know where the problem is. Is it funding? Tell us. So we begin to ask the question, who is to release the funds? Why are the budgetary allocations not adequately serviced?
Thank you very much, Dr. Chukwunonso Kesiobi. A lot has been said, and we do apologize for the temperature where you are. Let's bring this back to the studio while we give you time to dab your face. Barrister Darlington Akomo, talking about funding. Let's focus a little on funding. What would you say is hampering or hindering the central bank from curbing the activities of the crypto market? I know some Nigerians cried out when government placed a ban on the cryptocurrency exchange and the rest of them. What other measures can the central bank put in place to ensure that this is controlled? The monies that go out of the country are controlled. We arrested a few individuals. Forgotten the guy's name now. The American, who escaped. His friend escaped. He was later released. Forgotten his name.
That avenue is a conduit pipe for criminals to perpetrate their evil acts. The government is aware. There are countries that don't want to hear crypto, not to talk of the currency that follows.
But there are people doing business legitimately.
Sorry?
There are people doing business legitimately.
In our things that work here, look, bosses, things that work outside there does not work here. Can't you get it?
No,
we always abuse everything. Yes, everything. Like this, what is it called now? Foreign exchange. In the black market, don't you see what they do? Most of the 400 names that they gave us from Dubai are doing bureau de change. That is what happens here. Every avenue that works out there cannot work in Nigeria.
So is it a systemic failure?
No. It's a deliberate. It's not systemic. It's deliberate. These people have a way of converting everything to their own criminal enterprise. And government is in bed with them. Government is in cahoots with them. That's why the thing is thriving. Go and check. All the things that government does not want to see operate or work. Do you see them? Do you see them? So when government does not want anything to exist, that thing will not exist. Take it from me. But when they want to pretend, they will say, they think they don't know what is going on. Like this insecurity now. So you want me to sit down here and tell you and tell you that government is not aware of the source of this insecurity and what is going on? Is that what you want me to believe? Even a market woman can deduce what government is doing with this insecurity. A market woman can interpret the action of government on this insecurity.
All right.
So when government does not want to work, they will look for excuses. That's just
so
the
Nigeria
truth.
should hold its government accountable.
Government, yes, federal government of Nigeria, not just government. Oh, I didn't say local government. Federal government of Nigeria. They should tell us because that's what they swore to do for us. Yes, you are not doing it, and you are saying you are performing. Where is the performance here? Every Nigerian should hold the federal government of Nigeria accountable for this.
All right, then we have to wrap up this conversation. Thank you very much, Mr. Darlington Aguma. We'll have to let you go as well. Now, when we come back from this break, we'll be looking at the ADC presidential primary crisis as it deepens. Amechi rejects results. Hayatuddin withdraws over alleged irregularities. Let's look at this after this break.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to Vop Tv, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Bernie 9 right. 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Depend on you for financing. Well, thank you very much for joining us. Now, let's look at the ADC. The ADC held its primaries yesterday, and of course, the counting is still ongoing. Some participants, Rotimi Amechi and Hayatuddin, both men, have rejected the results. Well, Hayatuddin pulled out of the primaries, and Amechi also said, look, the process is faulty, and so he would not be part of the process. However, he won in some states. He won in Bayelsa. That's talking about Rotimi Amechi. He won in Bayelsa. But the counting is still ongoing. Now, with discordant tunes coming from different quarters, Hayatuddin pulling out, Amechi not aligning with the process. The question is, how will the ADC put its house together to become a formidable opposition? We do have with us, we still have the gentleman, Dr. Chukwunonso KCOB, joining us virtually from our studio in Oka, and then Honorable Osa Kindness and Wihare also joining us. And right here in the studio, we're being joined by Somi Uranta. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I would like to go straight to Oka, where Dr. Chukwunonso KCOB is. Dr. Chukwunonso, now, the counting, the ADC primaries, I know you don't want to talk about this because we're just talking about insecurity and politicians are busy doing their thing, but we have to talk about it anyway, because it is when we choose those that govern us, then we can look at how they govern and maybe fix the system. But the ADC primaries seems to have thrown up a lot of dust. Was this expected? Did you expect all of this that we're having within the ADC with the three contenders now?
Well, you see, this kind of events, it shouldn't be surprising to us. What is the mind of the average Nigerian politician is to, like our president said when he was state campaigning, is to seek for power, grab it, and run with it. So the main quest of every politician, or most Nigerian politicians, let me not say every, is not to serve people. It's not to bring dividends of democracy or good governance. It's really to seek power and consolidate power. So when you see the alignment of what is happening or what happened in the ADC, and those who had foresight had to escape before they got trapped in the party. You see, this coming together of strange bedfellows just for the interest of themselves and not the Nigerian case, you shouldn't be surprised that we are coming up with this kind of thing. And imagine, we are discussing this thing in a strictly party affair. A party, is in a renaissance period. So it's not as if we had some sort of skirmishes before this thing, this assemblage. So when you have this coming together of strange bedfellows trying to, overnight, see how they can align their interests, it will be very difficult, especially in the Nigerian space where our democracy is very good. So it's strange that, again, democracy has two phases, the internal democracy and the external democracy. If at this stage we are still talking about counting of votes, then what happens at the national election, the external democracy and all this stuff? And again, finding it difficult to conduct a process in an in-house process. So if we are finding it difficult to conduct this in-house process peacefully, everybody is claiming victory on his own side, everybody is keeping their results close to their chest, nobody wants to show their hand, everybody is still making one threatening statement or the other, provocative statement or the other, then how do you think these are the alternatives that will get us out of the mess that we are already experiencing in the current administration, the current party in charge? So you see that there's something fundamentally wrong with our democratic process. And it's either we did not get the memo, we did not copy the manual of this democracy properly, or we find a system of government that will favor this country. Because for what we are seeing today, they are just making a mockery of democracy.
Ekemeze, I like your payoff line, and I would like for us to take it up from there. You said probably we didn't copy the manual well, talking about the democracy that we picked. Our democracy is presidential democracy. We've done parliamentary before, but both of them are quite representative, participatory democracy, as a matter of fact. Now, do you think that the problem is with the operators or with the type of democracy that we practice? I mean, look at what just happened. APC had their primaries and everybody's been complaining how figures were manipulated from 1,000 to 3,000, from 100 to 900, and all of that. And at that time, I asked, well, are you sure it's going to be an isolated case with the APC? Now we see the same thing happen in the ADC. Amechi has rejected the results in some states. As a matter of fact, I hear that he has rejected the total figures. He said, well, I can't take any of this. Hayatuddin has pulled out. Nobody in Abga, in Anambra State, where you are, I understand that for the past 3, 4, 5 days, their primaries, they have not been able to announce results because there's a problem of collation. People are saying, no, this is not what happened. So, like Julius Caesar said, is the problem in us or is it in our stars? What do you think? The system or the people?
There is no perfect leadership system or framework. So it is the people who drive these things, these processes, and are committed to seeing improvements in the processes over time. So ours is a case of a people who appear not to understand the interests of public good. So everybody just comes into power, and because we have allowed it to remain so, such that it becomes more lucrative to be a politician than to be an industrialist or a private sector active player or so. So we have made the political industry very, very lucrative. So people will do all sorts of things to get get into positions, and beginning from the party platform. So you see that our leadership recruitment process is very faulty across board. Is it a case where the right persons are being discouraged or don't want to get into the drama of our political system. That is why we are being governed by what appears to be the worst of us. So maybe these are the questions we need to start asking, because it's funny that at the ruling party level we saw the magic that happened, and in some cases some persons were accusing those who organized the primaries, both at the federal and the state level, of manipulations, of being left out or exclusion, or and the rest of them. So you still find that the fact that you still find this thing in what you will call opposition parties. I'm happy you brought it down home to Anambra. In Anambra, the ruling party is ABGA. And it's quite strange that, yes, some results have been announced, but there are some supplementary primary elections have been scheduled to take place. So is it a perfect system? No. Is it something that we need to improve upon? Yes. But are those who are saddled with the responsibility of improving the process ready to do so? No. Because it's obvious that it's a winner takes it all politics that is here. So everybody, one way or the other, will want to do all that is possible to keep this power to themselves. So like you asked, I put it more on the people than on the process. It is the people that will drive the process and improve the process.
Hi, Mr. Somi Oranta. Good morning, Mr. Oranta. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Good morning.
Yeah, thank you. You know, the ADC actually did position themselves as the alternative and the solution to Nigeria's economic and governance woes. But looking at the infightings and all of the shenanigans going on in the party, do you think they still have, you say they still have that ground?
Well, the one who has been boasting, that he has come for a rescue mission, seems to be worse than the situation on ground. So how can it work? What you see is an impasse. You see, what happened with the ruling party, I call it, from my hometown, that's what we used to call Ibonibokuru. If I translate it to English, it's called, I could say, it's what I would describe as chimpanzean calculus. When the chimpanzee will calculate, will look at the finger and say, this is you, this is your brother, this is your brother, there's your own brother. They keep manufacturing these things. And these are people that say they want to come and rescue Nigeria. Look at what they are doing. In fact, even all this are saying, on the fringe is the real man again, Dumebi Kachiku, who is claiming to be the right person, the right ADC, and all that. It shows that all these guys who are, who have gathered to say they want to help Nigeria, they don't mean well for us. All they do is think about themselves. It's shown. It's showing. You see, whoever that will make any impact in any endeavor under the sun must think about that situation. He must contemplate it. He must always meditate on it. The late sage of Ikene, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, he said, that he knows the problem of Nigeria and he knows the solutions to the problems of Nigeria. He's referred to as the best president Nigeria never had and the best finance minister Nigeria ever had. You see, these guys don't spare a thought for Nigeria and the people of Nigeria, the citizens of this country. They don't. They don't spare a thought. They just live their lives. They want to live in both worlds. And it's showing when the foundation is not well crafted, there's no enough thought put into it, this is what you get.
Wanting to have a voice. I mean, they come up and each person who feels affiliated to a party decides, okay, I am the authentic representative of this party. Dumebi Kachuku is saying that he is the authentic representative, and his faction held their own convention, and he emerged the consensus candidate right there for the ADC. But then the David Mark-led NWC ADC is also doing their own, and the role of the court in all of this. So would you blame the courts, or would you blame the politicians who want to appear important, in quote now, or the courts for not, deciding on which faction should be recognized by INEC? And, we understand that the David Mark faction is recognized by INEC already, but then would you blame the courts or the politicians themselves?
I should blame all of them. All parties are to be blamed. The INEC, who seem to be dancing the music, the drums played by the ruling party, who has shown, biasness in all he's doing. Everything he does about this election, preparing for 2027, has been fraught with favoritism, insider information to one party against the other. The court itself, whom a certain senator or ex-senator described as both the court and the legislature, that's judiciary and legislature, he described them as mere units, not even departments in the presidency. And then the parties, the political parties, the Nigerian politicians, most of them, who ganged up, all they think of is how to corner the corporate patrimony of Nigerians to themselves. I blame all of them. But I thank God that His Excellency P2B and the OK movement moved out of that party, because they would have all been mired into this whole scenario. Is this how people used to say, now this leg where cow want take waka go Sokoto? Now this kind of leg, it's unfortunate. But I'm also saying or proposing that we don't have the capacity to organize an election, a credible, fair, and free election in Nigeria.
We don't have the capacity.
We don't have the capacity. We have proven that, because the president on whose desk or shoulder the responsibility of appointing the INEC chairman will always do it to favor himself.
All right.
So what I'm saying is that Nigerians will have to sit down and think, we have to outsource election to a certain, let's get foreign outsiders. After all, the Chagoris are doing all the contracts in Nigeria.
Okay.
So let's get
that's
they'll come
cynical.
and conduct an election. We don't have the capacity. Just like we don't have the capacity to do so many things in this country.
Okay. All right then. Honorable Osa, kindness. Let me come to you now. Do you buy the idea? Should we outsource our electioneering? Because according to Somi here, we don't have the capacity. Or should we fix our house? Should the laws be specific laws be put in place that that will guide our elections, so that we'll cover the loopholes that some politicians take advantage of?
Well, very quick, Moses. Moses, I will say that we cannot outsource Nigeria nor the process of conducting a credible election. We are Nigerians. We have capacity. I disagree very strongly with Sony, but what we need to do is to have moral rearmament as a nation, spiritual resurgence, so that we begin to put first the nation over and above personal aggrandizement. But having said that, you talked about us putting our house together. The ADC, for example, has no house. let alone they want to put together. They have no house at all. There's no house for them to put together. You see, for the first time, I am now going to exonerate INEC. I am one of those who believe that INEC were playing the script of the ruling party, especially when there were issues, arising from the court pronouncements, and we and many other Nigerians had thought that it was APC that wrote the script that the judiciary and INEC were acting. But if that was our opinion at that time, the question I will now ask is it also APC that is responsible for the primary election and the fallout that we have now seen yesterday, and of course that is still on right now? What that means is that it is the actors that have problems, not really the system itself. The ADC, even the NDC just now, has not shown sufficiently that they are a better alternative to Nigeria. I've always said that irrespective of the political party that you belong, you must first of all understand that you are a Nigerian first, especially against the backdrop of the fact that we do not have special markets or special petrol stations or special mall for different political parties.
Mr. Kindness.
What? Yes.
Mr. Kindness, I'm sorry to butt in at this moment. If you want to exonerate INEC, let me ask you this question. At some point, INEC said, well, all the political parties must have a digital register of membership. Well, in all of that, the APC started their own 2 years ahead of that announcement by INEC. So other political parties had to scramble within a space of 2-3 months to put together their digital register. And one of the reasons INEC gave at that time was that, well, it would be used to conduct or for the conduct of primary elections by political parties to make sure that it is seamless and incident-free. If you exonerate INEC like you are trying to do, how much responsibility should they take for not ensuring that that register they asked political parties to compile and submit to them was used in the conduct of the primary elections?
Okay, first of all, Chukuma, you must understand that the role of INEC in the internal democracy of a political party is mainly supervisory and observatory. In fact, largely observatory. Don't forget that we have two modes of primary elections right now that the Electoral Act prescribed, which is consensus and direct primary elections. The consensus arrangement is such that people come together and choose one person and everybody agrees. But where that did not work, we go into the direct primary elections, where all card-carrying members of the party, we have to vote.
Okay.
Now, the question I will ask Chukuma is that of all these elections that were conducted, either by APC or ADC, is there any proof that there were accreditation? Is there a way for us to prove that those who voted in that election?
Oscar Kindness, I should be the one asking you this question, because that is the primary responsibility. That's the primary responsibility of INEC, because it is not enough to supervise. Have you seen INEC raise any eyebrow? Hey, the way you counted these figures are unacceptable to us. We have seen instances where INEC observed elections and say, no, that was a charade, and it was cancelled. Primary elections. So why in this case they have not said anything right from the National Assembly primaries where people were shut out and all of that? It
is those who participated in the election that should complain.
And people are complaining.
It is when those complaints get to INEC can begin to do their findings. The activities of a political party, even court has made pronouncement that it is merely internal affairs of the party. And when there are internal issues, the party have internal mechanism of resolving those issues. It is only when the complaints get to INEC that INEC can now begin to investigate the issues. But just it is the managers of the political party that have issues just now, not INEC. INEC is merely
Honorable, we are almost coasting home, so we have to bring it back to the studio. But please, you have to join us for newspaper review so we could talk deeply about some of the questions, some of the issues, actually. Apologies. Mr. Oranta, as we coast home, I have one final question for you. Amechi, Atiku, Hayatu are all elite veteran politicians who actually have claimed that they have the interests of Nigeria at heart and they want to save us. So why is it difficult for them to shield their personal ambitions and, stand behind one person to save Nigeria?
None of them is thinking about the people. I still maintain. So all they care about is themselves. And if you want to be, that's why there is a dearth of leadership in Nigeria, because most of the people who occupy leadership positions are self-serving people. And anybody who wants to lead, you must take away your focus from the self and focus on the people. Because whenever you have you focus on self, all you can do, all you have done is to have, in fact, all you can ever be is a man with a pigeonhole view of reality. So you must have a broader look. For you to etch your name on gold marble, you have to think of the people. And that is at the point where the universe will begin to, flooding ideas into your system, into your space, into your consciousness, for you to make meaning in terms of governance. That's why we are seeing lackluster governance, you're seeing mediocrity packaged as excellence, and we are forced to accept it. The Nigerians have refused and will continue to refuse to accept it. Even if, look, majority of Nigerians are aware of all the shenanigans. So these people are not there to serve us. That is why I say, who will bear the cat in terms of conducting an election in Nigeria? At the point PDP left, Goodluck Jonathan, accepted defeat even before the election was finally announced, results. We have gone back 50, 60 years in our electoral process. So how are we going to do it? If we conduct the election as it is, we will not amount to anything. It might even lead to serious crisis in Nigeria. So that is why I'm proposing that let's get people, because people who have at the helms of affairs that will handle these things are incapable or unwilling, and they will never do it. So let's look for people that will help us. We need help, just like we need help in our to solve our insecurity problem. We need help in our economic, everywhere we need help. Even in our religious organization, we need help.
All right, then. Well, thank you very much, Somi Oranta, for your contribution. We must appreciate also kindness on Wihare as well, and also Dr. Chukunonso Kesiobi. Gentlemen, thank you for your time and your contribution. This is all we have time for on VOP this morning, but newspaper review comes up next, and we'd like you gentlemen to stay with us as we get into the papers, looking at the headlines, dissecting them on the newspaper review. I am Moses Humphrey. Join us again at 10 for newspaper review.
I'm Jane Ogoye. Thank you so much for watching.
I'm Shukuma Okoro. Bye for now.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching VOP TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the voice of the people. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the voice of the people today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi everyone, my name is Princess Fithia Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akweja. Ricky Adeleda, the fisherman. Voice of the people. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to Vop TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is Vop TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Lovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome to Golden Tulip, where every stay is a celebration of comfort and style. Discover beautifully designed rooms crafted for your relaxation and peace of mind. Savor delicious, expertly prepared meals at our exceptional restaurants. Relax and socialize at our elegant lounge bar. Refresh yourself at the vibrant pool bar and enjoy a soothing swim in our sparkling pool. Planning something special? Our spacious and sophisticated hall provides the perfect setting for weddings, conferences, and memorable events. Whether for business or leisure, we deliver excellence with unmatched hospitality. Comfort, class, premium experience. Book today and elevate your hospitality experience. Airport Golden Tulip. Stay golden. Live golden.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talking matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
Hello, my name is Inejo. Keep watching Vop TV.
What up? My name is Usimachiku. You are watching VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're doing good. Keep watching VOP TV. And, just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi, guys. It's your boy Praise. Keep watching VOP TV.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings, where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream, smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. This is Newspaper Review. I am Moses Humphrey.
And I am Chukwuma Okoro. Good to have you join us again.
And of course, we have Dele Fanimo, who is a reporter and a public affairs commentator, join the conversation, and Darlington Agomo, who is a lawyer and also a public affairs commentator. Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for your time.
My pleasure.
And we'll be joined virtually by our virtual guests from our outstations in the course of the program. But in the meantime, let's start off with the gentlemen in the studio here. Let's look at the headlines now. The Guardian has these headlines: opposition parties battle divisions, parallel camps ahead of 2027. And the writers to that story speak to one of the conversations we dwelt on this morning, that's talking about the ADC primaries. Now, here are the writers to it, and I like your reaction to these writers and the headline itself. Amechi rejects ADC primary, alleges vote buying, disenfranchisement. Hayatuddin shuns results declaration over manipulation claims. Kachuku insists his bloc is authentic ADC structure. PDP faction adopts Sandy Honor as court okays Jonathan's eligibility. Dixon unveils digital primaries, says NDC gaining opposition ground. Wike predicts Tinubu's victory in FCT over infrastructure projects. Now, starting off with the Kachuku faction, Kachuku was never an official of the party. You know, he was a candidate, a presidential candidate of the party. Isn't it interesting that from being a presidential aspirant candidate, he's now, basically holding sway, calling himself a faction, and his faction holding their own primaries, and he emerging consensus candidate. All of this, isn't it funny? The Kachuku effect in the party. Hayatuddin claiming irregularities, manipulation and all, withdrawing from the race. Amechi saying, "Oh no, I can't take this." But Atiku seems to be quiet because it seems he's favored. The process favors him.
Atiku's being quiet is just a reflection of a fait accompli. Ab initio, for those who are following events, we know that Atiku is the owner of ADC. He sent his people there as forerunners, just the same way he sent his people to SDP. And when the place was not convenient for him, he took them off, and then they finally landed in ADC. So that was the warning I was making at that time, that look, Peter Obi should look for an alternative before it is too late. Because there was no way. Of course, everybody knows that Atiku's way of getting primary ticket is using money. He started, as soon as he got to ADC, he gave party chairmen across the states 20 million naira each. What was that meant for? It's not for this party chairman to go and buy cars, but to make sure that they influence up to ward level. And these are the delegates produced by this chairman. So naturally, the outcome is just a reflection of how he started building the party, while others were busy not doing anything as much as. And either we like it or not, this man has the war chest. He doesn't have time for campaigns, as long as he can use money to influence anything. That's his own way of handling political game. And so there was no way an Amici could have outrun Atiku now in this kind of race. Or Ayatudin. The last time he held position was when he was
FSB, MD of FSB.
And so what will he do? How much does he have? He want to face somebody like Atiku with his war chest. So that is, for either they like it or not, Atiku has emerged. Kachuku, let him go ahead and challenge this in court. But I'm not too sure, except if there is a fifth columnist still within the ADC that wants ADC to be crippled. But as soon as Peter Obi left ADC, you saw that everything calmed down in ADC. And so now Atiku has his way. But where Atiku is headed is what remains to be seen in this general election coming up in January. But I have a feeling that Atiku is headed somewhere, which may not necessarily be his emergence as president of this country through elections. That conjecture, I've not been able to clear it. So I never want to say much about that. Then on NDC.
When you say headed somewhere, you think he might become like get some sort of appointment, right?
No, Atiku is not going to get appointment.
What do you want to appoint? Former vice president. You want to make
is he going to be minister?
To the state government.
So what do you mean? What do you mean? Can you shed a little more light?
No, not.
No, for the benefit of.
No, it's not right for us to shed light.
No, I think I also have a bit of what they call linguistics of politics, of political language. I know what Dele is saying. What Dele is practically saying is that Atiku, since he says he's not headed to the presidency, becoming president, apparently my understanding of what Dele says is that he might be working for someone, or maybe to play
to what end? To what end?
To play the role of a spoiler
and benefit
for the
what?
benefit of somebody.
So how does that benefit him in the?
No, that's my thinking of what Dele means, but I don't agree with Dele.
I wish you could just elaborate.
I may not mean that, okay. But if by your own analysis, if I have to ride on that, the question this man asked was, what is his benefit doing such thing?
Yes.
Well, there is benefit.
Tell me.
Government has a role to play in policies, shaping businesses. Most of Atiku's businesses are in Nigeria. And so, policies may be tilted towards enhancing his business. And in some cases, in the north, if you are contesting, just like Makinde, when Makinde was to emerge as, ordinarily if Makinde had gone his own solo run during the first term, he wouldn't have won that election. But he had to talk to some other people who eventually gave him their support, collapsing their structure for him, but with a proviso. Somebody like Ladoja will not want, having been the governor of the state, will not want anything. What does he want in the state? But He has his structures, and he nominated some people as commissioner in that cabinet. Some got job board appointment and all that. So that is his take. What if in this instance...
Okay. In business, if you say it's maybe because
in
of
business,
what you benefit in business,
yes.
I think that Atiku has stayed long enough. You know, he has his businesses all across Nigeria, in and out of government. Every government that comes, he's still in business. You know, so I wouldn't know why he will want to play this game, you know, so that it will become beneficial for him at the business level. At some point, he was asked, when he was so vocal, you know, during the Buhari administration, he asked him, why are you not scared that the government might just come after? He said that they have taken practically everything they want to take, and that he has nothing left. Did you hear when he said that?
Of course now.
So
but he also had to do something before those things were returned.
Good. And so his business...
And that was why I couldn't go to Supreme Court.
And his businesses are entrenched. His businesses are entrenched both in and outside Nigeria. Moses, the way things are going, if it is not properly handled, Atiku Abubakar might just turn out to become the next president of Nigeria. Yes. Look at what is going on down south. The votes are being split state by state, region by region, in all the 3 regions. And in the north, it's only Atiku Abubakar that is the man standing. If he collects the ADC ticket, who is going to compete with him? In the north. And he's been very vocal in trying to change the narrative. Well, in the 27 years of our democracy, the north has done only 10, while the south has done about 17, 18. So we need to create a balance. We need to equalize. And a group of people in the north are buying into all of that. And if you come down south, we have President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in the southwest. You have P2B in the southeast. You have Donald Duke.
What about Jonathan?
I mean, Jonathan has not picked a ticket. I'm talking about people that have already picked tickets. You know, Donald Duke has picked for PROP. There is no way he will not win Cross River State. Look at Sheyi Makinde is toying with APM. For all intents and purposes, I don't know. So if you have this splinter of votes from the South, and you have block vote, critical mass vote for Atiku Abubakar, he might just win. Because he's been so intentional. At every prompting, please step down, play role of a statesman. And the man is very obstinate. He says, I want to be in. So that is what I see. That is where he might be headed from my own assessment.
Okay. Mr. Darlington, good morning.
The thing is that, you know, politics in Nigeria has become all commerce affair. Because if we have a very intelligent and well-educated populace, some of these permutations will not come in. Seriously. Because I've discovered that in all these permutations, nobody reckons with Nigerian people. In fact, it's like they don't even exist. We're only focusing on the gladiators. But you forgot that it is only the vote of the people that will make them. And so nobody wants to recognize those votes and those people. They don't matter. And this is what these politicians are exploiting. And my worry is that if we continue like this, when are Nigerians going to be politically educated? To tell these people that, yes, we hold the power. We are to decide where you will go and where you will not go. That is just a very worrisome aspect of our democracy. It will take time before Nigerians will be politically educated, so that these politicians will now reckon with them. That is, they will practically beg them for votes. But it's not like that in Nigeria. And so whatever anybody is doing now, personally, I am not amused because the people are not in it. They don't reckon with the people. This one that they are counting 100, 200, 2,000, 10, you know, where are the people in all this? Nowhere. Nowhere. And we are giving them victory. Audio victory. Audio victory. If we continue like this, for God's sake, what are we going to leave for posterity? When will Nigeria get it right? Is it not important we ask these questions? When are we going to get it right? So that if you say you won, we don't even need to argue it. Everybody will see that, yes, you truly won. It is your vote. It is the people that gave you that vote. So when the people are not in a democracy, then I don't know what we are talking about. Seriously, I don't know what we are talking about.
When Mr. Gomo says the people are not factored in, I don't understand what he means. I mean, the politicians that we have listed, like 4, 5, or 6 of them, are not the ones to vote themselves into office. They will be voted by the people. And when we talk about the regional permutations and all of that, the regional fault lines, we are still talking about the people.
Yeah, the people voting.
Are they not voting?
They are not voting.
So
they are not voting. Don't go there.
The primaries.
Don't go there.
People are
so the one you saw in APC was a primary, Abi?
You didn't see people in the fields voting.
So
you
this,
could talk about
100, 2,000.
The same thing was even replicated. I saw this morning in this ADC.
ADC.
Is it vote?
So they raised. No, so it's not about. It's not just about the leaders. It's about both the leaders and the people, because the people trooped out into the stadia, into the fields, and all of that, and they were counted.
Yes. Nobody voted.
So the people should also insist. If I vote, my vote should count.
Nobody voted. That's
now the question is, the one I saw this morning in this ADC primary, there was a man who was counting those people that lined up. He skipped from 75 to 120. Why didn't those people protest?
Yeah. Good.
Why didn't they protest?
So it's not just about the leaders; it's about the people
themselves. Is it that he hypnotized all of them and they didn't know that 75 to 120 is a gap?
And no objection.
And no objection.
There is something my Bible told me, that anybody that will make these children, anybody that will make them sin, that the blame will be on them. You are a leader. You're supposed to lead the people right. That's why you are a leader. You have to guide them, direct them in the right path.
The leader was not there when these things were happening. Atiku was not on the field. Amici was not on the field.
Somebody was
but looking at what he has said,
somebody was counting that.
Where did this person that was counting? Where did he emanate from? Is it not from the society?
At that point, he's leading that program. He's the one counting. You're supposed to count.
At least even if the man will not stop, somebody on that queue should have raised the objection. I said, come back, this man. 75 is the next thing is 76. Why 120?
And then,
but they were looking at him.
And then INEC chairman was present to supervise the primary.
INEC chairman was not there.
The INEC, yes, he sent.
He
sent his people.
To further buttress,
INEC observed all the primaries, 2 of us, and he validated it.
NDC has said theirs will be different. You know, they were going to use some electronic voting, well, in the future, but they're trying to ensure that the process works for them now, so they could count differently, you know, than what we've seen in the APC
will still do primaries now.
ADC.
For senatorial candidates.
Yes.
For House of Reps.
So we wait to see how the counting.
Let's see how it pans out. If they are
but if the counting is the same,
that
then,
it makes a lot of sense.
Then there's no hope really. So everyone will expect rigging, and nobody should complain.
It's shared responsibility between the leaders and as a matter of fact,
the people.
The led should take more responsibility because they form the critical mass. If you look at societies that have changed over time, it's the people that rose and said, hey, enough of all this.
Exactly.
No, we can not take it anymore. And they did something. But here, we are quick to blame leadership every time. No, it's not just about leadership.
Did you know that there's a stalemate in Ondo North senatorial primary? Why? The person they wanted in the senatorial district was outrigged during the election. And the following day, the person who sponsored that particular candidate, BTO, sent ram, cow, and money to the traditional ruler. And the imam, they rejected it and took it back to his house. That's the starting point.
The people.
The people. So even if they are not going to upturn that.
You saw what happened in Ghana, where people were given bags of rice. They say, hey, please take this back.
Take it back.
You could see hunger in those people's face now. It's
there was no leader
comfortable
to enforce it. They were the ones that took the decision.
Yes.
So Nigerians have their role to play.
We have our role to play.
Nigerians are the problem.
In fact, the rigging for that ADC was for Amici. Amici 1, 2, 5
in Bayelsa.
Yes.
Amechi won in Bayelsa. Amechi won in Ebonyi.
It was in Bayelsa now, and it was there.
We've not seen the other ones. We've not
So
seen
what
the other
I'm
ones in
saying
other
is,
states as well.
you see, most politicians, if not all, they rig. It's only when they are outrigged that they complained of rigging.
But the message is that Amechi was not there himself to
That's
do
what
the
I'm
rigging.
saying.
He used
Amechi
the
was
people.
not there. It was the people that tolerated it.
For him.
Why wouldn't those people say no?
All those people that lined up were not working for Amechi.
Why can't they be?
They were the electorate.
Why can't they be?
Why don't they resist?
Why
Say,
can't-
Oga, come back.
Why
After
can't-
75 is 76.
Assuming that those people
Why-
were working for
why
Amechi,
can't
why
they-
wouldn't they say we will not do this? Or
Exactly.
Why can't they behave like a Yaradua? Who
Yaradua that did what?
In fact, complained that
He complained after winning
Yaradua
election.
didn't complain.
that his election was fraud.
Why did he allow himself to be sworn in?
He should have stepped down.
And he started the reform. That reform that we are talking about.
You should have.
The foundation was faulty.
Let's have a transition government.
Exactly.
Let me go and recontest.
The people
again.
that
If they go
followed,
return me, then I know that I won
would have
normally.
continued
Credibly.
with that reform. By now, would have gotten it right. But you can see that under APC, it got worse.
Yaradua is not. I mean, he was not a hero as far as that election was
Yaradua
concerned.
is a victim of history, just like
Yes.
Murtala Mohammed.
Yes.
Short-lived. We never can
Yes.
say.
So we don't even know the capacity.
The man tried.
The only fantastic thing he did, which was not fantastic, was reducing fuel price from 75 to 65.
And amnesty.
And amnesty.
He was governor of Katsina.
Katsina, what did he do in Katsina?
Katsina still posts
People should
about the
have
highest number of
followed. People should have followed his footsteps. Maybe this thing that we are suffering today wouldn't have happened.
All right then.
People
All right
have
then.
followed his
Let's
footsteps.
look at
The
a few
man
other
of peace.
headlines here. Military kills 317 terrorists in Borno, closes school over abduction of 42 students. Health diet cost doubles since fuel subsidy removal, hits 1,541 naira. Indigenous oil firms, refineries evade Niger Delta cleanup funding. All right. INEC disowns political parties' membership figures. All right. That's so INEC is disowning that. And then 2027, again, court orders INEC to review election timelines amid appeal. Let's have your reaction to that.
INEC is sincere with what he said. Let him cancel all the elections, starting from APC. Let INEC reject all the figures and all the shenanigans they did in the name of primaries and ask them to go back to the field. If he can do that, maybe we'll start from there. I'm not joking.
Should INEC be interfering in the...
Sorry?
Should INEC interfere
No, it's
in
only
the internal issues of parties?
It's only leadership that he cannot interfere. But when it comes to electoral matter, INEC should have overriding decision to make.
Okay.
Yes, because they supervise it. You saw evil going on and you rejected it. Who will blame you for that? Who will blame you? That's what I'm saying here. Let them do that thing, do that particular thing. Maybe leadership will not say, okay, the game is up. This INEC chairman is serious. So.
I think why INEC is doing this rebuttal is because the other day, Nentawe Iwata, the national chairman of the APC, reeled out figures, of digital number of registered members and all of that. And I think he put the figure of APC in the neighborhood of 12 million.
12 million.
And said that NDC was struggling, with 1 million registered members. Mind you, as at the time NDC met on the scene, and Peter Obi and Rabiu Musa Kwakwanso went to the NDC, we were told that in a space of 3-4 days that they had about 9 million registered voters. And that was what Nentawe wanted to puncture and say that APC had more numbers, in terms of membership. And that is what they are trying to reflect in their primaries. With hope them are saying, that APC members alone can, as a matter of fact, re-elect the president in 2027. Now, INEC has come out to say, well, all of those figures are not correct because INEC has the digital register submitted to them. But my question is this. Since that register was submitted, I think, was it on the May, 10th or what? On the night of 10th of May. Does it look like people are no longer registering with political parties?
I wonder.
So I have a problem with that. I asked that question then. If you say, okay, submit, and so at that submission, does it look like I cannot say, oh, I want to be a member of XYZ political party because their list has been submitted? It doesn't necessarily preclude me.
Including those that are defecting.
Including those that are defecting. Now, we have a court say INEC has the, Judge Omotosho, says, well, INEC has the powers to put out a timetable for elections. A federal high court and another federal high court, both courts of concurrent jurisdiction, coordinate jurisdiction, they're saying two different things. So what do we take now?
We will take the one that says that you should be guided by the provisions of the Constitution.
So you take the one that suits you.
That suits you.
The one that is referring to the Constitution. Since there was,
there's no way for Motor Show will not.
The role of the court in all of this, so you start to wonder: are they helping matters or complicating issues?
They may not be helping matters. That is why I told them where I'm coming from now. That some courts are now for a particular political party, while the other court is for Nigerians. Whenever it favors that political party, they will rule in their favor.
So you see, there was a day we raised this issue, and I said that the Attorney General of either the Federation or the state interprets what he understands as the law, for the government. So when you see some judgments come out, some rulings, judgments, and orders of the court come out, you see the AG interpreted the way it suits the government, his principle.
Of course.
And so the others will start crying, and like Dele would normally say, the minority will have their say, but the majority will have their way. Or in some instances, the majority will even have their say, while the minority will have their way. Like we have in this country now, the majority of us are saying, well, things are hard. Things are hard. But the minority of the people are saying, Nigeria we are coasting better off, and all of that. So it still boils down to what the people say in all of these things. Not just say, what do the people do? Are the people able? Are they fit? Are they willing to take their destiny into their hands? Because I keep saying, historically, any place that you see society change is just about the people. Yeah. When I say change, I don't mean revolution. No. I mean people getting up to say, and I keep going back to Ghana. In Ghana, they have what they call the 8 break it, NDC has done 8, the other party did 8, and so they keep changing. After 8 years, break the 8. After 8 years, they go back. After 8 years, they go back. And they are making progress democratically. If any of the US presidents wants to visit West Africa now, Ghana is the first port of call. Big corporations, big conglomerates are leaving Nigeria to where? To Ghana. Microsoft left Lagos to Ghana, Accra in Ghana. After, when they wanted to do the headquarters of AFTA, they bypassed Nigeria and went to Ghana. When NEPAD was launched, with Nigeria, with all this mighty thing about Nigeria, big brother, they bypassed Nigeria and went to South Africa. And so if you want to do anything with NEPAD now, you have to fly to Joburg to do that, not Lagos. And so even in the economic listing, there are indices, they are overtaking us and all of that, HCI, well-being, GDP. And so why can't we learn? And it's the people.
It boils down to what Chinua Achebe said in his book, Leadership. Who is driving this thing you are saying now? Is it not
if you wait for leadership, you never get anything.
No.
The people should take leadership to account.
No, and then if they don't account, what happens?
No, you change them. You change them. It's the call of the people to change the leadership.
If the last president of Ghana lost the last election.
Yes.
The incumbent.
Remember,
he wasn't running. He didn't run. His party lost.
His vice lost.
His vice that ran lost.
That's what I'm saying. But it was part of the previous government.
Yes.
You understand?
We are talking of
it was not a big deal, and nobody went to court.
Of course, yeah.
Because it was clear.
Because the election.
But the point is, either we like it or not, much of the blame should be in the followership. Once you resist certain things, the leadership is constantly afraid. But because he knows that we will not challenge him, that's why he has this thing. It's just like if somebody comes to your house, he's an armed robber, and he knows that you have a gun in your house, he will be cautious. He won't just come and barge into your house. But because he knows that you are vulnerable, that's why he come to your house, scale defense, enter your house, do whatever he wants to do, and leave. So even at these primaries, if we say no, you are sending a signal to them.
They will sit back.
They will sit back.
I used to tell a story of, the story is out there everywhere. A certain Egyptian pharaoh, they asked him, why did you become a tyrant? He said, because nobody stopped me.
Wow.
Exactly.
Yes, no one stopped me.
Okay.
The Romanian Revolution.
What about even the recent one?
Okay.
This South Korean issue.
The people.
The people. There was no leadership that went to say, okay, I'm leading you to the assembly.
The people say, go back to the
Go
National
back.
Assembly.
You must come back. Even legislators were scaling the fence to make sure that they have majority to upturn that martial law.
And that man has been sentenced.
That man is now in jail.
Forever.
Yes.
Look at what happened in Romania. It was Nicolas Ceausescu, brought people together in what we call like the Eagle Square here. He said, I did this for you, I did this for you, I did this for you. One old woman shouted, liar. And people turned. Who had the boldness to shout liar? And before you know it, the man continued. 5 people in 10 minutes.
And then it became riotous.
It became riotous. The man wanted to run. The military that was guarding him turned the turret against him. If you move, they got the wife. And that was how the Romanian Revolution started. Today, Romania happens to be one of the fastest growing economies in Eastern Europe.
And most peaceful.
It was the people. And very peaceful.
Even another example is USSR, when Gorbachev was there. They went to parliament and said, they marched on the parliament, and the soldiers were dropping their uniform and subsiding with the people.
What happened in Madagascar? It was the people. The soldiers, they say, shoot. The soldiers say, no, these are our people.
It's
We'll
more
shoot
on
them.
the people, not on the leadership. The leadership, if you challenge them, they are cowardly.
Where the
But if you don't challenge them, they get emboldened.
Where the leadership will do well is when you have an established order.
Yes.
That things are already running well.
But
Otherwise,
there's no system in Nigeria.
Like Rollins said, that the system they want to establish that even if the devil come, he cannot obtain it. That was what Rollins said. Well, we are
is that not what is keeping Ghana now?
Well, we are looking at something.
They have strong institutions, not strong men.
Exactly. So with now that we have strong men in Nigeria, how do you obliterate them? So that the society can
the people should rise and build strong institutions.
Because look at what somebody said, that he will not hand over to the opposition.
Who said that?
The person that said it, that he will not hand over to the opposition. That means he has already made up his mind. He has already made up where he is going. And whenever you want to push this in further, tribalism will set in. Tribalism will set in. These are issues in Nigeria that somebody needs to correct.
When we talk about tribalism and we talk about Ghana, Ghana is not one ethnic stock. They have different ethnic nationalities in Ghana, but it seems to be working for them.
But here, you can see, I told you that something that work out there cannot work in Nigeria.
So it's about the people.
It cannot work in Nigeria. The person that people are even looking up to, that's okay, this man, at least among all of them, this one is a bit honest. Let us use it. You can see the war he's going through. Look at what he's going through. All because of what? He did not agree with the establishment. These are issues, these are very big issues. And by the time you push it further, tribalism will definitely set in. They will tell you, don't vote. If you do this, we are going to kill you.
Tribalism cuts across. The same way you have an Hausa man rooting for P2B, it's the same way a person in the southeast will be rooting for somebody like Atiku. And it's a free world. Whoever wants to align with anybody should be free to align with anybody. And tribalism stops at our level. At the leadership level, they know how to settle themselves. They don't fight, they don't quarrel.
When we talk about ethnic politics, ethnicity and tribalism as a problem, I like to cite a few instances. Let me start from West Africa here. I just mentioned Ghana. Yeah. Ghana is multi-ethnic, but it seems to be working for them. They are moving ahead. Then if you look at both extremes, Somalia, one ethnic stock, one religion, they are in tatters for how many years? Then if you go to Botswana, one ethnic stock, one religion, they are doing well. If you go to Europe, let's take UK for instance. You have the Irish, you have the English, you have the Scot, and you have the Welsh. You know, differences, but they're able to moderate all those differences and modulate them. And they are moving on. America is the most diverse country in the world in terms of ethnicities. You have the Latinos, you have the mulattoes, you have the blacks, you have the whites. In fact, even in the white community, they are divided. You know, they have the Caucasian whites, they have the other whites from Eastern Europe and all of that. But somehow, there are elements of, you know, this, when they say black supremacists and white supremacists and black lives matter, these are pockets of ethnicity, you know, racial
the
divides and all of
KKKs.
that, the
The
KKK
KKKs.
and all of that. But at the level of the institutions, you know, these things work for the people. The black man might not be doing so well, but over time they have gained a lot of rights, you know, to be able to, you know, integrate to society and do whatever others are doing. The fact that they are divided, it's about building strong institutions. At some point, when we talked about the critical race theory, when institutions of government, you know, were the ones enforcing racism and all of that, it's been scaled down over time. So why can't we do all of that? We had the federal character here, which looks more like the Affirmative Action Act in the United States of America. We have the federal character. We have what again?
Quota system.
The quota system. We have the catchment areas and all of that. Those things should have helped.
They are on paper. Nobody is practicing it.
Unfortunately. Moses used to tell a story about a certain organization he went to, and they were asking him, are you of this ethnic stock? Because we have it here.
For the next 10 years.
For the next 10 years, nobody from that ethnicity will get recruited into this organization. Why? Because at the headship of that organization, the person that left brought in his people in their numbers.
Can you imagine?
So it's about the people.
Even if they can even do on merit, if you want to bring all your people and it's on merit, I won't bother. As long as they will deliver the good for the rest of the country.
No, that's why you have federal character and the affirmative action.
That's going against the tenets of the agreement.
Of the agreement. Because if you do it on merit, there's a certain group of people who will never get into certain places.
But when we are looking for quality, when we are looking for production, when we are looking for good product, get people who can do it. That's what we are after here. Yes, that's what we are after. It doesn't matter where you come from.
But in some instances, if you do that, and it doesn't favor another person, you start crime, marginalization.
Look, if we are giving us results, nobody will bother.
All right.
Nigerians
well,
want quality.
let's just reel out a few other headlines, and
No, I
then
think
we might just
we need to talk about 350 terrorists taken out.
Oh yes, you can
Where
react
are
to
the
that
borders?
one. But let me just quickly take this headline. Importers shun Nigerian ports for Benin as charges hit 20 million naira.
Okay.
Yeah, that's one of concern. Malabu sues federal government. OPL 245 demands 1 trillion naira compensation. And then, so a few other headlines here. Federal government cuts train fares 50% for Eid celebration. This happens every holiday, and then the price goes back to what it was initially. All right, so let's talk about the 30,000 Fulani militants fueling Nigeria's insecurity. That's according to a U.S. report. Is that the one you wanted to react to?
No, there was a story
375 terrorists that were
said 350 something terrorists
that were neutralized.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'll need to get to that particular story. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, it's also tied to the 30,000 Fulani
militants. Yeah, fueling insecurity.
The point in the last few days after the incident in Obomosho, most of the videos I watched, majority of the faces I saw in some of these videos were not actually Nigerians.
Of course.
So where are they coming from? Except we want to accept that majority of these people have lineage as Fulani and they are from the Sahel coming to Nigeria unrestricted. So where is the job of Pantami, who said with NIN, it will be difficult for foreigners to invade Nigeria, to infiltrate Nigeria. So where is it? Pantami, yes. And later on, it was alleged to belong to this Boko Haram sect. True or false, we don't know. But the point is, if you said you have neutralized 300 and something, and you have 30,000 identified, what is the fraction of 300? And yet, you claim to have arrested 744, and you want to rehabilitate them. And majority of these people that you rehabilitate, they go back to the military, to their... No, you see, even if we go by the pockets of attacks here and there, it's not as if just one group is the one attacking. They have their cells. And you recall that I said after that 25th December bombing that I can tell you that these people will disperse. It will be very difficult to have them because it was because they were stationary in one place that the attackers were able to get them. Today, the person that is attacking in Bomosho may be different from the one attacking in Akure, may be different from the one attacking in Enugu. So how do you capture these people?
No, the people that gathered in Sokoto, there are just one cell, one large cell. They have
you don't understand, but today you can't even have that one large cell anymore.
Maybe they still have.
You see, under Buhari, something happened here that we are not paying attention to. This man said anybody that has $200 is allowed to enter Nigeria through the border and you'll be given automatic visa. Up to today, that
No, that policy, he's talking about the policy. The policy wasn't discontinued, right?
It was not up to today. Up to today. So when people are asking, how did they come in? Where are they coming from? No, up to today, our borders are still open for them. That is where they're coming from. Remember again, a letter was written inviting them. Samuel Otom, the former governor of Benue, read that letter when those people wanted to kill him. Fulani Nationality Movement also. Otom read the letter that invited them to come into Nigeria.
It's not about Otom reading the letter. Abubakar Galadima said it.
So
Erufai said it.
So all these things are
one
there.
person says that the 30,000 figure, that you don't seem to believe it. I think it's underestimated. There could be more. There could be more. Yes, there could be more. They are everywhere in this country.
So
the fact that they have not started causing havoc in city centers in parts of the southwest,
they are bidding their time.
They are bidding their time. If you go to south, if you go to southeast, in the remotest villages, you have people that head cows. They are not the run-of-the-mill headers you and I used to know while growing up. These days, they are different, a different breed. And they come from all the way from Mali, Burkina Faso, Sahel region and all of that. And they are armed.
Even Central African Republic, where the Balaka rebels, they chase them out somewhere. In Central African Republic.
Yes. And they will come in through Cameroon. Exactly. From Cameroon, they will come in through the northeast into Nigeria.
What is going on here is that they have seen here as a fertile ground. A very good fertile ground. Because what they are doing here, they have not done it in any African country. And this is their modus operandi.
They were chased away in Ghana.
They were, of course, Ghana, yes.
They were chased from Burkina Faso.
From Chad as well.
It's only in Nigeria that they have a
Turkey is from Niger Republic. Now it's a warlord.
I'm telling you. So these are issues. And that's why I'm blaming the federal government. Are they waiting until this will become overwhelming?
Well,
it's already.
It's overwhelming already.
Beyond their capacity.
Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. We must appreciate Chukwuma Okoro, who makes a comeback later tonight, 6 p.m. Political Lens, promises to be interested. And also, thank you, Daily Fanimo, a reporter and a public affairs commentator, and Mr. Darlington Agumo, thank you very much for your time as well. He's a lawyer. Well, that's all we have time for on Newspaper Review. Sports comes up next. Happy holiday, happy Children's Day. I'm Moses Humphrey. Bye-bye.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching VOP TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the voice of the people. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the voice of the people today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi, everyone. My name is Princess Fathia Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akweja. Ricky Adelaida, the fisherman. Voice of the people. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is VOP TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
in a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Africa is on the move. a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice. Shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens. We bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome to Golden Tulip, where every stay is a celebration of comfort and style. Discover beautifully designed rooms crafted for your relaxation and peace of mind. Savor delicious, expertly prepared meals at our exceptional restaurants. Relax and socialize at our elegant lounge bar. Refresh yourself at the vibrant pool bar and enjoy a soothing swim in our sparkling pool. Planning something special? Our spacious and sophisticated hall provides the perfect setting for weddings, conferences, and memorable events. Whether for business or leisure, we deliver excellence with unmatched hospitality. Comfort, class, premium experience. Book today and elevate your hospitality experience. Airport Golden Tulip. Stay golden. Live golden.
welcome to the locker room, the home of football talks that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing to the talk, please discuss.
hello, my name is Inejo. Keep watching Vop TV.
What up? My name is Usimachiku. You are watching Vop TV. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching Vop TV.
Hi everyone, hope you're doing good. Keep watching Vop TV and just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi guys, it's your boy Praise. Keep watching Vop TV.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton, Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online.
Yes, I think May 27, 2026 is a day that will never come. Like you say, it will never come again. That's just a word. And we want to take out this time to celebrate every of our Muslim brothers out there celebrating today. And you already say public holiday Nigeria. And then for the kids, all of the children in the world, Nigeria to be exact, is there really something to celebrate today of? Just, you can say, Children's Day, big Children's Day, but in Nigeria, maybe not to celebrate for the kids. You know, we heard about the bandit talk, the Boko Haram stories, and what's really going on, how it's been oftentimes, and that one that happened recently, your state. So are we really, really celebrating? So maybe this is an opportunity for the children and also every Nigerian, for those on top of the log, the government. We are begging, we are pleading. We would love to say you protect the citizens, these children, bandits, kidnaps, and teachers' head being cut off. This story doesn't sound good, but we have to celebrate. Cut to the man to say Happy Children's Day to all of the kids out there, mostly to those who have lost themselves in that struggle. And but quickly, let's get on top point. You're watching VOP TV, Lagos, Nigeria, and it's that opportunity time. We can let you know what happened yesterday. For the first time in a long time, Nigeria played a game, and it doesn't sound like we are celebrating. I don't know. But Femi Aziz, he got a brace for Nigeria against Zimbabwe, making his debut in that very game, 2-0 in the match against Zimbabwe. Femi Aziz scored twice on his debut as Super Eagles defeated Warriors of Zimbabwe 2-0 in the semi-final of the Unity Cup on Tuesday night. Aziz opened the scoring for Nigeria with a superb shot from outside the box in the 6th minute after he was set up by Thierry Murphy of Porto. The Super Eagles dominated the first half, limiting their opponents to few chances. Philip Otele, Alassane Yusuf, Murphy missed a couple of chances to make Nigeria get a 2 lead before the break. But Zimbabwe, you need to know, they took control of the game when it felt like they were just here. And in the second half, they had a very good game, a lot of pressure on Nigeria, and they got, just what they needed in that game. But it was late before Femi Aziz made it 2. That's 2 minutes after the half mark, with Aziz slotting home inside the box from a superb pass by Otele. Now, Otto Okonkwo, another man we should look into, the goalkeeper, he made some superb save 20 minutes from this time to deny Zimbabwe that one to go in. But Nigeria will have to face either India or Jamaica, and that will be in the final at the Valley on Saturday. So any of the side will be wanting to come. But quickly now, let's talk about one man, Mo Salah. You can't talk less about Mo Salah, incredible player at the time. I love Mo Salah, decent player, world-class player. He's brought everything he wants. Now, Mo Salah, you need to know, he's just a man you cannot write past. Mo Salah now breaks the Liverpool Premier League assist record. He surpasses Steven Gerrard's tally of 92 assists in the competition. People say he's not the Liverpool greatest of all time. You have your own opinion, but for me, I was like saying, now, let's see this record for Mo Salah. Premier League, he's won it twice. EFL Cup, he's won it twice. Champions League once. FA Cup once. UEFA Super Cup once. FIFA Club World Cup. Community Shield, it's about Salah. This is how he was celebrated on the final day, at that game against Brentford. And then we saw Jordan Henderson having a talk with him just at the sideline, just where they say this is Anfield, and was saying big talk, big players coming alive. And you can look, this is what it is. Look at former teammate Jordan Henderson now. He was part of the World Cup for the English side. He was having a chit-chat with Mo Salah, who was deeply celebrated by the people of Liverpool and also the Egyptians. And on the show today, we come with Salah and we are saying, you've done so well. Congratulations on what you've brought to football. We will miss you in Liverpool, but look at this record. It's incredible how far he has come and what he has done. He's just a magnificent player, and that's about what Salah brings. And you can say he is the best player for Liverpool, my opinion, goal-wise. Everybody has got their own ideology. Some want to say Steven Gerrard, some say Kenneth Dowley, some say Ian Rodge. You can keep naming legends, but I can't not just give it to anybody if not Mo Salah. Leading top scorer in the Premier League for Liverpool, that's big for an African player. Or player scoring a lot of goals in one club. When we used to have the record, Salah broke that record. Now Salah has a record with Liverpool. A player who has struggled from Barcelona. We know they moved to Chelsea, Fiorentina. We know all of the things he struggled to just get in the A game. And right now, he's worth celebrating. Liverpool will definitely miss him. And then, will they get a replacement? Time tells. And from Mo Salah, we just get into another man, Sadio Mane. People say he's underrated. That's the word. I don't know. Sadio Mane, maybe you can say. Some say he's underrated. But let's just look at his record, what he has got for himself. Sadio Mane has won a lot of trophies. And people barely talk about Sadio Mane. That's the reason why people are looking to say Sadio Mane is not the man. Now, we are going off Mo Salah off the bars on this. Now, we're talking about this. We look into Sadio Mane's career. I must tell you, Sadio Mane has done so well for himself. Look at this. 757 games, 309 goals, 158 assists. Now, let's just bring you what he has won for himself. You cannot talk less about the Senegalese. African champion Mo Salah is also another champion, is Sadio Mane. Now, let's go to Sadio Mane's record. Has he won the Champions League? Has he won the FIFA Club World Cup? Has he won a lot of trophies for himself? We bring to you so we can let you know that Sadio Mane's career start is so incredible and amazing to look into. Sadio Mane's career start is also one you should look at. He has won a lot of trophies for himself. Just a run through about what Sadio Mane has won. And then, this is it. 757 games, 309 goals, 158 assists, 468 goal contributions. And this is just a start. Now, people begin to wonder, saying he's underrated. I don't know if I should agree with them, because for a man who has won 2 times AFCON tournament, he's won the Premier League, he's won the Champions League, he's won the Club World Cup, he's won the UEFA Super Cup, EFL Cup, FA Cup, Bundesliga, Super Cup, Australian Bundesliga, and the Austrian Cup. For those wanting to know, he won the Australia Bundesliga back in the time with Salzburg, and also he did so well for himself with Bayern Munich, winning just won the Bundesliga. So if you say Sadio Mane is underrated, I think you have your opinion for saying so, because the truth is that we're not loud in this praise. That's what it is. We're not loud in the praise of Sadio Mane. We've not been talking exclusively well about what Sadio Mane has done for himself and what he has given to the Senegalese people. But this is an African legend. He's an African champion. You cannot say less about Sadio Mane. I think it takes me back to look into the part where we had Sadio Mane, Roberto Firmino, and then we had Mo Salah in one club. They won the Champions League, if you remember, against Tottenham Hotspur. And that team, we don't know if we can still see a throw up front for Liverpool. I don't think so. I don't know. We don't even know what the future holds. But looking at what those guys did back at Anfield, the Jurgen Klopp, right now, Henderson, that team was incredible to look out for. And you can begin to wonder, you can begin to say, you can agree with us to say that Sadio Mane is one of the greatest players for African football. But people begin to say he should be where he is. Not so much talk about Sadio Mane. But I just think we're not having the right PR in Africa, because if this man was a European player, maybe you can say, or possibly a British, the hype will be so loud. But we want to see more loud hype for players like this who have just like a milestone. He has done so well. You can see for yourself what trophy is left for him to win in European football, top flight football. And recently now he's won the Saudi Pro League with Ronaldo, João Felix in that same team. So you cannot talk less about Sadio Mane. We should give him a reference and a big record, and that's a man who young players should reckon with. Very, very humble, very decent, challenging. He's faced a lot of challenges in the past, but how far he's come. It's just about hard work that finally paid off. Now, from Sadio Mane, we head into Mikel Arteta. Before we talk about Arteta, let's talk about Eze. I think Eze has been trending on social media. I don't know how he did it. He posted something back, I think that was it 2014 or 15 or so? He wasn't even playing top flight football. He was in top flight league, but not playing top flight football. Right, so let me just say, we know his move from QPR. We know the Crystal Palace move. He won the FA Cup with Oliver Glasner. But about Eberechi Eze now, we tell you, Eze, just a throwback on social media, a past post we bring to you. So you can understand that sometimes it's a high mentality of a player who went on X and posted something and said, someday I'm going to win something for myself and have a trophy for myself. And just not long, Eze was celebrated in the Premier League. Now, this is look at the date, 1704. That's April 2015. This is the time, this is like you could say past 9. That's a post. Now, you look at this one, he said, I swear, I'ma make it. And when I do, they're going to show this tweet. Ebere Eze 10. And this is a verified handle. And just not long, he has won the Premier League. So more trophies for Eberechi Eze if he continues this way. We saw Eze at Crystal Palace with Oliver Glasner winning the FA Cup, and he just felt like we don't need to settle for less. I need to make a move. He said no to a Tottenham Hotspur side. And I think Ian Wright, I recall, said something about Eze. He said, I've ever since he's been 7, 8, and growing, he just said he wants to be a champion. And now this is the mentality of a champion. Just as Eze has been celebrated, that's how much he's been loved right there. He came to Nigeria, had his wedding plans, had his wedding here in Nigeria, and then went back with his wife to celebrate himself. Now Eze is a big force to reckon with. Are we going to see him do something like this come the final, where they play in Budapest against Paris Saint-Germain, a game changer? And with Arteta, maybe the philosophy might change, because the recent one they gave us was the likes of Declan Rice, like number 6. Eze and Martin Odegaard played the pivotal role, and that's, you could say, like a number 10 role, and it was like a double package. So maybe, just maybe, if Arsenal can go on again, I don't know, we don't know what he holds for, Budapest May 30th, where Paris Saint-Germain will play against Arsenal. We don't know what it holds. But up until that time, we can say Arsenal are champions for the English football. And then for the Serie A, we've talked about how Inter Milan dominated. But a team that will be playing in the final, I won a team that got to the final the last time, Inter Milan, 5-0, is Paris Saint-Germain. They will also play against Arsenal. And so both sides, we don't know what the result will be, but we just have to wait to recollect and see how it goes. But from then, we should tell them all, elite mentality, Mikel Arteta, Spanish international, potential manager, brilliant manager. This is Arteta, celebration every time. And he said something that struck my mind. He said, are we going to win the league? I don't know. No, he didn't say. He said, I think the word is, he said he knows, right? But when will it be? I don't know. We keep coming closer. We keep getting closer. We keep trying to get out there closer. Just keep going. And then you could see how Arsenal clinched on days, back-to-back, 3rd time, like successively and consecutively, 3rd times they became second. And then Mikel Arteta. Now, for you to know that this man has an elite mentality, we'll bring to you, he drew something. I think the word is, let's let you know about Arteta. This is just what he did. You need to know. A blacked out, this is it, a blacked out league, a Premier League trophy was installed by Arsenal training coach Arteta. You could say on Arsenal's training ground. So this is about the training ground. And this thing he installed there when they've not even won the Premier League. And it would only light up once Arsenal become champions. And at the end of the day, that light came up. Mission achieved. He's just so spirited. That's about Mikel Arteta. manager of the season. He's now the manager of the season for the Premier League. He's giving that authority. He's giving that power to develop the young players. And can I even tell you, let's bring this now. Managers that we've had so far, managers of the season, are big records for you to see that he has placed his name in the world on that face. I think Spanish managers are doing so well, brilliantly. This is just the list. This is what it looks like. You can see Ferguson. You can see Dalglish, Ferguson, Arsene Wenger, Ferguson again. Now, Ferguson, Bowley, Arsene Wenger, Ferguson. He dominated the football world very well in the Premier League. Arsene Wenger got close. And then this man again, Mourinho, Ferguson. One of the time we just see this, also we have Alan Pardew as well, Pep Guardiola, Jurgen Klopp, we have Bowley, we have Mourinho again, Ranieri, Jurgen Klopp, all of these managers, Antonio Conte. But the recent one, we had Jurgen Klopp as the last season. But to just conclude this season, Arteta has found his way. And it's about Mikel Arteta. So congratulations to every Arsenal fan all over the world. And because today you can say they are champions. 22 years wait is over. Now they go to play. The last time they played in the Champions League final was back in 2006. And that's like 20 years ago. If you look at this time around, you'll say they need to win it. They need to go. Just try to do what they love to do and then get themselves the champions, win it. But the bad news is that Ousmane Dembele is back in training, and then Arsenal have to fight and find a way to get the result. Now, from that one, we talk about man who's got milestone, Harry Kane. He said this was definitely one of the best rides, or one of the best nights in my career. I was incredibly excited after the final. We've told you, he said, and I heard so much about it from many players. We had already experienced this final with the club, and then to score a hat-trick in the final, it's really a very special game and a very special feeling. I'm extremely proud of that. I love this season at Bayern Munich. Look at this one now. Milestone reached. Most goals in a season. Top 5 leagues after 2000. Bayern Munich, Real Madrid, Football Club Barcelona, Barca, and Barca. So Harry Kane's record. Those throw up front. Incredible players. Luis Diaz, Harry Kane, Michael Olise. These ones were threatening to every club. We saw how they got off the Champions League because of the masterclass of Luis Enrique. But regardless, we should give him a record. Now, we just tell you more record about Harry Kane. He's got more records for himself in top-flight football at this point in time. He just surpassed some records. No player finished top in European football in no competition than Harry Kane. Even Abad Mbappe, who won the Pichichi, did not come close. Haaland did not come close. So it's happened to be that Harry Kane surpassed all of these ones and found himself on top of the log. So that also you can say, you bring to you, because when you look into Harry Kane's record, you say he's 32, a man everyone felt like you cannot win something for yourself. He made a move from Tottenham Hotspur, not about goal-wise, not about the chase of the goals from that very man, talking about, Alan Shearer. He just wanted to make a mark for himself and put himself on the milestone. So Harry Kane has been brilliant oftentimes. Harry Kane is the man to talk about. Harry Kane has got goal quality. Harry Kane is the man that we should be looking at the World Cup coming. I just think he's been decent. He's been good. We used to have that record about Harry Kane, and all of the records, how far he has placed himself. He surpassed Mbappe, he surpassed Haaland, and just to say congratulations to Harry Kane. This is the record, 61 he's got for himself. Kylian Mbappe, 41. Harry Kane getting 61. Haaland getting 38. So this is top 5 league goals in all competition. No player came close. So we should celebrate Harry Kane. Now, let's talk about Chelsea. I don't know if there's anything to play for. Xabi Alonso has got a job to do. No European competition for Chelsea. 11 red cards in all competition, 8 in the Premier League. And then they have broken their own record. That's about Chelsea. And they have also earned twice as many dismissals as the next highest club in the Premier League. A bad record for a club like Chelsea, an elite club, a club that's won literally everything football have brought out in top-flight league. This is Xabi Alonso. We just heard the news not long. It was breaking that he's now the new coach for Chelsea. Now, how do you go on having red cards? That's the indiscipline of the team. The indiscipline of the team, and I don't know how Xabi wants to do this, because he has a record for himself. He has done well. One of the celebrated managers in German football. He came to Leverkusen, he turned it around. He went to Real Madrid. He didn't have all of the time. Now look at all of this. Playing career. Look at major honors. Look at this one. Now this is the red card story about Chelsea. You can count. 11 red cards in all competition, 8 in the Premier League. I don't know if they really have something to play for. That's the question. Do Chelsea have something to play for next season? I think their priority should be just go out and win the Premier League or make the top 4 for the Champions League. But because they will not be involved in any European tournament, then I can say that Xabi Alonso, I don't know if he's going to have all the time he wants by Todd Bowley. I don't know if you have all the time by Ibali, because these people are so impatient. They don't have the time for you. I sometimes say the club doesn't care about you because they just want to get trophies. And how much will be given, how many power approach will be given to this man to demonstrate what he has to offer to this team. They are the youngest team in the Premier League. So it means that he needs to find a way to just get around these players, the likes of Maurice Caicedo, Enzo Fernandez, Cole Palmer, non-Monica left them and won the Premier League with Arsenal. They also have, Tyron Mings, Tyron George as well, Everton, who went on loan. So a lot of players left the club. But with what they have, Fofana, good player, decent guys, Chaloba, that team, Marco Correa, they have quality. And we just want to believe that Xabi Alonso can find his way around these young lads. Maybe Delap leaves. Nicolas Jackson returns back to the club. João Pedro has been decent. Pedro Neto. The Argentine should leave as well, maybe. Garnacho Alejandro. Yeah. So from that one, let's talk about prize money. The Premier League is big. There's no way. You cannot talk less about them. People like to say the PR of the English League is so much. But let's talk about it on social media. We just see it. We'll bring to you. I will bring a note to you so you can understand. Now look at this. This is the record for every team who was part of the Premier League just this season concluded. Went home with something very tangible. £198.7 million. Arsenal got that one. Man City came £192.5 million. Man United £191.5 million. That's about Michael Carrick delivering records. Aston Villa £182.6 million. And it goes on and on. But do you know the most shocking of them all? It's the last team, the bottom team, Wolves, £117.7 million. It's unbelievable. Now, Burnley, 118 million, 118 point, I think that's 1.1 million pounds, right? And then West Ham relegated, who needs 150,000 million pounds rather to keep their finances abridged and also okay. Also went home with 128.6 million pounds. Now, let's bring the record to you so you can understand that even Burnley earned more than Barcelona. You can't believe it. Now, it's not just about the PR. Now, look at this. La Liga will distribute around 1.43 billion euros. That's approximately 1.2 billion euro in TV audiovisual revenue for the 25-26 season across clubs in the first and second division, while the Premier League is expected to distribute more than £3 billion among its 20 clubs for the first time ever this season. Now, reason why relegated Burnley got more prize money than title-winning football club Barcelona. To make it interesting, La Liga will pay the money in installments for 3 years. So instrumentally, that's how the pay will go. And that's about the EPL pays TV revenue one time. So what are we not saying? We should give that record to a side like the Premier League side, the PR. More reason why, so I think that's why Italian football is losing it. Because if you check Italian football, these managers keep rolling around themselves. This one is leaving, this one is replacing. They barely travel out. It's different when the Spanish managers have turned the table around. Now, Spanish managers are dominating football in the world. A Downey Roller, 17 years, Bournemouth, being part of the European football. You know that record, right? Luis Enrique doing excellently well with Paris Saint-Germain. Como, Cesc Fabregas, doing so great as well, taking it in the Champions League. Pep Guardiola just retired. La Masia to the world at the time, if not the greatest of all time, you can say. Mikel Arteta, give Arsenal the Premier League. These managers are Spanish. Xabi Alonso, we saw what he did in Leverkusen. So, I think the record is just great. Arteta found himself to be, I think, the second youngest manager, right, who won the Premier League for himself. Yeah, after Mourinho 20 years ago. So, Spanish managers are really dominating football in Europe. Are we going to see? He became the first man to manage a club side and play for that same club. So they are just getting themselves on the map. and then we can say that they have the best league in the world, highly competitive. You just saw how the running went. Arsenal winning it, but it wasn't easy. It wasn't so rosy because the chase happened. That City chased them down the wires, but what have you? Those signings just couldn't make it all done. But shout out to Arsenal and the less boys who are also trying to get close to what Arsenal have done in this phase. Now, also, before we get to the World Cup talk, we have to go on a very quick break. When we return, the show will continue. Now, we'll show you everything, basically not all, but just to run through about how it's been, the World Cup stories, the players involved, team selection, that we do a deep analysis about the Three Lions. No Gerald Bowen, no Phil Foden, no Cole Palmer, no Harry Maguire, no Morgan Gibbs-White. There is no also one man who, Madison missed out due to injury. All of these wrapped up just on one show. When we return, the show continues. Please don't go anywhere. Just stay with us. We'll be back shortly. Yes, welcome back from that quick break. Yes, the World Cup talk is big, and there's no Super Eagles, no Nigeria. For the 8th format, 10 African countries, and no Super Eagles in this one. It doesn't sound good. We cannot celebrate it, But Scott say the men are right here on the show. We give you all of the analysis, all of the talk point as our countdown continues. How many days counting is just what it is. Now, how many days? Not long. July 19th is the day it comes to a close. But June 11th is the day it starts. So you can say 15 days and counter for the World Cup, or some say tomorrow 14, 15. Just do the countdown, and that works. But let's just bring a highlight. Some of the teams are selected players. Let's talk about some African story. Now, this is Colombia. Let's talk about Colombia in a bit. Now, Vargas, Montero, Ospina, the goalkeepers, and then they have Sanchez, Lacombe, Mina, Dita, Munoz, Arias, Mojica, Mocherd, Lema, Potila, Rios, Castano, Puerta, Arias, Akasaka, Quintero, Rodriguez, Luis Diaz, Campas, Gomez, Suarez, Cordoba, and then Hernandez. This is about the Colombia squad. These ones are ready and good to go. Now, we give you more teams who are just on this very phase for the World Cup 2026. The squad list already out. While we're still waiting for other teams to bring out Diaz, we also have this one, the Colombia team. But you see, the good news is that James Rodriguez is in the team. Yes. And also, let's see if we can get more of these ones about the World Cup players who will be making it. And also, I think the deep analysis will be, now this is the Spanish national team. There is no Sanchez, but these three goalkeepers are world class. Unai Simon, David Raya, the best keeper in the world at this point in time. Joe Garcia of Barcelona. And Unai Simon plus trade with Athletic Club. He's just been good, off the time. Manager loves him well, De La Fuente. Now, the midfield happened to be quality, but the backline, Cucurella, Grimaldo, Kubasi, Laporte, Pupillo, Eric Garcia, Marcos Llorente, and then Pedro Porro. Now, the midfield, Gavi, Fabian Ruiz there, Martin Zubimendi there, Pedro Gonzalez, Rodrigo, that's Rodri of Man City, Alex Baena, and then Mikel Merino. This is the team for the midfield. Oyes Abal, Danny Olmo, Nico Williams, Gemma Pino, Ferran Torres, Borja Iglesias, Victor Munoz, and then that man not long we celebrated Lamine Yamal. That's about the Spain Luis de la Fuente squad. Now we get you more. This is the Ghanaian national team. Benjamin Asare, Lawrence Atazege, Joseph Anato, Solomon Agbasi, Paul Reverson is in the team. Baba Abdul, Gideon Mensah, Marvin Sanaya, Aido Saido, Abdul Munain is in the team as well. Jeremy Opoko is in the team. Jonas Apteje, Kojo Opon Kapera, Alexander Jiku, and then Elijah Owosu. These are the Ghanaian South Timor's party also being part of the World Cup. Kiwasa Zibo, Augustin Bokke, Kaleba Urenke, Abdul Fatawa Ishwako, Kamodin Suleiman, quality for Atalanta. We know him well. Christopher Bonsa, Ernest Noma, Anthony Samayo, decent. New signing for January for City. And then Brandon is also in the team. Prince Kwabena Adu, Inaki Williams, Athletic Club, Jordan Ayew, quality anytime in this team. That's about the Black Stars releasing their own list of players who will be at the World Cup. But it's a lot to look into the World Cup squad. Let's have you more, show you how it will be going. This is the Norwegian team. Well, Hask, Georgia Leland is in the team. Sylvie, Cassandra Tokik. These are the team. Ajer, Bokan, Fachenza, Lankas, Hajem, Pedersen, Rayatsen, Wolf, Ostigard, Astgard, Frederick Owens, Patrick Berg, Sander Berg, Oscar Bob, James Peter Hogg, Antonio Nusa, Andres Schitterup, And then Morton, top six in the team. Christian off the bed, Martin Odegaard. Now, just 3 strikers will be going for this team. Elbert Haaland, Jürgen Strand-Larsen, and then Alexander Solot, who plays his club football as well at Atletico Madrid. Jürgen Strand-Larsen plays for Crystal Palace, while Haaland, at City with Pep Guardiola. Now, more for the World Cup news. This one also brings to you, I think the most controversial is the national team of the English side. But this is mainly Diouf, Diop, Sa, Sek, Jacobs, Jatan, Akite, Mendy, Koulibaly, Kalido, Bo, Kamara, Diouf, Idrissa Gueye, Pap Says, Kamara, Pap Matassa, Diarra, Gay, Ndiaye, Nicholas Jackson, Diao, Elman Ndiaye, Ismail Assar, Sergio Mane, Ndiaye, Bentane, and then that young boy that I love so well, Mbaye. Now, more from the team. Just a lot. I don't know if you can just do a run through. This is about the German team, but maybe no time to just get into top form, but we could do it again when we return. But let's just go straight to the national team of the English side. There's been this controversial talk. Yeah. This is the national team of the German side. But there's been this controversial talks. Well, is what actually starting about. I don't know about the national team of the English people. Thomas Tuchel made a move, and this man is just blunt. He has chosen his team. He don't care about what you make. Now look at this. Look at this. Everywhere is filled up. From the right back, James, that's James for Chelsea, James was James. Livramento of Newcastle comes to be second man. And then Konsa, John Stones, who is coming in possibly as the leader. And then Konsa, who made a move to German League, Bundesliga. Now, McGay and Bond. Then Bond can play as a left back. Now, he dropped Luke Shaw. He went on with Nick O'Reilly. Decent game, youngest best player in the Premier League. And Jess Spence with a jaw injury. He's playing for Tottenham Hotspur. Now, at the midfield, Jordan Henderson is in the midfield. Henderson is part of the team for leadership quality, we just feel. He's been good for Brentford. And then Elliot Anderson, quality. I love him from Nottingham Forest. Declan Rice, Kubamino. Now, then Saka. Talk points have been, why is Nani Madueke part of the World Cup? No Gerard Bowen, but that's the manager saying, I decide what I want for myself. Morgan Rogers, number 10. Bellingham, also number 10 role, But I think Eberechi Eze is the most creative in this national side for the Three Lions. And then from the left side, Rashford, Anthony Gordon, up front, Ola Watkins playing second fiddle, Ivan Toney as well. Then Harry Kane comes to be the king. Now, Harry Maguire, he's being talked about. Can I tell you? Harry Maguire is one man. I think Thomas Tuchel said I had a word with him. I told him you will not be part of my squad. We'll bring the write-up so you can see. And he said, I'm so disappointed. I'm surprised. Why is Maguire saying a lot on social media? He already knew he wasn't in the plan. I already told him. We had a phone call. We had a very good conversation. But Maguire has come to say, I was confident I could have played a major part of this summer for my country after the season I've had, and I've been left shocked and gutted by the decision. I've loved nothing more than putting that shirt on and representing my country over the years. I wish the players all the best this summer. But if I want to be factual, I'll tell you, this is not worth it. He should be in the team. He was good with Michael Carrick. I love to say Harry Maguire should be the national team for the Three Lions. Well, we just cannot go on and on to tell about the World Cup news. I just wished we could do more. But this is just how it goes. But quickly on the show today, let's celebrate someone who's +1 today. One man should be reckoned with. We should talk about one man all the time. He's a decorated player, 1999 African Best Player of the Year, which we call CAF now. And also we know what he did back in 1996, Olympic gold medalist, Ajax Amsterdam, and won the Champions League back in 1995. And that's about Kanu Nwankwo, his wife. You could say, if you say legendary, Amara, I would not be wrong. She is +1 today, wife of the legend. I think she was born on today's date. That's back in 1986, May 27, Amarachi Kano, a.k.a. you could say the lady who does as well with that Nigerian fitness enthusiast job. And also a very big entrepreneur, was born on this day. Well to know, she's the wife of the legend of African football, Kanu Nwankwo. We'll give it to this very family. And we're celebrating them today. She's also a fitness and health personality. She does it well with the auto write-up and the public speaking atmosphere. She's +1. So on behalf of the station right here, VOP, Television Lagos, Nigeria, we celebrating you, Amarachi Kano. The word they say, Amara Kano. Yes, AK, big fitness personality in what you do. We wish you all of the best that life has got to offer, and then happy more years. Age gracefully is all we can say. Much love from all of us right here in the sports crew. And also, this is coming from Kizzy K and also that very man who loves to do very well that public job. Part 2 likes to say, good one. But up until then, we see you again when the show continues, and that will be tomorrow. We have the media news coming up next right here on the show, and that is for the time and is right. It's just the time to say 12. Please don't go anywhere. Stay with us. We'll be back shortly. Safe.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
I am Samantha Jacobs representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Ciro, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abasunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello, my name is Inejo. Keep watching VOP TV.
What up? My name is Usimachiku. You are watching VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi everyone, I hope you're doing good. Keep watching VOP TV and just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi guys, it's your boy Praise. Keep watching VOP TV.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech. Well, hello and welcome to the Midday News on Voice of the People television. Happy Eid al-Kabir to all of our Muslim faithfuls and happy Children's Day to every child out there. I am David Edwin. First, the headlines. President Tinubu vows to improve security. Vice President Kashim Shettima urges unity and sacrifice. Governors Peter Obi preach peace, love, and sacrifice. IG orders massive nationwide security deployment. Federal government promises a safe future for children. On the war on terrorism, NAF hits Sambisa and kills fighters. And in business, portfolio investment rises to 3.35%. In sports, on the Unity Cup, Aziz Grace gives Eagles 2-0 win over Zimbabwe. And in entertainment, Tyler wins Afrobeat honors at Amas Award. And now the news in full. President Bola Tinubu of Nigeria has called for national unity and again assured Nigerians of improvements in security and the economy. The president urged Muslims to use the Eid al-Kabir celebration to pray for peace in the country and wisdom for leaders. In his Eid al-Kabir message, Tinubu linked the spirit of sacrifice associated with the festival to the economic hardship Nigerians have endured under his administration's reforms programs. He said the sacrifices made by Nigerians over the past 3 years had helped stabilize the economy and position the country as an attractive investment destination. The president said the reforms are beginning to yield results, but acknowledged that terrorists and bandits are still attacking communities, assuring Nigerians that they would be defeated. On security, Tinubu noted that despite major operational successes, insecurity persists in some parts of the country. He referenced the recent joint Nigeria-United States operations that eliminated ISIS leader Abu Bilal al-Manouki in the Lake Chad Basin. In a related development, Vice President Kashim Shettima has called on Nigerians to embrace national unity, peaceful coexistence, and collective sacrifice as the country pursues renewal and sustainable development under the administration of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. In a statement by the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Media and Communications, Stanley Nwokocha, Shettima said that the lessons of Eid al-Kabir remains important to Nigeria's quest for peace, stability, and inclusive growth. In his Eid al-Kabir message, the Vice President urged Nigerians to draw inspiration from the values of faith, sacrifice, obedience, and compassion, exemplified by Prophet Ibrahim. He said national development cannot thrive in an atmosphere of division and mistrust, urging citizens to rise above ethnic, religious, and political differences to confront the country's common challenges. Shettima added that the Tinubu's administration remains committed to tackling insecurity, stabilizing the economy, creating jobs, and expanding opportunities for Nigerians. He appealed for continued support for the government's reform agenda, saying unity and shared sacrifice are essential to overcoming insecurity, poverty, and social dislocation. The Vice President also assured Nigerians that the federal government remains committed to restoring peace and sacrifice, while commending the sacrifices of members of the armed forces and other security agencies. In the meantime, Governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, has congratulated Muslims in Lagos State and across the country on this year's Eid al-Kabir celebration, urging them to uphold the values of sacrifice, peace, and unity. In a statement issued by his special advisor on media and publicity, Boyega Akoshile, the governor said the festive period should remind Nigerians of faith, patience, and communal harmony. Meanwhile, Governor Chukwuma Soludo called for charity, tolerance, and peaceful coexistence among citizens regardless of religious and ethnic background. He urged Muslims to use the season to pray for peace, unity, and national progress. Nasir Idris also urged Muslims to promote peace, tolerance, and understanding among both Muslims and non-Muslims. In Ebonyi State, Governor Francis Nwefuru called on Muslims to pray for peace, unity, love, and social cohesion across the country, saying Nigeria's challenges can be overcome through sincere prayers and unity. Similarly, Governor Diko Rada described Eid al-Adha as a reminder to obedience to God and selfless sacrifice values, he said, are vitals for responsible leadership and citizenship. He urged Muslim faithfuls to pray for peace and security in Katsina State and across the nation. In a related development, the former Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi called on Nigerians to embrace faith, sacrifice, unity, and compassion, urging the Eid al-Kabir celebration. In a message shared on his X platform, Obi described the festival as a sacred occasion that reflects obedience to God, love for humanity, and commitment to the common good. You're still watching the Media News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll take a very short break right now, and when we return, more stories and the analysis segment will be up next. Please do stay with us.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We're glad to have you back at Still the Media News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to other stories. As Muslims in Nigeria and across the world celebrate this year's Eid al-Adha, Muslim clerics and dignitaries in Abuja have called on Nigerians to embrace unity, sacrifice, and renewed commitments to national development. In separate messages, the clerics urged citizens to pray for peace, support ongoing reforms, and extend care to less privileged, stressing that the values of sacrifice and compassion remains vital to overcoming the country's challenges. Meanwhile, the Christian Association of Nigeria has called on leaders across the country to demonstrate sacrifice through honesty, service, and compassion as Muslims celebrate Eid al-Kabir. In a statement, CAN President Daniel Oko congratulated Muslim faithfuls in Nigeria and around the world, describing Eid al-Kabir as a symbol of faith, obedience, and devotion to God. The association said the celebration comes at a difficult time for many Nigerians facing economic hardship, insecurity, and uncertainty about the future. Khan said the deeper meaning of Eid al-Kabir should inspire leaders to make sacrifices for the well-being of citizens. He urged leaders in government, politics, business, security institutions, and religious organizations to put aside indifference, blame shifting, and narrow interest and focus on restoring public confidence and easing hardship across the country. The association also cautioned Nigerians against allowing hardship to fuel ethnic, religious, and regional divisions. Moving on, the Inspector General of Police, Olatunji Disu, has extended Eid al-Kabir greetings to Muslims across the country and ordered tighter security nationwide to ensure peaceful celebrations. In a statement issued by the Force Public Relations Officer Anthony Placid, the IGP said the Nigerian Police Force remains committed to protecting lives and properties throughout the festive period. The police chief directed commissioners of police and tactical commanders across all state commands and the Federal Capital Territory to strengthen security deployment and intensify proactive policing measures. The statement said operational plans include the deployment of tactical terms, intelligent operatives, and conventional police personnel to Eid prayer grounds, highways, motor parks, and recreational centers, critical national assets, and other crowded public places. It added that the police would also intensify visibility policing, coordinated patrols, surveillance, and intelligence-led stop and search operations to deter crimes and respond swiftly to security threats. The IGP urged Nigerians to remain vigilant and support security agencies with timely intervention, stressing that public cooperation remains vital to maintaining safety during the celebrations. In the meantime, the Federal Road Safety Corps has begun nationwide special patrol operations ahead of the 2026 Eid al-Kabir celebrations. More than 30,000 personnel, including regular and special marshals, have been deployed to ensure safer roads, smooth traffic flows,
and prompt and emergency response across the country. In a statement signed by the Corps Public Education Officer, Deputy Corps Commander Osondu Ohairi, the agency said the operations will run from May the 25th to the 31st as part of its annual festive season strategy. The intervention is aimed at reducing road crashes, fatalities, traffic congestions, and other highway emergencies linked to increased vehicular movement during the celebrations. The Corps said the patrol teams will manage traffic at identified black spots, provide security services, clear road obstructions, and enforce traffic regulations on major highways across the country. Corps Marshal Shehu Mohammed reassured Nigerians of the agency's readiness to ensure safety during the Eid celebrations. In another development, the federal government of Nigeria has reaffirmed its commitments to building a country where every child can dream boldly, grow safely, and thrive without discrimination. The assurance was given during the 2026 National Children's Day celebration at Eagle Square, themed Future Now, promoting inclusion for every Nigerian child. President Bola Tinubu was represented at the event by the Minister of Women Affairs and Social Development, Iman Sulaiman Ibrahim. In his address, the president described Nigerian child as the pride of the public and the nation's most valuable investment. Tinubu stressed that inclusion must remain central to national development, adding that no Nigerian child should feel excluded or forgotten because of location, ability, or social background. He also reiterated his administration's commitment to child welfare through policies and investments under the Renewed Hope agenda. The president added that the declaration of 2026 as the Year of Families and Social Development reflects the government's belief that strong families are vital to national stability and child development. Meanwhile, the Lagos State government says it has recorded more than 1,400 cases related to child abuse and child welfare across the state. The government also warned residents against illegal adoption and fake trafficking. Our correspondent, Onyeka Ogolo, has more in this report.
Strengthening its position as Nigeria's economic powerhouse.
Well, we sincerely apologize for that mix-up there. Moving on to some security matters. The Nigerian Air Force says its counter-terrorism operations in Borno State targeted terrorist hideouts and logistic facilities in Baramini within the Gezuwa area of the state. In a statement, the Director of Public Relations and Information at the Nigerian Air Force Headquarters, Ehimen Ejodame, said the operations followed credible intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance report. He said the coordinated precision strike destroyed key terrorist facilities and killed several insurgents in the area. Ejodame added that sustained air offensive had created fear and confusion among terrorist groups across the Sambisa axis. According to him, intelligence assessments show growing disorientation among insurgents as continuous bombardments restrict their movement and deny them safe haven. You're still watching the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more in the studio with us is Mr. Darlington Agumo, He is a lawyer and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Barrister, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Afternoon, David, and how are you?
I'm fine, very well, thank you. How are you doing as well, Barrister?
I'm okay.
And yes, happy Eid al-Kabir celebration to you, even though you're not a Muslim. All right, let's jump into the conversation proper, Barrister. Interestingly, the Nigerian Air Force has said that counter-terrorism operations in the country, and particularly around Borno State and some, terrorist hideouts, has been as a result of strong logistics enforcement on the part of the Air Force. But from your position, Barrister, do you think that more needs to be done, aside the fact that, yes, there's been some relatively plus on the part of the fight on insurgents?
David, I've not seen anything. No. I've not seen anything. Let them show us the body bags.
Don't you think that is going to be some gory pictures to show?
But when these people kill civilians, innocent civilians, you will see the gory pictures. Is that not true? Let them show us if actually they have done anything. After all, these are casualties of war. I don't know why each time they tell us they have done this, they have done that, they have killed 200, they have killed, we don't see any. Not a single head of all those terrorists.
Are you implying that these statements are just for the optics and maybe to calm Nigerians who have been somehow being not safe in the mix of all of this insecurity?
Of course. You remember that this type of story always come up. Each time there is a hoopla over too much insecurity and kidnapping and all that. And so to that detention, they will come up with a story that they have neutralized 200, 300. Meanwhile, we didn't see anything. We did not see anything. I don't think I can trust this military because they have lied to us severally. Severally. The most embarrassing is when they say they killed Shekau 5 times. Until eventually Shekau was knocked out by his fellow terrorists. And so when this military has continued to live with this lie, on what ground will I now sit down here and believe in what they are saying? I didn't see anything because the people they claim they have neutralized, they are still waxing strong. In fact, I will advise them to start saying such things because each time they say it, the terrorists will come out to tell everybody that, look, we are still here and we are not going anywhere. They will show themselves by causing more havoc. And so this military should keep quiet.
Now, Barrister, what is the implication of these kind of statements on the path of citizenry's trust with the security operatives?
It shows that this military, I don't know whether they went to the school of propaganda, because they are doing this propaganda against the civilian populace who are supposed to help them. But 90% of the time, all the information we gave them, they now use it against you. How the terrorists got to know who leaked the information, we don't know. It shows that this military are not what they claim to be. You need the confidence of the populace. You need them to trust you. But most times, when the innocent civilians, that is just the truth. Until this military begin to work as the military should work elsewhere, things will not change.
Now, Barrister, still talking on the security matters, the president in his Eid al-Kabir message to Nigerians noted that despite major operational successes by the military, insecurity still persists in some parts of the country. I mean, he did also reference to the recent joint Nigeria-United States operation that eliminated the ISIS leader Abu Bilal al-Manuki in the Lake Chad Basin. But looking at this conversation, the president also believes that the military is also making some strides. According to reports given to him, should we also then bank on the statements of the president as concerning insecurity in Nigeria?
In fact, the president have turned out to be their chief propaganda. Because most of the things the president say is not what is on ground. In our morning show, I told the story of the budgeting, which is there for anybody to go and see. If you go to the website of this human rights organization called Budget, you will see it there that in 2025, out of the 20 billion naira budget for the defense, only 1.7 was released. 1.7. And so what are you fighting with if you don't have equipment? What are you fighting with? Can you fight these people behind? Do you see how our military are being slaughtered in the battlefield?
Now that's another concern, Barrister.
They are gone them.
That's another concern. Them. Should some figures be marked in the budget? And well, I wouldn't want to call that Migral, because if a 1.7 trillion naira was released, that's not Migral at all. But who should take the blame for non-implementation of these figures that were earmarked for security fights in the country?
It is the president, because he's the commander-in-chief. He should pay more attention. In fact, it should be his priority to make sure that his soldiers are well kept, well fed. They are well kept, because he is their commander-in-chief. Commander-in-chief. So, if the commander-in-chief is not commanding anything, of what use is his commander? You are supposed to make sure that your soldiers are well taken care of. Look at what happened in Iran when one air pilot was missing. The whole America went after him to go and get him. In fact, 120 fighter jets were deployed to go search for him. And the guy was so proud. He was boasting that Americans are coming for me. Can you imagine? In spite of his dire condition, he was so sure that Americans will come that Donald Trump will come look for him. One man, just one man. So that will tell you how countries take care of their military. Here, do we care that a brigadier general will be slaughtered like a cow, and hell did not fall? I mean hell. Hell did not fall.
And now, Barrister, it's no more news that as a result of this level of insecurity, so much on the economy have been affected, because when you talk about transportation, the commuters are no more safe in trying to move up goods. But the president in his statement did say that the spirit of sacrifice associated with, of course, the festival, that's the Eid al-Kabir celebration, to the economic hardship Nigerians have endured under his administration's reforms program. Now, this is an indication that the president is acknowledging that Nigerians are enduring a particular level of hardship. Shouldn't that be held for something on its own? Because he did say that Nigerians have made sacrifices over the past 3 years that has helped stabilize the economy and, of course, position the country as an attractive investment destination. These are the words of the president. Barrister.
I don't believe in all those rhetoric, because this is not the first, second, third, or fourth time he's saying it. Since he came into his administration, at any point in time, with every given opportunity, I know you are suffering, but there is light at the end of the tunnel. It's just for the meantime. He will just say it in a way that you would think that this man sympathizes with you. But in reality, he's not doing anything. It is just to divert your attention, to make you believe that he's working for you, to make you believe that something is going to happen very soon. Meanwhile, up to today, this president has not given us a timeline on when this hardship will stop. There is a limit to everything. When you are sent to prison, it's for a term. If for a term, you should know when you are going to exit the prison facility.
Should he give a timeline for when this is going to end?
Of course. There should be.
You think that would quell the situation on ground?
That will tell us that he's working, so we'll look forward to it. How do you go to prison without a definite timeline? So when do you know when you are going to leave? except you are given a life sentence. That is where we are now.
Now, Barrister,
from all indication, we are in a life sentence under Tinubu's reform because there's no end to it.
Still speaking about this reform, the president also did say that the reforms are beginning to yield results.
Bam.
And one part that, I want us to also talk about is the fact that he also acknowledged that terrorists and bandits were still attacking communities, but assured Nigerians that they would be defeated. So the president is also acknowledging the fact that terrorists and bandits are attacking communities. But then he also have assured that they will be defeated. The handwriting on the wall, Barrister, is there the possibility that things are being done as regards this, even though they are not visible to Nigerians at this time?
Nothing is being done, and nothing will be done because this terrorism has been politicized. It has become a weapon to terrorize the people. Seriously, politicians are using this terrorism as a tool, as a weapon against the people. That is why the thing is not ending. Let Tinubu tell us what that particular thing he has done except giving orders. Issuing orders that he knows that his military will never obey. I've not seen anything. He has not come out any day to make a statement, a presidential broadcast on insecurity in Nigeria. He has not. He has not, at least to tell us the direction he's going.
But he's been given orders to his service chiefs. Isn't that a more direction?
What is the outcome of the order? When he went to George, did you remember what he said? That this will not happen again. Immediately he left, what happened? They have struck more than 3 times.
Is there an indication, Barrister, that the approach at which the war against insurgency have been taken seem to not really be yielding its result? Is there the possibility in all of this?
It is not the approach. It is the political will to give the right orders. David, this government is in bed with terrorists. The facts are there. That is why they pamper them.
When you say the facts are there, Barrister, help Nigerians understand.
Good. Please, how do you rehabilitate terrorists? In the name that they swore with the Quran and so they have repented. What kind of ideology is that? Where is the sign that they are repented?
And there's also the call for bandits to also be given amnesty.
Some amnesty. I mean, And so when you see government behaving like this, calling them their brothers, calling them prodigal son, please, what else do you want me to believe? That means the soldiers that struggle to subdue them at the battlefield, they have wasted their life and their time trying to subdue them. These are people that have killed our soldiers, killed families, slaughtered an entire village. And you get them and you are saying they are your brothers. Can you imagine? What else do you want me to believe here? I mean, it's so funny, seriously. It's so funny. The way they are taking this thing with levity. Because their own families are not involved. Their own families are not involved. All their family and children, they are all abroad, enjoying our wealth. And so, what they are just doing here is just to make us believe that they are doing something. Meanwhile, they are not doing anything. Look, if you are doing something, this thing will not be with us for 15, 16 years now. And under their word, the thing have escalated beyond measure. Beyond measure. Other countries are even crying for us. Dropping a tear or two on our behalf when they see what is going on. When they see how teachers are being beheaded, how children, toddlers are in the den of terrorists and nothing is being done. Look, I don't want to begin to think the kind of country we have. Things that I know very well that cannot happen in other climes. To make matters worse, these guys are with us here. Most times when I hear rebels or terrorists, they strike from neighboring countries. During the fringes of the border and all that. But here, they are with us. They move around here. They do it with so much arrogance and impunity. Daring the government because they know they will not do anything. So on what basis will anybody tell me that things are getting better? On what basis? When terrorists are not even backing down. They are not backing down. Seriously. Eh? They know that you are so weak that you can't do anything. That's why they are doing what they are doing.
All right then. Well, still talking about that, this exact situation that we're looking at. The Vice President also did say in his own Eid Kabir message, before we jump into talking about the children, Vice President Shettima did say that President Tinubu's administration remains committed to tackling insecurity, stabilizing the economy, creating jobs, and expanding opportunities for Nigerians. But I want to stay with the part of creating jobs. In 2025, Nigeria's unemployment rate for the second quarter of 2024 did not decline at all to the point of 4.3% unemployment rate. But looking at these particular statistics, Barrister, how much of these words, I know you did say that the president's statement is presently rhetorics, but how much of these words should Nigerians hold to heart? Because Nigeria is at a stage where not just words are needed, but more actions than words.
He is saying all these things to mark himself high. You know, it is only in Nigeria that government will score themselves high, just to divert attention of the gullible. What he said, is it what is happening? When you know the level of companies that are in operation, companies that are working, you will now know that, yes, unemployment will follow. But when companies are closing down, David, who are the person employing these people? No, tell me. When companies are closing down, so where is the employment being generated? You know, one of the reasons why I don't even like this man, the way he tells lies, he doesn't tell lies in a very nice way. You know, there's a way you lie to the people. They can say, okay, yeah, it's possible.
Now Barrister, help Nigerians just oppose this situation. In October 2024, President Bola Tinubu did state that the high unemployment rate is primarily due to its rapidly growing population, which again has outspaced the creation of sufficient job opportunities in the country.
Are you serious? Now, so China and India will not...
That's in 2024. But looking at this reality now, and of course the statement by the Vice President, help Nigerians understand this. You did mention China, and I also want to talk about some other countries like India. How many of their population can we say is unemployed?
When you compare China and India with Nigeria, Nigeria is like a local government in China.
Right, by population.
By population, yes. By population. So where is anybody telling that we are growing? Which growing? Which population? Oh, you mean that Tinubu is not aware that men are now tired of going to the other room? Where is the energy? People are struggling to feed and to pay bills. And you think under that condition, men are still locking themselves with their wives inside the room by this time?
Well, some are still doing that, don't you think so?
How many of them? Let him tell us the truth. The population is reducing. People are no longer enthusiastic in doing those things he's talking about. Our population is not growing because things are hard. David, the things are hard. So under this harsh economy, I don't believe even the most stupid person will not be producing children. Do you know the number of single bachelors and spinsters? 40, 45, 50 people the 50-year-old that are not married. Let him do the statistics and see it for himself. Even the people that are married, they are divorcing. Go to the court. Go and see the rate of divorce. So with all these things, nobody should tell me that population is growing on what ground.
All right, but let's also look a little bit, maybe in some few seconds, about the Children's Day celebration as well. Because yes, the Eid Kabir celebration alongside the Children's Day, children all across Nigeria are being celebrated, and of course the rest of the world, I dare say. But the federal government has reaffirmed its commitment to building a country where every child can dream boldly, grow safely, and thrive without discrimination. Now, I know it might just not be a good moment to talk about it because of the present situation of kidnapping. by some of these bandits in some parts of the country. But the president, through the Minister of Women Affairs, clearly did state that there are ongoing works to helping the Nigerian child becoming the pride of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Should we, at this point, see some glimmer of hope by the statement of the president to the children now, not the adults?
You just want to say something to placate the children on their day. Apart from that, there is nothing on ground to show. That is the truth. Let him rescue these children that have been kidnapped for 2 weeks now in Oyo, Ibadan. Let him, those school children, toddlers, there is a 3-year-old, there is a 2-year-old in kidnapper den as I talk to you now. What is Tinubu saying about it? Rescue those that have been kidnapping, then we now talk of those that are yet to be kidnapped.
Now, Barrister, isn't it interesting that the Ministry of Education is also not talking about this?
What do you want them to do? What would they do?
That is supposed to be the body that house the teachers. I'm not even talking about the children now.
What would they do? The teachers are not taken care of. They too are struggling.
Isn't this
one of them have been
beheaded?
Beheaded.
Yes.
So on what ground? They are still mourning. David, the teachers are still growing under pain. Or don't you see the hardship the teachers are going through? There is nothing they can do, seriously. Because whenever you say, we are doing something, they will tell you that the teachers want to disrupt their effort. They have a way of blaming you for their mistakes. So that is why people are being cautious now.
All right, then. But because of our time, really, this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the midday news. And of course, we want to say a big thank you to Barrister Darlington Agumo for joining the conversation this afternoon. Thank you so very much for
my pleasure.
We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, revenue growth. Lagos rakes in 2.6 trillion naira in revenue. These and more after this break. Please stay. Glad to have you back. It is still the midday news right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to other stories. The Lagos State government says it generated a record 2.6 trillion naira in revenue in 2025, with internally generated revenue rising to 1.87 trillion naira. The government says the increase was driven by reforms in revenue collection, debt management, and digital tax administration. Our correspondent, Onyeka Ogolo, has more in this report.
The Lagos State government says it has recorded significant growth in revenue generation, strengthening its position as Nigeria's economic powerhouse despite prevailing economic challenges. Commissioner for Finance Abayomi Oluyomi discloses during the ministerial press briefing held in Alausa to commemorate the 7-year in office of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu's administration. According to the commissioner, the state generated a total revenue of 2.6 trillion naira in 2025, up from 2.3 trillion naira in 2024. He added that internal generated revenue also increased from 1.58 trillion to 1.87 trillion naira within the same period.
Lagos State total revenue in 2025 generated was about 2.6 trillion. This information is already in the public space. It is in our audited financial statement. And of course, where Lagos State has played a prominent role, where Lagos State has done very well, is in the area of internally generated revenue. In 2025 alone, about 1.87 trillion was generated. Let us give a round of applause to the chairman of the
Oluyomi attributed the growth to aggressive digital reforms and improved tax administration. He said Lagos State Internal Revenue Service upgraded its e-tax platform to include stamp duties, capital gains tax filing integration, geotagging, and expatriate tracking through collaboration with the Nigerian Immigration Service. The commissioner added that multiple payment channels, including mobile platform, POS, USSD, WhatsApp, and online payment systems were strengthened to improve compliance and ease payments. On infrastructure financing, the commissioner disclosed Lagos successfully issued 230 billion naira bond to fund projects in transport, health, housing, agriculture, science and technology, as well as environmental sustainability. He said the state maintains strong fiscal discipline within debt service to revenue ratio remaining below the fiscal responsibility benchmark.
Let me say here that Lagos State has a sophisticated alternative financing program, which was demonstrated recently in 2025. Lagos State issued the first sustainable and impact bond which we call green bond that was issued in 2025. And for us to test the market, we issued 14.815 billion. This was oversubscribed more than 100%. Let me also say here, and for the benefit of the president, that this initiative done by Lagos State makes Lagos State to be the first subnational in Africa to issue green sustainable bond. I think that deserves a lot of attention. Lagos State is the first subnational in Africa. We heard of Cairo green bond. The Cairo is a city.
Oliyomi also revealed that Lagos generated access worth more than 3.4 trillion naira through its ongoing evaluation exercise aimed at improving transparency, procurement, efficiency, and access management across ministries, departments, and agencies. He added that reforms form part of efforts by the Babajide Sanwo-Olu's administration to safeguard public resources and enhance physical, financial accountability. The Lagos State government says it will continue to deploy technology-driven revenue systems and innovation financing mechanisms to sustain economic growth and infrastructure development across the state. From Alausa Ikeja, I am Onika Ogolo, reporting for Voice of the People TV.
Well, thank you so very much, Onika, for that report. We'll move straight from there on to business stories. Total transaction on the Nigerian Exchange Limited rose to 3.35% month on month to 1.803 trillion naira in April 2026, up from 1.744 trillion naira recorded in March. This is according to the latest domestic and foreign portfolio investment reports released by NGX Regulation Limited. The report also showed a sharp rise in market activity year on year, with total transaction increasing by more than 274% compared with 482 billion naira recorded in April 2025, reflecting stronger investor participation and sustained confidence in Nigeria equities. The April performance pushed the year-to-date transaction value for 2026 to 5.952 trillion naira, more than double the 2.714 trillion naira recorded during the same period in 2025. Domestic investors continued to dominate trading activities in April, accounting for more than 86% of total market transactions. The report showed foreign inflows stood at 90.84 billion naira, while outflows reached 156.94 billion naira, indicating that foreign investors remained net sellers of Nigeria equities for the second consecutive month. And from that business story, we move straight to talking sports. Femi Aziz scored twice on his debut as the Nigerian national football team, the Super Eagles, defeated Zimbabwe national football team to book a place in the Unity Cup final. The Millwall FC forward bounced back from the disappointment of missing the championship playoffs, opening the scoring inside 5 minutes before adding a second shortly after the hour mark to give Nigeria a comfortable lead. The win preserved Nigeria's perfect record in the Unity Cup with the Super Eagles, aiming to retain the title they have won in all 3 previous editions. They will face either Jamaica national football team or India national football team in Saturday's final at the Valley home of Charlton Athletic Football Club. And to wrap up the media news, we'll go straight talking entertainment. South Africa sensation Tyler has won the Best Afrobeat Artist category at the 2026 America Music Awards. South Korea's BTS, alongside Bruno Mars and Cardi B, were the biggest winners of the night, clinching 3 awards each. Tyler walked away with 2 awards, Best Afrobeat Artist for the 2nd consecutive year, following her triumph at the 2025 edition, and Social Song of the Year for her hit single Chanel. She became the first international artist ever to win the Social Song of the Year category. And with that entertainment story, we've come to the end of the media news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at Vop TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast, and happy Eid al-Kabir celebration to our Muslim faithfuls, and happy Children's Day to every single child out there. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching VOP TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the voice of the people. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the voice of the people today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi, everyone. My name is Princess Fathia Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akpeja. Ricky Adelada, the fisherman. Voice of the people. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is VOP TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to talk, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now.
Hello, beautiful people. Yes, welcome to the Spotlight Show, and it's happening here on VOP TV, the place where stories come alive and voices matter. This is a show where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. And people we're talking about are people who are shaping the world around us. And yes, today is really, really special. But I know that you still know that I'm still your beautiful host, Precious Agumanu, a.k.a. Call Me Prezi. And yes, like I said before, today is really special. And why it's that? Yes, happy Children's Day to all the children out there. And we're celebrating our Muslim brothers and sisters too. Happy Eid al-Kabir to our Muslim brothers and sisters. So I don't know, like I feel, kind of overwhelmed because it's Children's Day. I mean, a lot of children out there are doing great and beautiful things, but to think that insecurity has been going for the past few weeks now, it's a lot for our children. And some of the children which we see are not celebrating because of the things that has been going on. And I feel that, okay, this is the time where people have to, stand up and say a lot about this, because trust me, if things keep going this way, what will happen to the future? So it's okay. I just pray that this future that we pray it's going to be a better one and be a better, safe place for our little ones to live in. Okay, and yes, I'll still tell you because me, a person don't already ask me, say, Prezi, how far now? Are you a child? You're saying, oh, me, I be person picking. Very important. All right, so we have a lot of just to talk about today. And first on our list today, we'll be talking about Patience Ozoko. So yes, our veteran Nollywood actress, Patience Ozoko, popularly known as Mama G, has stirred reactions online after featuring in a new campaign for Nick. And the actress appeared as one of the models for the brand's newly unveiled Nigeria-inspired Super Eagles collection, showcasing stylish sportswear designs that have gained attention across social media platforms. So yes, fans praised the actress for her youthful appearance and confidence in the campaign photos. So former Nigerian football legend JJ Okocha has also featured alongside Patient Ozoko in the campaign, which was created in collaboration with Nigerian British artist Loan, and other football stars were also parts of the project as Nike celebrated Nigerian culture, fashion, and football through the special collection. And this is really beautiful to see that Patience Ozoko, features in the Nike campaign alongside JJ Okocha. See, let's talk about Patience Ozoko. Recently, she has been trending a lot of times because, trust me, her movies recently, we'll talk about Call of My Life. She featured in The Call of My Life. She has been featuring in most movies. And this really makes me think of how I still feel she's young, even when her age is not just saying so, but she's still doing beautiful, beautiful things. And it's beautiful to see that all our veteran actors and they are doing lovely. Even we're talking about how she's getting more younger and younger. Not basically we're seeing this, but trust me, she's really doing a beautiful thing. And come to think of she campaigning for Nike, it's really lovely. Let's see this picture because trust me, this is really beautiful to see that she has been in collaboration with some of the brands, and it's really, really lovely to see most of our celebrities doing beautifully well. And a lot of people have actually come out to say things about Patience. Trust me, it's really beautiful seeing that she is doing this, because I've always been her fan right from childhood, where I always see her. I always watch and see her movies online, and I'm like, oh my God, she's really amazing. And you come to think of it, it's beautiful that at this age she's still glowing and smiling, and it's actually beautiful. So yes, fans have actually come out to celebrate her and maybe give her congratulations. And yes, so let's go over to the comment section and see what our comment section people have for us. And Son of Grace said, Mama G, now our mama be this, so we no get another one. Now mama be this, all right. Some parents are so happy about Mama G, as she's fondly called. So it's another person said Iron Lady. So the reason I feel people, have this name for her, because basically, most times it's not even about her movies or anything, but the music. I feel those times when she has been in the movie scene, it's like when she produced her her first music that really trended a lot of times, and it's like it's something a lot of people really listen to. So I really love both her. I love her movies. I loved her songs, basically, and I still sing them till now. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are still talking about Patience Ozoko. And yes, Tubaba 5493 said, "Dear Mom." Oh God, that's so beautiful. And Andrew Yobutin said, "Mama." All right, the Jessica Ben said, "Old and bagging." You get what I'm trying to say? Even as she's getting old, but she doesn't look old. I mean, she's looking glowing. Glowing and old, and she's still bagging the money. All right, and Minaj said, "G for General Mama." Of course. Yeah, yes, we have more comments. Let's take more comments from our people. People are still talking about her. And yes, somebody else said, "Oluwa Mashenwo." Oh, okay. At Funke Jennifer Akindele. And yes, Patient Ozoko replied, she said, "He has truly done well." And Zoro Swagback said, "Too cool." Like, I mean, she's when I talk about our Nigerian, there's one thing about Nigerians. See, our skin does not crack. I'm telling you, when you're even looking old, you don't really look old. You continue to glow. And that's just one thing about, our Nigerian brothers. All right, it's beautiful to see Patience Ozoko, doing beautiful things, like campaigning for Nike, and it's lovely. And also JJ Okocha, a footballer. It's beautiful to see beautiful things like this. We'll still take more comments before we go over to our next story. Let's take more comments and see what people are still talking about. Mama G for General. And Vivian Olier said G for General. Naomi Ogbogbo said G for General. Everybody with the G for the General. Okay. And Wave 1 of 1 said, "Mama, you deserve it." Of course she does. And Teddy Official said Mama G. Okay. And Chifield said, "Mommy." All right, let's take more comments up. And we have more and more people talking about it. And Beverly also said, "Yes, this is it." And somebody said, All right, yes, this is it and more. And Patience, Noni Ken said, Mommy, you congratulations. And Adim Somadina said, G for general. And I am Pepe Mouth said, nobody find past you, Mama Adim Mama. Oh, okay, that's lovely. All right, yes. It was talking about Patience Azoko and her beautiful collaboration with Nike. And it's beautiful to see that. All right, let's go over to our next story. And definitely we're talking about right now. MC Fish reveals reasons for the split between him and Anita Joseph. So see, this is really, it has really been going around, and I'm like, okay, maybe there's a need for explanation. So yes, MC Fish, the ex-husband of actress Anita Joseph, has opened up about the end of his marriage, stating that both of them were involved in infidelity during the relationship. So yeah, he came out to say that, that the both of them cheated. He cheated, he admitted it, and that his ex-wife also cheated. So before we go, let's listen to what he has actually come out to say.
If I decide to even mention, the whole country will first stay on pause first. Like everybody will first pause. Everybody will first pause. I decided to mention names, her colleagues that were involved, her friends that come online. Oh, you are a queen, you are this one, you are this, that, you are a role model. We know what you do, role model for them for. I just don't want to talk, I just want to say. But in the cheating, I had to leave the marriage. I'm not going to do something that will not embarrass the two of us outside this thing. Now she carry news come out, you don't chase me come out. I had left my house since July last year, 2025. It just came out in December. I had moved on with my life before it began. In fact, because of this thing, I had to cut off every entanglement, every relationship that I had in that marriage. And even the ones that, I could even have done something with after I left. Do you understand what I'm saying? Let me explain it in broken man terms. I come up for that marriage, even if as I come up for that marriage, I don't go date person where they accuse me for, say I go to cheat on it. I don't go meet person where they talk, say, we see you with this person. I don't go meet person where they talk, say, I see your chat with this person. They talk, say you love. I don't go meet anybody. I open a clean slate. So tell me, how is your husband keeping malice with you, treating you, blah, blah, blah. Okay, husband, you don't know where to go. You don't have to go report to police. Is that not like that? Is that not court of public defender? Where's that building in Surulere? I can't remember. There's one office in Surulere that domestic violence. They will just go there. They will take your case up. You could not do any of that. The next thing that you saw was to go and running. See, I'm not wanting that a lot of people come to this internet to come and lie, to come and give false advice, to come and say all sorts of trash and go and me. I'm not the one that will preach to you here now and you see me on the road and I'm doing all that thing. Everybody knows if you whine me, I will enter you. If after this video, if you go comment rubbish and I see and I get your time and I see.
This is really a lot. But I feel, let me basically say this, and I'll continue to say it. I said, when it comes to things concerning marriage, I'm not basically saying this, maybe they rushed into marriage or anything. I'm saying this basically because when it has come to the stage where you don't trust your spouse, or you don't, you feel that, because she cheated, you can go cheat. See, I feel people normalize the fact that men can go out to cheat, but a woman can't. So when it comes to that stage where you cheat and your spouse also cheats, it's crazy. Is it two ways? It's a 50-50 thing. You could fix it and it works. You could fix and it won't. So I always say this. I said, marry your kind and marry where you feel that you are loved. Because trust me, a lot of people want to stay in a relationship and say, because say I know say in the cheat, but I can't stay. When you've already started seeing the red signs already, so please leave. It's better that way. You can't stay in a relationship where you say, because they are seeing the red signs and he's okay, he's taking care of me. I want to still stay. And you stay in abuse might not be only when you lift your hands, hit somebody or stuff like that. Abuse is basically with words, emotions. Do you get? So we understand the fact that, MC Fish has actually come out to say things like this, but I feel things has to be sorted basically in the aspect he has said, that he didn't go out to meet anybody to talk about it. I mean, there's no need explaining all this. if actually you separated with her, una don't decide say una won't separate, everybody go dey alright. Kuku, no need to explain, oh, she cheated, you cheated, and that one cheated. And definitely people will come to throw you to say, oh, because you did this, you did that. As far as say una don't already agree, say una no one day again. Everybody have moved on with their life. It's fine. It's fine. And I will continue to say this. I say for women, for men, because it's not only one side. Una two they sometimes you value yourself more, because be like say people know they even value themselves. They don't just jump into relationship and say, oh, because he's teaching me well, he's doing this, he's doing that. Marriage, I feel marriage doesn't work that way. And please continue to marry your kind, because trust me, if you now go do something where you go say, oh, because trust me, I know a lot of relationships that have been into divorce. Not that they didn't love themselves at first, because trust me, as they start now, so it is sweet. But that doesn't define that, oh, that even at the long run, you wanna go the sweet they go. Yes, because a lot of things can happen and both of you will separate. But it's also good that while separating, or you people have decided that you don't want to be together again, let it be on a good note. Yes. Or because what if people don't get children? How would you want to take care of your children and the man who also want to be there in the children's life? A lot. When that they think all these things, it's important. Because right now, with him explaining all this whole thing, I just feel that it's really not necessary. All right. So our fans have actually come out to speak based on this matter. So we'll take some comments and see what they have for us. Let's go back to the comment section. Because trust me, relationship, even as in as much as we have relationships that are not how will I put it, that are not so cool, we still have relationships that you could see people that have been enjoying their relationship. That's because they do what works for them. All right. And when your relationship has reached the stage of not trusting your partner, there is an issue. Yes, there's an issue. And Ceci Salon said, I dislike when relationship ends and one comes to social media bad-mouthing your partner, actually. And must you come out to social media to explain yourself? All right. Elejo Wewe, currently Elejo or and somebody else said, your mouth no get shock absorber. He just wide. I been only me they see him. I just feel that it's not really necessary, like I said before. And Fiona Uju said, Baba, you dey what's the guy with your white teeth? I beg go. And Sawyer and said, we ladies need to be careful when choosing a spouse. So another woman go follow this one. I mean, it's another person's food is another man's poison, actually. So that's what they say. So even if, it didn't really end up well with MC Fish and Anita Joseph, trust me, he's with somebody else. And I feel they're keeping their relationship private and basically they're enjoying themselves. So it doesn't really matter. I just feel that when relationship has gotten to the stage where you don't feel comfortable with your spouse any longer, even if you now want quarrel or you now want separate, make it just do on a good note. Because trust me, what's all the fight for? Yes. And yes, we have more comments. And somebody said, what's going on here? All right, we have more comments. Let's take more and more comments of from our comment section people. And BB Royals event said, Omo, woman they date oh. Okay. And Franca said, I beg, I want to ask how this boy take fit my Anita, I beg. Now my neighbor say, make I ask so. Okay, is well. And so somebody said, so ashy. Okay. Everything appliances said, who be this one again? Okay, that's MC Fish. And Mayfair Travel and Tour said, what is this? God, I beg go. See, it's a lot. I feel people want to express themselves to with saying a lot of things on social media. But I think this thing of when you have issues with your spouse or you have separated with your ex or probably your ex, we have to reduce the fact that we come out and say a lot of things on social media, because trust me, social media doesn't forget. Yes, we know they forget. So it's a lot. So while you're saying this, you have to just still be careful. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are still talking about MC Fish and Anita Joseph. And somebody said, I won't find your problem. Oga, who asked you? All right. And Esike Kitchen said, mouth like dry season. Okay. And it's Faith Eze said, now women, they come out for marriage. You reach your turn, now him come out for marriage. God, I beg. And MNC Store said, some Yoruba men, okay. And Frank Tanner said, at least marry rich man, enjoy small before separation is well. It's not even about the money. I mean, if it's the money thing, it's understandable. It's easy about the money. You could even get married to somebody that has the money and you still not find peace. So everybody they collect, that will be the thing. But my own is that while making your choice or choosing a partner for yourself, you just have to be very careful. It's as simple as that. So that because I cannot imagine myself, trying to spend a lot on a particular wedding and then you tell me, oh, we've separated. Don't be so, you're gonna return my money. All right, and Rosie said, Nigeria women are here again. Gosh, anyway, like my comment, if you hate every Nigerian single mothers, okay, it's well. I just feel that it's not really necessary to come out to say a lot of things that you're saying right now. You people have separated in peace. So she has not even come out to say a thing about this whole thing. And definitely has to be the same thing like you. But you coming out to say and explain. Like say you want to explain tire. Okay, let's take more and more comments. We'll have a lot of comments on our comment section. And Kida's Kitchen said, shame, this is what you people have turned marriage into. And I am Ella said, this one don't even know how to talk as well. And call her Oma said, so true. True, this boy no get. Please, it's well. A lot of people don't know how to, express themselves when they are displeased or disappointed in something. So I think maybe that's the reason. But coming to social media to say this whole thing, I just feel it's a lot. And the fact that and just about said anything is what is okay. Still, we have more comments. Let's take more comments from our comment section. People, we still have a lot of comments before we go over to our next story. Let's take more comments and see. And French Connection, Lecky said, some women don't just get taste. So what's wrong? I mean, beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. Why are you saying some women don't just get taste? Maybe because everything has gone sour. You won't know. Seriously. So Chizom said, even if water rub your okay. And Nigeria remote lady said something is not right about this guy. I will figure it out later. Okay. Continue. And Steam Z said, first question, you get roof because now they've moved in with all the women in your life. So how sure are you? Okay. And Eva Pilesy said, no points, no messages was passed. The only thing he said was no cheating to cure cheating. Valid point. And I'm like asking this question. I said, is it if your partner cheats you have to, return the favor by cheating too? Is that really necessary? Why not fix the problem? I feel when you see your partner cheat, why not fix the problem and say, oh, why did you cheat? So know the reasons why. I just feel that, if you really want to work out your marriage, because except the person, continues to cheat and cheat and cheat and cheat, then there's an issue. But if something is that, you should forget and forgive. Someone can be given a second chance. But, a lot of people have, when I say a lot of men has really generalized and normalized the fact that, cheating is a thing now. A lot of men come out and say, oh, if men cheat, nobody says anything, actually. And when it comes to the fact where women cheat now, and people will say, oh, she did this, she did that. This thing has to be, balanced in a way. If it comes to the part where cheating is now involved, should be checked. But if your partner has done, I feel if your partner has done something like that just once, maybe there should be, you should forgive and give him a second chance or give her a second chance. So, but when it continues happening and it doesn't really stop, then we know that there's an issue with that particular marriage. All right, let's go. We'll still take more comments and then before we go over to our next story. And yes, French Connection, like he said, some women will just get it. And Shivom said, and Divine Sweetness said, you have come with your own distraction now. Just when we thought we are done with Chike and Co. Oh my God, it's a lot about divorces this period because trust me, I can count, several divorce cases that has been, going on and going on and going on, and it doesn't end. I just feel people need to start standing up, fixing their shit and fixing their relationship. And then Vidivani said, you have come with your own distraction. All right, Oluranchi said, where this I think this is a lot. Maybe we should be very careful of choice of words we use because this is not nice. And then Adi for president said, okay, so why you come, they tell us. Well, I feel maybe this is the way he, expresses his own grievances. So it's a lot. Well, like I said before, everybody has moved on. So he should, move on to and explaining because you see, when it comes to Nigerian matter, You're going to explain and tire. All right, yes, and that takes us to our next story. And yes, we're talking about Nollywood actress Sharon Oja. Yes, has officially confirmed that she and her husband Ugonwoke have welcomed their first child together. So the actress, who kept her pregnancy away from public eye for several months, recently shared beautiful maternity photo shoots and announced the arrival of their baby boy on social media. So it's beautiful seeing. I've been saying this countless times. It's raining babies. This 2026, it is what? Raining babies. Babies, babies, babies. And I'm happy. Like, I'm really, really happy about, children, about babies that have been coming in this period. It's a lot of testimony. A lot of family has been, having their child dedication. And come to think of it, where our celebrities are not left out and talking about Sharon Oja. It's a lovely, lovely, lovely news. Let's see this picture, because trust me, she's really glowing. There are mothers that ate during pregnancy, because trust me, the pregnancy is not easy, because it has a lot of things that come with it. We don't even talk about the stress. We don't talk about it's a lot. It's a lot. Don't talk about the stress. We don't talk about how women feel during pregnancy. It's really a lot. How they eat. To be a mother is not a day job. Even when men come out to say, "Oh, to be a man is not a day job," to be a mother, it's a whole thing. And I still want to, say, give the mothers their flowers, because trust me, they are really, really strong people. And it's beautiful to hear about Sharon Oja and her first child together with her husband. It's lovely. It's really, really lovely. And see, she's still glowing, even in pregnancy. Oh, God! Skin is what? Skin is crying. I really love to see things like this. And yes, to all the TC mothers waiting to expect their own babies, definitely yours will come. It's when put on the prayers and don't give up. And yes, congratulations once more to Sharon Oja. All right, we'll take some comments before we move over to the next story. Let's take some comments and see what fans have actually come out to say about Sharon Oja's baby. And yes, Hadi Nake said, "It's raining babies everywhere. You are reading my comment. Go and get tested. You're pregnant already. I know it." Hey, voila. You want to give Percy Bele? This is and Hadi. Okay, Hadi, it's well. And Yada Kitchen said, "She is so beautiful. Actually, she ate." That's the right word. And the Unique Fashion said, "Congratulations." And beachwear.ng said, "Pregnancy looks so sexy on her." Okay. And Oyin said, "Congratulations to them." Let's take more comments. A lot of people are still talking about Sharon Oja and she and her baby with her husband. And yes, DJ Flower Girl said, "Have you all noticed that 2026 babies made their mommies shine?" Oh, even while pregnant. It's beautiful. And Esther said, "Welcome to Sharon baby shower," as if now Sharon put Sharon belly. So the husband no include. God, I beg go. At Esther Iyank is well with you. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are just happy for Sharon. And Bright Grill B said, "Beautiful." And somebody else said, "Cute couple will always birth cute babies." Congratulations to them. Yes, congratulations to them. And Queen Lee's Uzo said, "Sharon is so beautiful. Nothing even changed as a pregnant woman, I assure you." All right. And Omar Vital said, "They look so good." And Olushola said, "Congratulations." Attitude Bay said, "She looks so foreign and beautiful." And I Am Fiona said, "Congratulations to them. May their marriage last." Amen to that. That's a good prayer. Amen. It will. And yes, we have more comments. Let's take one more comment before we'll go over to the next one. And Nia Unleashed said, "So beautiful. Jeans by Baby O said, "God is faithful." And Here with Gello said, "So unique. She wanted a boy." How are you sure she wanted? Anyway, God gives what we ask for, and except his plans for you, basically not that. But when you ask something, he definitely does give it to you. Let's take one more comment. We're still talking about Sharon Oja, and it's beautiful seeing that she and her husband has just gotten their first child. And Betty Posh said she's so beautiful. Officially, Annabelle said that boy's face card would be later. And yes, it's going to be like that, because tell me, when two fine people are getting married, imagine the beauty or imagine the handsomeness that comes with that. And Life of King C said so beautiful. And Luke Chopper said so cute. And yes, we'll continue to say congratulations to Sharon and her husband. It's a beautiful thing. And trust me, these babies that has been raining this period, now only God will help some singles. We never even, some people have not even gotten to the stage where they see, a husband yet. But definitely, you see that prayer, your own will come. Don't worry, you're gonna have your own beautiful child too, and handsome child too. Yes, that's my own prayer for you and to all the TTC moms that are waiting to experience their own babies. Definitely you will have yours. All right, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we still have more juicy topics to talk about. So please don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more.
And yes, welcome back to the Spotlight Show. It's still happening here on VOP TV, and I'm still your host, Precious Akumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And trust me, it's still a special day. I'm still talking about a lot of jest and a lot of things that are happening around you. And yes, next on our list, we're talking about prominent Nigerian pastors and members of the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigerian PFN recently staged a peaceful street protest in Lagos over the rising insecurity across the country. Church leaders, including Yemi Davis and Emmanuel Oreng, were we are seen marching alongside worshippers while carrying placards and demanding urgent government action against kidnappings, killings, and violent attacks affecting mainly communities nationwide. So the protest came shortly after a 3-day fasting and prayer program organized by the PFN to address the insecurity and challenges facing the nation. So yes, this is the part where we see our pastors and see men of God really come out to talk about insecurity, and it's really encouraging for everyone. And to talk about insecurity in Nigeria now, it's something that it has to be lauded, because a lot of people, a lot of children today, they're celebrating the Children's Day. I feel, I mean, it's not something that people are happy about. That some children in the bush, people are crying, little children, imagine. And right now, and everybody's just, feeling cool about it, and nobody is really talking about it. But to see this, it's really encouraging. And I pray that, as they are celebrating the Children's Day, it's going to mark a huge turn for all our children and our futures, because trust me, it's something people are really scared about. All right, this is it. And I really want to say, basically, thank the pastors for this particular move, because it's really encouraging. All right, let's take some comments and see what our comment section people have for us concerning the peaceful march concerning insecurity from our pastors. I actually joined the street protest. All right, let's take some comments and see what they have for us. All right, and somebody said finally, and Toby Gray said, when it's Port Harcourt, protest starting, wanna join. Okay, and Ololade said, finally, I pray God grant us peace. Amen to that. And Victoria Peter said, thank you, sir. And Susan Uko said, good morning, PFN, since you all just woke up. All right, I think that this particular story came with a video. Please, let's see the video before we'll take more comments and see what people are really saying concerning insecurity in Nigeria. Let's take more, let's hear this before we go over to the comment section.
Of the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria. We are burdened for Nigeria today because we seem to have lost our sense of value for human life and its sanctity. The level of banditry, kidnapping, violence, insecurity, and savage killings all across the Nigerian landscape has risen to an intolerable height, so that every Nigerian should cry out against it to God for divine intervention, and to our government for immediate and effective action. Several Chibok girls are still languishing in captivity. Leah Sharibu is still shackled in bondage by religious kidnappers because she refused to renounce her Christian faith. And the Nigerian state did nothing. Student Deborah Samuel was bombed to death in Sokoto by a murderous mob and not.
I mean, all these things has to really be put to check. It's a lot. It's a lot, really. I feel people are not just happy about this whole. It's raising concerns in Nigeria, and it has to be stopped. The killings, the insecurity, something has to be done. And to see that Pastor Davis has actually come out, to join the protest, it's a beautiful thing, and it's encouraging. At least we could see our pastors, supporting and coming out to protest concerning this. All right, let's go over to the comment section. We still have people still talking about the insecurities and the killings happening in Nigeria. Let's take more comments and see what people have actually come out to say concerning this. And Hulos said, you won't see redeemed pastors there, busy drinking tea. Please, I just feel that some people, need to reduce the fact that you people, it's beautiful seeing that pastors have actually come out. It doesn't matter if it's redeemed, it doesn't matter if it's Catholic, it doesn't matter. As far as it is pastors that have actually come out. It's okay. You don't start calling names and calling people, oh, because they are not there. A lot. And Mosio said, good one, great Nigeria. Ego said, pray for the souls of Nigeria. And Chukudi Ike said, Nigeria must work. Amen to that. And Mr. Obu said, whitewashing. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are still talking about this. We have a lot of comments from our comment section. People, Chimezie said, now una eyes they open. Okay. And Weird Don said, are they just waking up? I mean, for them to do this is a good one. It's really, it's really a good one. So I don't know why people are still saying, oh, now they wake up. All right, where have you been too? I think you should also, join in. If you're complaining, what about you? So MC Lito said, good. All right. And this J said, useless adip. Wow. It's well. You see how people come out to, abuse. I always say that the word the words you choose to use it's very, very important to know how you use them. So abusive words are not okay. All right, and we have more comments. Let's take more comments from what people are still saying. And somebody said he should resign. We don't want him again. Okay, it's well. Let's take more comments. We still have people talking about the insecurity in protest and from our pastors. And yes, somebody said if this is a working country, the ministers would have been pushing for impeachment of the president because this is a sign he is not capable. Oh, wow. Okay. And IJ for short said we go fix this country. Amen to that. And somebody said Tinubu the worst president ever. Okay. And MJ Tech said I recover suspended. All right. Somebody said very impressive. Actually, it is to see that our men of God really have Nigeria at heart and to actually go forward to protest about the killings and the insecurity in Nigeria. It's a beautiful one. Let's take more comments. People are still talking and saying things about this. We have more comments to talk about. And Black Mamba said he should resign. We don't want him again. All right. At Spiral, somebody said you didn't see this one, Abi. It is men of God, including your pastor, are fast to castigate. God have mercy on you. Okay. And Ultimate Praise 7 said, God bless your voice to humanity and God's work. And Osita Ogabo said, my heart bleeds for Nigeria. And Onyekem said, anti-Christians who always think it is a religious thing will start their own tomorrow against this move. And Chi Girl said, my question is, why do those people always go untortured? All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people still talking about this. And Obioma said, guys, listen, many Nigerians will march if their spiritual leaders march. And 90% of Nigerians are religious. That's why I keep dragging pastors. If Adeboye loves this country and is God sent, he will pull his people and march the good march, same as winners and dunamis. The population of this country is in church and mosque. So, but what do I know until they begin to kidnap pastors, children, and pastors too? I guess we'll all sit and watch and don't tell me what will happen if I march. When Peter B. Amechi and Kwankwaso marched, they didn't shoot. But what happened during NSAS when the ordinary citizen marched? Well, they don't pull trigger when the power joins the protest. All right. The Army Benson said, in Nigeria, this is the energy we need. Not every problem will be solved by die by fire, actually. And some assault and die prayers alone. It actually has to be put into action. All right. You see, it's beautiful to see that Pastor Davids and all other PFN members and pastors have actually come out to stand strong for Nigeria to say, stop the killings, stop the insecurity. It's a good work. And to those people that still hope that, I still pray that the children that has been adopted will be released. And I pray for a better Nigerian and better place. Nigeria will be a better place to live. Let's take one more comment before we close the curtain. And we have more comments, and a lot of people are still bringing in their remarks about this. And Rian said, God, glad we are all waking up. Heaven helps those that helps themselves. And the real Don said, thank you. And thank you. And somebody has said, took you guys forever to post this. All right. And Chief Nyanyi said, Nigerians deserve better. Those babies in the forest deserve better. And Tinubu, okay, Tinubu must go. Okay, let's take one more before we close the curtain for today, because trust me, it's really a lot, and a lot of people are not happy. People are not happy with the fact the things that are really happening in Nigeria. I just pray that definitely that's everyone's prayer that Nigeria will be a better place. Let's take one more comment before we close the curtain. And it's a lot. It's actually a lot. And I pray, and I really want to say thank you to Pastor Emmanuel and Pastor Davis. It's really a good work that they have actually done, and to set the pace for other people to to also talk about this. It's really a beautiful thing. And let's take more comments before we'll close the curtain. We'll have more people talking about this. And Rian, all right, somebody said, God bless them all for doing this. Thank you for posting this. All right, MC Doyin said, close churches too. Why would you close churches? Some people are really funny. And Miss Royalty said, let us march. I am with my pastor, Aaron Emmanuel. And Ayolu said, I even think Sunday services should be done on the streets and in multitude. All right. And somebody else said, what is the Nigerian government doing exactly? What are they collecting billions of salary to do exactly? Okay. I think that question, you should ask that question to them personally, because trust me, it's a lot. All right. And yes. This is where we actually draw the curtain. Thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. We actually dissected on a lot of topics, and we talked about a lot of things. Thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. If you know you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your stories, and don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at VOP TV Live, and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. And until next time, I am Precious Agamanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight. See you next time. Thank you for staying with us.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching VOP TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the voice of the people. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the voice of the people today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi, everyone. My name is Princess Fathia Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akweja. Ricky Adelaida, the fisherman. Voice of the people. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is VOP TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them, the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say they call me Enjoy Med Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why to me? My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mind but last, more than No Mind or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and they want to cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, We facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand interviews and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Well, hello and welcome to the African News on Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Happy holidays to our Muslim faithful over the celebration of Eid al-Kabir across the world. And a happy Children's Day to every child alive, and of course every child celebrating the Children's Day. Before beginning the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website. It is www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African news from the story where on the occasion of Eid al-Adha today, Algeria's President Abdelmadjid Tebboune joined fellow Muslims across the world for the Eid prayer at the Jama ed Jazir Mosque in Mohammedia, Algiers. Reports said he was joined by senior state officials, members of the government, and representative of the Muslim Diplomatic Corps accredited to Algeria, among others, for the religious obligation in an atmosphere of piety and serenity. Speaking during the two Eid prayer sermons, the rector of the Jama El Jazir, Sheikh Mohammed Al-Hosseini, said the occasion embodies the values of faith, solidarity, benevolence, patience, and closeness to Allah. El Jazir also called on the faithfuls to increase their good deeds today by giving charity to the needy, strengthening kinship ties, practicing forgiveness and reconciliation, and promoting a spirit of mutual support and solidarity. He stressed that nations are safeguarded by unity and hard work, loyalty, and the rejection of voices of division. And in South Africa, President Cyril Ramaphosa of South Africa has filed a legal challenge against a parliamentary report that reopened the possibility of impeachment proceedings against him, linked to the Fala Farm scandal. An independent panel had said in 2022 that Ramaphosa might have committed serious misconduct relating to the theft of large sums of cash hidden in a sofa at his private farm. The president denied any wrongdoing, arguing that the independent panel investigating the 2020 theft of about $580,000 hidden at his farm misunderstood its mandate. The challenge follows a recent constitutional court ruling that Parliament acted unconstitutionally when it previously voted against establishing an impeachment inquiry. Parliament has since formed a multi-party committee to determine whether impeachment proceedings would proceed. In another development, a group of about 300 Ghanaians queued at Johannesburg's OQ Tambo International Airport early on Wednesday aboard one of the first flights home after waves of anti-immigrant protests in South Africa heightened safety concerns. They included women and children in what authorities described as a voluntary repatriation process for Ghanaian citizens who say they no longer feel safe. South African authorities have been working with Ghanaian authorities on a list of about 800 persons who have indicated interest to leave. The repatriation followed a wave of anti-immigration protests in recent weeks, with campaigners demanding tighter controls on what they described as undocumented migrants and accusing foreigners of contributing to crimes and unemployment. The protests had been accompanied by instances of violence against migrants from other sub-Saharan African countries. One of the Ghanaians preparing to leave said on condition of anonymity that repeated harassment had driven the decision. However, an anonymous South African immigration official noted that out of the 300, only 10 were complaints with the Immigration Act. And still in South Africa and still in immigration issues, United States President Donald Trump has increased the refugee admission ceiling by 10,000 for this year to allow more white South Africans come into the country. The development brings the total ceiling to 17,500. Trump had initially set the refugee ceiling at a record low 7,500 for the 2026 fiscal year, which ends on September the 30th. Government figures show his administration had already brought in 6,000 white South African by the end of April 2026. Contained in a signed presidential document dated May the 21st, the document said white South Africans of African ethnicity faces an emergency situation due to what it described as the incitement of racially motivated violence by the government and political parties in the majority black country. The Trump administration has admitted only 3 non-South African refugees this fiscal year, government figures have shown. However, South Africa's Foreign Ministry spokesperson, Crispin Phiri, has rejected the assertion that European descended Afrikaners endure systematic persecution as entirely without foundation. In another development, there are reports that say that the president of the United States, Donald Trump's administration, also is expected to deploy United States public health officers to Kenya to staff a potential quarantine facility there amid the Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo. The facility, which was pending approval from the Kenyan government as of Tuesday, is intended for Americans who have been exposed to or at high risk of testing positive for the virus in the region, as well as those who tested positive. According to the report, some members of the U.S. Public Health Service Commission Corps, a uniform branch under the Department of Health and Human Services, have received notices to deploy. However, a Kenyan Foreign Affairs Ministry spokesperson said they were in the process of verifying reports of the facility being set up there. The move comes as health authorities race to contain a fast-growing outbreak of a rare Ebola strain in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and Uganda. Meanwhile, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, Christian aid group Samaritan's Purse says it hopes to open a 50-bed Ebola treatment center in the area of the outbreak in northeastern Democratic Republic of Congo within a week. President of the Samaritan's Purse, Franklin Graham, said the organization, which helped in Congo during the 2018-2020 outbreak, would also be working with local churches and spreading information leaflets to educate communities and gain community trust. Meanwhile, Switzerland has announced a 3 million Swiss francs, or over $3.8 million, in emergency funding to help contain the new Ebola outbreak in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. In a statement, the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation noted that the outbreak caused by the Budunguyo virus has no available vaccine or treatment and has already resulted in over 900 suspected cases, including 100 confirmed infections. Still on containment efforts, Uganda said it has intensified health screening and public safety measures in the capital, Kampala, after confirming 2 new Ebola cases, bringing the total number of infections in the country to 7 since the outbreak was declared on May the 15th. The latest patients are Ugandan health workers employed at a private medical facility in Kampala, according to the health ministry. Both have been admitted to a designated treatment unit where they are receiving care. Authorities say contact tracing is underway and have urged the public to immediately report anyone showing symptoms associated with the virus. Away from the Ebola outbreak, former president of Law Society of Kenya, Faith Odhiambo, has called on the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, that's the IEBC, and the National Cohesion and Integration Commission, NCIC, to sanction leaders making remarks that undermine public confidence in the country's electoral process. In a statement, Odhiambo warned that recent public boast about election theft that threats against dissenting citizens points to a worrying rise in political intolerance among the country's leadership. According to her, Kenyans have been recently witnessing brazen boasts about stealing elections and naked threats against citizens who dissent with certain political views. She stressed that this trend indicates a disturbing pattern of the ruling elites growing increasingly intolerant with the very people it was elected to serve. Moving on, in the meantime, the Consumer Federation of Kenya, that's COFEC, has warned that several proposals in the Finance Bill 2026 could significantly raise the cost of living, weakening consumer protection and expose Kenya to regional trade disputes. This comes as Parliament continues scrutiny of the tax measures ahead of the third reading. In consolidated submissions to the National Assembly Finance and Planning Committee, COFEC said the bill introduces what it called hidden digital taxation, retrogressive VAT changes, and expanded tax enforcement powers that could disproportionately burden ordinary consumers and small businesses. Among others, the lobby argues that the proposed expansion of the definitions of royalty and management fee to include payments linked to digital payment systems, switching platforms, and card network would effectively impose withholding taxes on digital transactions, costs that financial institutions are likely to pass on the consumer through higher transaction charges. And in Senegal, Senegal's newly elected Speaker of the National Assembly, Ousmane Sonko, has sharply criticized the appointment of the country's new Prime Minister. Speaking publicly for the first time since taking up the post, Sonko, who led the Pastef party, said the movement was sidelined in the consultation that led President Bassirou Faye to name a new head of government, a role that he previously held. Sonko told lawmakers that the party was not involved in the consultation that led to the appointment of a prime minister and in the consultation of the former person in government. Sonko described Pastef as a unique force in Senegalese politics, claiming that it simultaneously wields influence in both the opposition and the governing majority. Faye dismissed Sonko as prime minister and dissolved the cabinet 4 days ago, following months of mounting tensions and disagreements within the government camp, including over Senegal's struggling economy. You're still watching the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more in the studio with us is Mr. Darlington Agumo. He is a lawyer right here in Nigeria and also public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Barrister, very good afternoon to you and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Afternoon, David. How are you?
I'm fine, very well, thank you. How are you doing as well, Barrister?
I'm okay.
All right, then. Joining us also virtually to make sense of these stories and more, virtually from Kenya, is a cleric and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. And I'm talking about Honorable Mercy Goita. But I understand that Honorable Mercy hasn't joined the conversation as well. But also joined us virtually to make sense of these stories and more is Mr. Martins Irere Enjoy. Mr. Martins is a financial advisor and also the CEO and founder, WorldGate Insurance Agency. Well, a very good afternoon to you, Mr. Martins, and thank you for joining the conversation. Okay, well, I understand that Mr. Martins haven't joined the conversation. We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, we'll be heading straight to the analysis segment of the news, and that, of course, will be just after this very break. Please stay with us.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's law.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel
We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
We're glad to have you back. It is still the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. We head straight to the analysis segment of the news now. And just like I introduced earlier before the break, we have with us in the studio Barrister Darlington Agumo, who has joined the conversation live in the studio with us. And of course, we expect Mr. Martin Sirere to join us virtually all the way from Kenya. But then again, let us start off from this particular story. Barrister, about 300 Ghanaians presently about to leave South Africa for their country of birth. And of course, you know, that is as a result of this situation that has to do with the xenophobic attack in that particular country. First off, what do you make of this situation, knowing for a fact that these individuals from Ghana are clearly going to be airlifted by their country to, of course, Ghana, a place where they now presently say is home for them. And then again, the fact that of these 300, just 10 were seen as being accused of overstaying their time in South Africa.
It's a good development that each African state should stay at home. Each African state should stay in their country, because this rubbish about xenophobia is getting out of hand, especially in South Africa. You know, their booming economy had made them so arrogant. Let every state leave South Africa and go home to their home states, so that their government will take care of things. In fact, that of Ghana, I am a bit surprised, because the Ghana economy, the exchange rate between dollar CD is not as far apart as the rand and the dollar.
Right.
So the economy is a bit, so I don't see why Ghanaians should be rushing to South Africa.
So are you also saying that as it stands now, South Africa clearly it's now more like the dumping ground for millions of undocumented Africans, which again has been the reason for the surge in 32% of unemployment rate and of course the crime wave in South Africa, because this is what some government officials are saying is the reason for unemployment and the high rise in crime wave. Is that sentiment true at all?
It is not true, because during Shagari era in Nigeria, we used the same thing against Ghanaians. We said Ghana must go because we all thought Ghana was the reason for unemployment and bad economy. That was the propaganda they sold to Nigerians. Meanwhile, Shagari was not doing so well. The economy was crumbling. And the only people they should blame was Ghanaians. And so when Ghanaians left, Was the Shagari not overthrown? Was it the fault of Ghanaians? So let people leave South Africa because they don't believe that these people are contributing to the economy. All the politicians, especially the opposition, they will use all manner of things to blame the government of Ramaphosa.
Let's talk about the realizational facts here. Immigrants, whether documented or undocumented, contributed to the GDP in South Africa, and I'm talking about 9% of the GDP for filling labor gaps in the formal and informal sector. So that particular narrative of the fact that this South Africa is now a dumping ground is not even something that should come to the fold, because again, this is one conversation that most young South Africans hear by their political elites as well.
Let them live so that this propaganda will be exposed. That is the truth. You don't value what you have until you lose it. Let them live. Ghanaians, so Nigerians, so Ugandans, Kenyans, everybody leave South Africa. Let's see how the economy will fare. Maybe at that point they will now know that yes, these foreigners were helping the economy. Seriously, if I have the will, I will deport all foreigners in South Africa. Let's see what the economy will become in just 1 month, whether it will not crumble.
Interesting now.
Yes.
Let's take this conversation to Nairobi, where I hear that Mr. Martin Sierra has joined the conversation. A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Martins. Let's establish communication first. A very good afternoon to you, and happy Eid al-Kabir celebration to you as well. Plus, happy Children's Day to you and, of course, your kids. Well, I would like you to unmute your mic if you can hear me, Mr. Martins. Let's establish communication. Okay, fantastic.
Thank you, Mr. My network is stable.
Okay, I can hear you now. But it's a bit distorting. I think the network is just not being friendly. All right, then. Let me start off with you on this same situation. Ghana is preparing to have 300 of her citizens move from South Africa back home, a situation that has raised so much concern on the part of some of the Africans who, again, are saying that their leadership should help repatriate some of their nationals as well that are still in South Africa facing the xenophobic attack. But then, like I did say earlier when Barrister Darlington was talking, 10% out of the 300, I beg your pardon, 10 persons out of the 300 are being marked out as people who have overstayed their visa time within that period. But looking at the fact that this xenophobic attack has consistently been on since 1994, and I dare say with statistics available to us now, about 127,000 persons have been displaced and, of course, has killed several hundreds. What do you make of this story as well?
Thank you, Mr. David. First, the foremost is to happy every the Muslim at large. Returning back to what South, basically is putting their leg on economic dilemma. Again, it shows that there is no democracy in the continent. And into South Africa, and we see what is happening. And South Africa, you are seeing racial segregation. Understanding Africa, South people, including the etc. Africa has been taken up by foreigners.
Okay. Well, I think, Mr. Martis, I don't know if you can hear me. We are having
this important.
Now, sorry to Barton here. We're having a major network situation with your video and your audio. So I would urge you to possibly find a more better position. And when, of course, you've done that, I'll come back to you. Hopefully, the network would have been fair enough, because right now we're struggling so bad to hear you. And of course, your visuals have been distorted. And I believe that is as a result of the network. So please, if you can, maybe you will help us log out and maybe log in again, and maybe stay in a better place where the reception of your network can do better justice. Please, we would urge you to help us do that. But in the meantime, let's bring the conversation back to the studio. Barrister, looking at this situation, like I did say earlier, 127,000 Africans have been displaced as a result of this. Now, here's the fact on the matter. This has been since 1994, including the major disruption in 2008 and 2015, I beg your pardon, under the previous ANC leaders. Why? My question is, the same administration that lectures on Ubuntu repeatedly allow Operations Dulala to have that same style in terms of convincing the populace that this is a situation. Why? Some are saying this clearly looks like a major ultimate betrayal on the South Africans themselves and not on other Africans who are residents in South Africa. Why do political elites consistently use this style of approach?
I have told you, African politics, they don't know where to draw the line when they are doing this politics. They don't know that certain things should be red line. You should not cross it. In the spirit of African brotherhood. And so when they are playing this evil politics, they drag in a lot of things. Things that are unrelated, especially with this xenophobic thing. If you go and check, it is the opposition that may be fueling this thing. Brainwashing ignorant South African youth into causing this problem for the government. Because who is taking the brunt now? Is it not the government of Ramaphosa? He is the one. Because the box stops on the table. That is the truth. And so, when you see things like this happening, go and check. Somebody is behind it. And it is their own selfish interest. They don't care of the far-reaching implication. They forgot that in future they may be in government and somebody will use the same thing against them. That is just the truth. So I am not surprised, because that is African politics. Whether you like it or not, that is African politics. I told you here that we did it during Shagari era, when we were blaming Ghanaians, and they will say Ghana must go, Ghana must go. As if Ghana was the president of the country.
Now, Barrister, looking at this development even from Ghana now, evacuating 300 of her nationals free of charge as against what we have with the Nigerian government. Now, the Nigerian government, through the Foreign Affairs Ministry, did say that 130 Nigerians have indicated interest in wanting to return back home. But when I had a chit chat with one of the Nigerian unions in South Africa, he did say just for their union alone, over 250 Nigerians has indicated interest to wanting to return back home. How much of the disparity are we looking at? And is there the possibility that the Nigerian government, through the Nigerian Foreign Ministry, is not hands-on on the situation in South Africa as a result of possibly using the diplomats in South Africa to get good information on as regards the Nigerians who want to return back home?
There are two sets of Nigerians in South Africa. The documented Nigerians and the undocumented Nigerians. And I can bet my last cover, the undocumented Nigerians are far more in number. The undocumented Nigerians are far more in number.
Okay.
So government may be looking at recognized figure or documented figure. That is what I think is happening here. Government is looking at those who have documents And so the other people, maybe they're on their own.
So if some people do not have documents and are Nigerians, is that not a yardstick to even still take them off such a zone first, preserving their lives?
Yes, this is not left. This is a different discussion entirely, because the undocumented may not even have the wherewithal. You know, that is a major issue. I heard that the government of Nigeria is telling you that these people will have to transport themselves back home. Meanwhile, Ghana is taking the bill to bring their people home. So this will tell you different government and different approach. The Nigerian government will tell you they don't have that kind of money to bring back those who went to South Africa on their own. After all, they did not send them to South Africa. The arguments will come in. But the important thing here is that the way you treat your people will depend on how others will treat them. And South Africans are looking at this and they are hearing this and they are seeing it. And so at the end of the day, those who may decide to stay will have more problem. They are going to mock them that their government have forgotten them. Their government is this and that.
So there are still some looming dangers in the mix of all of this.
Of course. That is if everybody was not brought home. Those that will be left behind, in fact, I don't know what will be their fate. The next assault may be worse than what we have seen so far. Because these South Africans, they are very good in monitoring Nigeria. They know everything about Nigeria. The other time, they called us a generator republic. The other time, a minister in South Africa said that the entire Nigeria is like a refugee camp and Lagos is like a swamp. All manner of insults, just because we have exposed ourselves to the outside world.
All right, then. Let's take this conversation back to Nairobi, where Mr. Martin Sirere has rejoined the conversation. Once again, thank you so very much, Mr. Martins, for joining the conversation right now. Let's have your opinion on this situation, just like I asked you earlier.
Thank you so much, Mr. David.
It's much better now. Go ahead.
Yeah, one thing is that South Africa is facing an economic dilemma and the political dilemma as well, where democratic rights are being observed. We should not see such kind of incident up in a republic like South Africa, whereby this segregation is the politics. When in our Kenya politics, the majority of foreigners here, even they are in the business, they are experiencing what we are experiencing. If we tax, they are tax. Instead of escalating this issue to generalize or to say everyone in South Africa is not observing the constitution, the law of South Africa. That's not what it should be. And it should be an inclusive government where I am by not come, xenophobic should not arise. And another thing is to understand the South African president, the deep state as foreign, and is right with his voice. So what is happening in South Africa is political turmoil, which is affecting even the foreigners. And this is the issues that should be addressed by specifically by Africa Union.
Okay.
The case when we end a summit where Africa, this was the issue to be discussed, to fight those kind of gaps to the nail, and to come up with a mechanism. If South Africa want to be an independent entity, Africa, let it be, and our people be. So we're gonna see a time whereby South African foreigner countries are being excluded, and that will not be the case. it is so that I saw the youth of that. I heard someone from South Africa saying South African are lazy. Now, since they are economic foreigners, they have envy. They feel that their space has been taken. South Africa lead them and address the issue affecting their people and not discrimination and what all issue segregation. If they have issues with the white settlers, then they said the US is facing them face to face. But now coming to the citizen of Africa from their land, it means that in Kenya, we're going to tell the South African to vacate. Nigeria and Lagos will tell South Africa vacate. And we do not align well because now economic growth, they will be curtailed.
All right, then. Well, again, I'm still going to stay with you because I wanted your opinion on the story that, of course, made it to the news table today, where in your country, President Donald Trump is expecting to deploy, the public health officers to Kenya to staff a potential quarantine facility there amid the Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo and also in Uganda. Now, some are saying by this move, should the government of Kenya approve to it, which again, the government of Kenya is also saying that they are at the moment looking at the facility and to carefully approve it. This carefully is a conversation that has become a very worrisome one. Why is President Donald Trump not taking her citizens to the US? Rather, keep them in Africa, even to sort out their treatment. What's your position with this story as well? Because again, opposition figures are saying Kenya is no dumping ground for the US. What's your position?
Thank you, Mr. David. We should understand that the Western and the Northern colony are scrambling in Africa. Secondly, Trump is, I don't see if Trump has a goodwill to Africa, means that he removed all the foreign aids and he exit from the World Organization Health. Basically, what he is doing is the diplomatic ties that America has with the Kenya and the foreigners from U.S. and majority here in Kenya, and the ends he has to include their well-being in the country and in Africa, whereby now we have the of outbreak case of Ebola. It's sad, and I can say quick recovery to the casualties in DRC and in Kampala. But let me bring a story where by United States Barack Obama during the COVID, he said that we should put the measures fast, we should respond fast, and the finances to cater the situation should be settled. Not in government taking more time deliberating on how the issue. Hence, we're gonna have many cases in Africa. So, should the quarantine centers. Basically, another thing is the center should Africa should look into come up with new development system of LD system or that will be responding to a pandemic. If we take these people in our normal LD institution, we're gonna doctors who become victim of the outbreak. Okay. So let's quarantine fast. Let's be vigilant, and let us serve the health measures to ensure this outbreak will not bring economic crisis in our continent.
All right, then. Let me take this conversation to the studio in just about in 30 seconds because we're really out of time. Barrister, your position about the fact that the U.S. government clearly is saying at this point, whoever is affected by this new strain of Ebola would not be taken to the U.S., but of course would be taken to Kenya, and of course they will get their treatment there. What's your position with this story as well?
But I mean, Donald Trump is trying to send a message to Africa and to you. This man is trying to make you believe that Americans, or that he's capable of taking care of Americans anywhere in the world. That is just the truth. He wants to limit the spread. He doesn't want those people to come into America and spread it. Rather, they should be treated in America. And he is going to supply the medical personnel to do that. That is just the message he's sending to you. He didn't abandon them. He said he will send. And so, if it's going to spread, let it spread in Kenya, not into America.
You don't think that's some level of having Africa as a dumping ground for this particular variant of Ebola virus?
The message is that he is bringing the personnel. Is that not true?
Yes.
Good. He's supplying the personnel. And what he's telling you here is that if it should spread, let it spread in Kenya. It is not left for you to understand the message he's sending. Is it the first time he's dumping things here? They are ex-convicts. Are they not dumping them in Africa here?
Oh, well.
And your leaders accepted. So very soon now, the man will be exporting madmen into Africa. All these their boys who have smoked their head off. Donald Trump will say, yeah, go to Africa, they need, because there are so many mad people there. Go and join them. And somebody will agree.
All right. Well, because of our time, really, this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the African News. We want to say big thank you to Barrister Darlington Agumo, who is a lawyer and also public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Thank you so very much for being here as well.
My pleasure.
Mr. Martin Siririn-Jue, thank you so very much for being here. He is the CEO and founder of Wealthgate Insurance Agency and also public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Thank you so very much for being here as well. We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, Congo waives visas for all Africans from 2027. These and more after this break. Please stay with us. We're glad to have you back at Still the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to other stories. The Republic of Congo has announced a visa-free entry for all African citizens beginning from January the 1st, 2027, in a move intended to ease cross-border travel and promote regional integration. Expected to simplify travels for businesses, tourism, and education, and even cultural exchange, the proposed measure was announced by President Denis Nguesso during the Africa Day celebration in Brazzaville. According to him, it aligns Congo with broader continental efforts to promote the free movement of people under the African Union's integration agenda and the African Continental Free Trade Area. The move allows similar waivers by Rwanda and Togo. Nguesso frames the decision as part of a broader vision of African unity and shared prosperity, stating that reducing barriers to movement is essential for unlocking trade, investment, and people-to-people exchange across borders. And from there on, let's move straight to African business stories. Zambia's state investment firm, ZCCM Investments Holdings, said it has partnered with Chinese-owned Wonderful Group to revive a near-century-old industrial-scale line and cement production facility in the country's Copperbelt region. The move is meant to restore the 95-year-old facility to supply critical inputs to Zambia's copper, construction, and agricultural sectors after operational difficulties at the facility led to insolvency in 2018. In a statement, ZCCMIH disclosed that the partnership through a new joint venture vehicle named Ndola Lime Limited would be backed by $30 million of new investment from Wonderful Group. It added that the facility's revival would be implemented in 3 phases. The first phase focused on the construction and commissioning of a lime production plant with a 600 metric ton per day capacity. Wonderful Group will hold 55% of Ndola Lime through a $25 million equity contribution and a $5 million shareholder loan, while ZCCMIH will hold the remaining 45% interest via contributed operating assets and the write-off of $9.8 million historic debt. And to wrap up the African news, we'll go straight talking sports. Ghana have included midfielder Thomas Partey in their provisional 28-man squad for next month's World Cup in spite of his pending criminal charges in the United Kingdom. The 32-year-old, who now plays for Villarreal Football Club, is due to stand trial next year after pleading not guilty to 7 counts of rape and 1 count of sexual assault. The allegations involve 4 women and relates to incidents that said to have taken place between 2020 and 2022. Partey left Arsenal Football Club in 2025 after 5 seasons in the North London club. He was discharged shortly after his contract expired and later joined Villarreal in Spain. The midfielder has remained a key figure for Ghana's national football team during their World Cup qualifiers and has now earned 58 international caps. Meanwhile, forward Mohamed Kudus has been left out of the squad due to injury. The Tottenham Hotspur player has not featured since January after suffering a quadriceps injury and further complications delaying his return. And with that sports story, we've come to the end of the African news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast, and happy Eid al-Kabir celebration to our Muslim faithfuls, and a happy Children's Day to every child out there. I am David Edwin. You have a good afternoon.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
I am Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Siru, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, Leave it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is a Maritime Frontier show on Vop Television. My name is Deli Utomi. You're welcome to the program. This week, we are taking a look at a number of items, a number of events that occurred in the course of the week. And we have with me here today to discuss some of the events that happened in the course of the week. Ms. Adaku Onyenuchea, she's a maritime reporter for the Guardian newspaper. Lady Adaku, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Dili, for having me.
We kick off with the story concerning the MPA. Dansoho highlights sport modernization drive as key to Nigeria's ACFA gains. The managing director of Nigeria Ports Authority, Dr. Abubakar Dansoho, has underscored the urgent need for accelerated port modernization to position Nigeria for optimal benefits under the African Continental Free Trade Area. Speaking at an annual conference on Thursday in Lagos, Dansoho said the transformation of the nation's ports is no longer optional, but a strategic economic necessity. He noted that while Nigeria holds a natural geographic advantage as a maritime gateway to West and Central Africa, global competitiveness in the after era will depend largely on efficiency, innovation, and reliability of port operations. Port modernization is not merely an infrastructure project, it is a national economic priority, he said. The NPA boss outlined key reforms being driven by the authority, including infrastructure upgrades at Apapa and Tinkan ports aimed at boosting capacity, improving berth production, and reducing vessel turnaround time. He added that the development of the deep sea ports, particularly Lekki Port, is expanding Nigeria's trade capabilities. On digital transformation, Danso disclosed that NPA is advancing the port community system and supporting implementation of the national single window to enhance stakeholders' integration, reduce delays, and improve transparency. He further highlighted ongoing efforts to improve operational efficiency through faster cargo clearance and reduce dwell time as an enhanced connectivity via rail links, inland ports, barging operations, and export corridors. According to him, the authority is also focused on attracting private sector investment and strengthening strategic partnerships to ensure sustainable growth in the maritime sector. Danso expressed confidence that the ongoing reforms will result in faster port operations, lower logistics costs, increased trade volumes, and higher government revenue. He added that initiatives will also boost export competitiveness, create jobs, and establish Nigeria as a regional maritime hub. He concluded that with sustained commitment and collaboration among stakeholders, Nigerian ports are on course to becoming a preferred gateway for trade in West Africa and a major driver of economic diversification. Mr. Onyenuchia, you were probably at the event where this presentation was made by the Lekki Port Manager of the Nigerian Ports Authority, representing the Managing Director. What do you think about what he said about the port modernization?
So when we look at port modernization, it's all about when we look at port modernization, it's all about efficiency. How do we drive efficiency across our ports? And for us to drive efficiency, we look at technology. Technology is the main thing. Technology will help our ports to be efficient. Then we look at, because when we look at our port, we are still running on the analog port management system. So we need to move. Other ports have embraced technology, which is why our cargoes are being diverted to other ports that use technology. And it's faster there, because when you want to clear goods there, it's faster. But in Nigeria, it takes about 21 days, an estimated 21 days to clear the goods, clear the goods here. And we all know how paperwork is delaying these goods, and it's making our cargo dwell time to be one of the highest, making our ports also to one of the most expensive. So I think with this port modernization in terms of port automation and technology in all aspects, we'll achieve efficiency and we'll also be able to compete with other ports across West Africa.
Now, what do you think about how far the government is willing to go about this upgrade? We know that we have about 6 operational ports in Nigeria, but attention is being focused on mainly to the 2 major ports in Lagos. That's the Apapa port and the Tinkan port. And if we really want to diversify the economy or decentralize the way businesses are being done within the economy, we need to look at also improving the efficiency in other ports, especially the eastern ports. In light of that, do you think the government is willing to do what it needs to do to really make all these other ports work efficiently?
Okay, so when we look at infrastructure, we know it's capital intensive.
It is.
Yes, attention is paid to the ports in Lagos. This is because that is where majority of the traffic is coming to. But we know that majority of these cargoes are eastern bound cargoes. So, and like I said, funding is required, and they need to focus on.
It's intensive.
Yes, and it's intensive. So they need to focus on where the cargo traffic is coming to. So gradually they would extend to other ports, but it's important that they diversify since majority of the cargo goes to the east. So I think they should gradually, balance it out. We have the Onne port there. We also have the
Calabar,
and the Warri ports. Yeah. So, but we know that those ports, they are shallow in drafts.
They are river ports.
Yes, they are river ports. They are shallow in drafts. Lagos, Tinkan and Apapa port are still deeper than those other ports. But with time, I think the government
even the Apapa and Tinkan ports are river ports, considering the draft. Yeah.
Yes. But when you look at the vessels,
no. Actually, it's the measurements that requires the depth of the what's it called, the port, where the ship berths. It's the major consideration for calling either a river port or a deep sea port.
Yes.
And deep sea ports are majorly those that have over 15 meters, minus 15 meters depth. And these ones here are just about 4 or 5 meters in depth. So looking at that, also there are projected ports like the Badagry, the Dangote port in Lekki, the Ibom Deep Sea port, the other one as Escravos, you think the government will be willing to invest such huge, humongous amount of money, or you think a private partnership can do
this is where private partnership comes in. There needs to be this enabling business environment to ensure that this private sector
investors
comes in. But when you are inviting the private sector, let's look at it. Will they be able to, the money they've invested, will they be able to realize it? This is where
return on investment.
Yes, this is where cargo comes in. Do we have the cargo? Because it's not all about building ports. The ports that you have, how efficient are they? Are they attracting the cargo? The cargo we need, are they attracting it? Because we still have the cargo being diverted to other ports. So I think before we build other ports, let's make the ones that are existing efficient. And when we make it efficient, and when we are able to attract those cargo, then we can talk about building other ports rather than having ports lying around without anything.
I remember throwing a question at Mr. Anda, Emmanuel Anda, the representative of Dr. Dan Soho, about what he thinks about these proposed deep sea ports. He said something to the effect that once they come on board, the present ports we are having, except for Lekki, which is a deep sea port, will become like transit points. The river ports, they will all become irrelevant. You see that happening in the nearest, maybe in the 15, 20 years time?
I don't think so. And even the deep sea port, because I was at a program where the managing director of MPA, Dr. Abubakar Danso, said that before you can build a deep sea port, you need to have about $2 billion. So how many people?
Lekki was built $1.5 billion.
Because he gave an estimate.
Yeah.
So who is ready to invest this?
That kind of money.
And also have a return on investment. We know how Lekki deep sea port is. They are still operating below the required capacity.
Yeah.
Yes, despite the bulk of the cargo, despite the bulk of the cargo coming to Lagos. So now, if we have such in other parts of the country, will they also have their return on investment? Will they have this cargo? So rather than building, yes, I know we need deep sea ports, but rather than building ports all over, because when you look at Ghana, you look at Cotonou, you look at Togo, how many deep sea ports do they have? But their ports are efficient. They are the ones driving the cargo. They're the ones driving the cargo. So let's look at how to make our existing port efficient while we build other deep sea ports to attract these vessels.
Okay, let's take a look at another item that made another presentation made in the course of the week by a maritime personnel. Igberengbe advocates smart technology adoption to boost port efficiency. It's also in line with what we are discussing. Former lawmaker representing Apapa Federal Constituency, Mufuta Igberengbe, has called for the urgent adoption of emerging technologies to improve efficiency across Nigerian ports, warning that outdated systems are no longer sustainable in modern maritime trade. Igberengbe made this call while presenting a keynote paper titled Attaining Efficiency at the Port in the Face of Emerging Technology, where he highlighted the growing importance of digital transformation in global port operations. According to him, ports serve as critical gateways for international trade and economic growth, but many continue to struggle with congestion, delays, high operational costs, and infrastructural deficits. He noted that emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, Internet of Things, IoT, Blockchain, automation, and digital twin systems are reshaping port operations globally. He cited leading global ports like the Port of Rotterdam, Port of Singapore, and Port of Shanghai as examples of facilities leveraging smart technologies to enhance efficiency, reduce turnaround time, and boost competitiveness. Efficient ports are defined by minimal delays, lower costs, high productivity, and improved customer satisfaction. Igberengbe stated listing key performance indicators such as vessel turnaround time, cargo dwell time, and customs clearance speed. He identified major challenges affecting port efficiency to include infrastructural gaps, reliance on manual processes, congestion, security risks, labor-related issues, and environmental pressures. The former lawmaker explained that technologies like AI can help forecast vessel arrivals and optimize resource allocation, while IoT enables real-time monitoring of port equipment and operations. He added that blockchain enhances transparency in cargo documentation, while automation and robotics improve handling, speed, and accuracy. Igberengbe also emphasized the importance of digital twin technology in simulating port operations for better planning and decision-making, as well as smart port community systems that integrate all stakeholders on a unified platform. Focusing on Nigeria, he pointed to key ports such as the Lagos Port Complex, Tinkan Island Port, and Onne Port, noting that efficiency can be significantly improved through digital solutions, rail evacuation systems, enhanced security, and private sector participation. He further recommended full digitalization of port processes, upgrading obsolete cargo equipment, handling equipment, strengthening cybersecurity systems, and investing in human capital development through continuous training. Igberengbe stressed public-private partnership will play a vital role in funding modern port infrastructure, while regulating reforms are needed to support innovation and compliance with global standards. Attaining efficiency at the port is no longer optional but essential, he said, adding that countries that embrace smart port technologies will benefit from faster cargo movement, reduced costs, increased revenue, and improved global competitiveness. He concluded by urging stakeholders to benchmark international best practices and integrate sustainability into port modernization efforts to ensure long-term growth and resilience in Nigeria's maritime sector. It's still in line with what we are talking about, the port efficiency, improving port efficiency, is talking about technology here. We know that most of the things that we do within our ports are still manual, with the exception of Lekki. Every other place is still this manual human contact kind of operations. What do you think about what he just said about the way forward?
So I believe that the way forward is having a policy that holds agencies accountable, so long they're operating in the maritime sector, because we are still far behind when we talk about adopting technology. So now, and when you look at agencies, they are slow to deploying this technology. So, and I think there should be policy. Let's hold agencies accountable. If you're slow, give them timeline. If they fail to meet the timeline, there should be sanctions. And I believe that with this, we'll be fast. Our ports will be technologically driven ports.
Okay. And you see, the thing about technology is that in most cases when they are introduced, there is this palpable fear that it takes away job. And so most of our people have that fear and they wouldn't want it to work. We know what has been happening with those platforms introduced by the customs. Bodogo had a whole lot of glitches at the introduction. Up to this moment, it's still not performing at optimum level. The newly introduced national single window is having a whole lot of teething problems. Do you think the government people have learned from all this? Because we are talking about technology here, technological platforms, bringing in innovations. What about guarding against sabotage? You think we are ready for all that?
I think we are ready, but it's how we are going about it. So like you talked about this technology, I think technology won't replace humans. Okay. So it's not left for you to train yourself, retrain yourself on how to use this technology. Because when you look at what is going on with the national single window, that's failure on the part of agencies to integrate. I won't mention names.
You're free to mention names.
Fresh waters have always pointed at NAFDAC and SON.
Yeah.
They have this low integration to the national single window. And if they have...
the goods clearing process starts with a SON for them to generate the SON cap.
Exactly. And why are they having these issues? If you're a technology savvy, that is, you'll be able to resolve this situation. Because when we have the right manpower, we have guys who are into coding. We have people who are into technology. So when you bring in these people, when you train yourself and retrain yourself, equip yourself, that they know you as a technology guru, you'll be employed, they'll bring you in, and you'll be able to solve this situation. And we won't have such hiccups in terms of migrating to technology.
Okay. We move forward. Another item we have here is Amjon Annual Conference 2026, Attaining Port Efficiency in the Face of Emerging Technology. That's the theme for the conference. The president of the association, that's Vera Osokpo, made a presentation on the day, and she said, this is not just another conference. This is Amjon's parliament, she said. This is where the maritime media sets the agenda for the maritime nation. So our special guests, she said, who are not from the maritime sector, thank you for answering our call. Your president tells us that the port efficiency is not a port problem. It is a Nigerian problem, and we are glad you're here. We chose attaining port efficiency in the face of emerging technology because the face of global trade has changed. Osoko said, artificial intelligence is clearing cargo in Singapore. Blockchain is tracking containers in Rotterdam. Ghana runs on a 24-hour port with one platform. That's impressive. Meanwhile, UNCTAD tells us 90% of Nigeria's trade passes through our ports. The World Bank says every day of delay cuts 5% of that trade. And the Lagos State Chamber of Commerce and Industry says we lose $19 billion a year to inefficiency. She went on to say, colleagues, emerging technology is no longer a conversation for tomorrow. It is the test of today, and Nigeria cannot afford to fail it. She said that Amjo is 12 years old. We have reported every port reform, every policy somersault, every promise made and broken. Today, our role is clear, she said. We are the bridge between policy and port, between technology and truck driver, between the boardroom and the berth. We will not be cheerleaders for failure, but will be champions for reform. When you deploy technology that works, we'll amplify it. When you install scanners that gather dust, we will, of course, report it and ask why. She said, that is the Amjon promise, fearless, factual, and for Nigeria. To our regulators and operators here, she said, thank you for honoring our invitation. This hall is proof that dialogue is possible. We asked for three things, Osokpo was saying: access to information, respect for media, and the sincerity of purpose. Give us those three, and together we will tell the world that Nigeria ports work. Let me repeat what she said. We asked for three things. That's the journalists asked for three things. Access to information, one. Respect for the media, and sincerity of purpose. Give us those three things, and together we will tell the world that Nigeria ports can work. So, what do you think about what she said with regards to what the media requires to do its job, and the fact that what we have been talking about for the past couple of minutes, for the past 10, 20 minutes now in terms of technology. He says we ask for three things: access to information, respect for media, and sincerity. Access to information. A whole lot of government agencies don't allow the media, especially in the maritime sector, do not give access to information that much. What do you think about that?
Yes, I think their communication department needs more education, because you can't withhold information from the media. You are the fourth estate of the realm, and our duty is to inform people, educate people, and entertain people. So
and
now
also
we need
hold
the
the government
exactly accountable.
And that's probably what they fear.
Exactly. And one thing that is killing the media is misinformation and false information. When we get to hear about information, it is left for the journalists to call the agency to verify, because fair hearing is very important.
Good.
And I'm calling you, I've heard about this. I want to, verify if this is true. And we are calling you, you refuse to pick your call. So the journalist is left stranded. Okay, how do we do it? Do we just go with what we've had, or what? Do you see this? So this is where misinformation comes in and false information, because they allow journalists to publish. When journalists publish, you see them doing damage control.
Yeah.
This is it, making the journalist to look as if the journalist is always publishing false information. When we call you, answer, give us this information. And one benefit is that when you give us this information, it helps us report better. We know that, yes, our report is improving, because when you look at the entire maritime system and when you look at the media reportage, it's always the negative aspect. But we have the positive aspect as well. So help the media pass this information, so that the media will always report the positive part of the maritime sector, because enough of the world see Nigeria as if Nigeria is not working. Because every day Nigeria is not working, the maritime sector is not working. Whereas in actual sense, we have the areas that are working in the maritime sector. So do not withhold this information from us. Pass it, both the negative, both the positive. So we tell the world our story. So the world will know, yes, Nigeria is actually working.
Good, good. NIWA to facilitate West Coast cargo jetty, eyes smart inland operations. The National Inland Waterways Authority, NIWA, has unveiled plans to facilitate the development of West Coast cargo jetty, aimed at enhancing seamless movement of goods and services across the sub-region. In a strategic move to maximize Nigeria's vast inland waterways, the authority disclosed that it may operationalize some of its existing jetties to boost cargo traffic between Nigeria and Ghana as a pilot phase of the initiative. This was made known during a joint inspection of the Marina Jetty in Lagos on Thursday by officials of the Nigerian Ports Authority, Nigeria Immigration Service, NIS, NIWA, and a delegation from the Ghanaian comprising corporate and private sector trade representatives. Leading the NIWA delegation, the acting managing director, Mr. Yusuf Gire, reiterated the authority's readiness to support the proposed West African cargo jetty. It highlighted the availability of extensive waterfront infrastructure capable of driving efficient, technology-driven, and hassle-free cargo operations with direct access to key markets within Lagos. Gire, accompanied by NIWA's General Manager Marine, Engineer Hosford Dakio, and the Lagos Area Manager, Engineer Sarak Brahma, explained that the authority's expansive network of waterways positions it as a critical enabler of inland cargo movement from across West Africa. He noted that NIWA's existing operational experience, particularly along the Calabar-Cameroon route, provides a solid foundation for scaling similar initiatives across the West African coast. We are committed to leveraging our infrastructure and expertise to facilitate regional trade. Our experience on the Calabar-Cameroon route demonstrates the viability of inland water transportation in boosting market access within Nigeria and across West Africa, Gire said. What do you think about that? There's a budding bilateral arrangement for NIWA for cargoes to be moving via the waterways from here to Ghana, trying to replicate what's already happening between Calabar and Cameroon.
Okay, we know that at the event, at the recent event at Apapa, the NPMD talked about the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. So, and for this to happen, there must be connectivity within countries. And now when we look at Nigeria's ports, Nigeria's maritime sector, we know that the majority of the bulk of the cargo is always at the mother port. We need to ensure that other places like the cargo jetty, the inland dry port, they are all functional to ensure that we decongest the mother ports.
Even the other ports within that the mother ports serve, like the KLT.
Exactly. We need to make sure that these mother ports are decongested. Take these cargoes to those cargo jetties. And the fact is that how many of those cargo jetties are working? We all saw how the barge operators they were lamenting, saying that some of these jetties are not working. So they have to rely on the mother ports. So now when we have these cargo jetties working, it will ensure that we boost this Africa Continental Free Trade area. There will be no challenges to access other countries, because the more we were able to connect with other ports, with other countries' ports, you will see that there will be cargo flow and we'll be able to generate revenue from this Africa Continental Free Trade area.
And Nigeria being the biggest country, at least the biggest economy in West Africa, yes, we need to reach out to the neighboring countries to,
of course,
do more trade, more inter-West African trade.
Yeah.
Of course, for us to properly derive the benefits therein.
Of course, because we know that when Nigeria is import dependent, and when you look at the percentage of trade that comes to West and Central Africa, it's Nigerian-bound cargo. Nigeria controls about 40% or more of those cargoes coming to West Africa. So we need to ensure that connectivity. We need to ensure this trade, because when we look at the Africa Continental Free Trade, it's also talking about exports. How do we export to other African countries? Because if we cannot export, that means our export sector won't even thrive.
Yeah, I know. I've not really seen the documents, the legal framework for the African Continental Free Trade area. But you made a very good point here that Nigeria is import dependent, and the cargo inflows are much more than the outflows. Despite the fact that the outflows are growing, the export cargoes are moving out and growing in numbers. The fear there is also there that these other countries, less endowed countries in Africa, may be used as places for conveying goods to be dumped here in Nigeria. How, in the light of this, how is this going to work out with how the cargo movements and everything?
So I don't think that other countries or Nigeria will use as a dumping ground. Rather, it will ensure trade facilitation. There will be movement of goods across all countries.
Yes,
we're able to
that's
take
objective.
We'll be able to take our goods to Ghana. Ghana will be able to bring their goods here. It's just to ensure that Africa works.
But like you said, Nigeria is import dependent. Most African countries are import dependent.
Of course.
Just a very minute few, if not all, are import dependent. But will it not make Nigeria the final destination for all imported goods in any part of Africa, and then we become a dumping site?
No, it won't if the government focuses on our exports. If government should focus on the export. So the reason why we bring in, we are import dependent is because we don't produce much. We don't manufacture much. So, but when we focus on this after trade, we will see that it will boost our exports. Because when we look at what we produce and take outside there to the Western world, Europe, we don't meet their standards. Africa will have our own standards. So let's trade within amongst ourselves. Let's get this money. Let's get this revenue amongst ourselves. Let's boost our trade amongst ourselves.
Okay. TCIP Command makes another huge mark. TCIP Command makes another huge mark. Calls in Canadian loud worth 18.9 billion naira. That's over the week, about a few days ago, I think you were there too, when we saw that this got to be the biggest seizure of drugs at the Tinkan Island Command. But let me go through the story. The syncretic acumen with which Frank Okechukwu Onyeka, controller and customs area controller of the Tinkan Island Port Command, Nigeria Customs Service, handles his responsibilities at his post, has over time left most totally impressed. This is because his time at the helms of affairs at the TCP has witnessed such good performances in quick succession, generally in all the areas of customs mandate, that it could leave a watcher's head spinning. The most recent seizure of hard drugs gives us the impetus to highlight some of the command's earlier results in carrying out their job, especially in the area of anti-smuggling activities and particularly concerning the seizure of illicit drugs. In March 2025, different caches of illicit drugs with a total street value of 8,053,125,000 naira were seized. That's in March 2025. In October 2025, 2,081 packages of cannabis indica weighing 1,093 kilograms and 8 packages of crystal meth weighing 8 kilograms concealed in the vehicles in four containerized vehicles were apprehended. The total street value of the illicit drugs recovered from the seizures was 5,304,000,000 naira. And in January this year, 2026, 55 jumbo bags of cannabis indica comprising of 2,366 packages with a combined weight of 1,183 kilograms were seized. The seized narcotics have an estimated street value of 4,732,000,000 naira. And one suspect was arrested in connection with the seizure. In February, 3 units of 20 food containers of expired pharmaceuticals were seized and handed over to the NDLA. On Thursday, the 30th of April, 2026, Comptroller Onyeka held a press briefing where he showcased fresh seizures of illicit drugs. He informed the journalists that following credible intelligence and sustained interagency cooperation, officers of the command, working jointly with personnel of the NDLEA, conducted a 100% physical examination on a container with number HAM U429966/1, which has been red flagged from intelligence gathered. The container, which originated from Canada, was initially declared to contain only used vehicles. However, upon thorough examination, it was discovered that 185 jumbo bags of cannabis indica concealed with one used 2010 Toyota Camry and one used 2023 Chevrolet Colorado. The CSC's words: further examination revealed that seized cannabis indica comprised 9,458 packages with a total of 4,729 kilograms. An estimated street value of 18,916,000,000 naira was recovered. Comptroller Onyeka referenced the agreement between the Customs and the National Drugs Law Enforcement Agency, the NDLEA, as a framework which is yielding the tangible results, and which was signed on April 27, 2026 at the NDLEA headquarters in Abuja by the Chairman, Chief Executive Officer, Brigadier General Mohammed Buba Marwa, and the Comptroller of Customs, Bashir Adewale Adeni, PhD. Part of the standard operating procedures SOP of the agreement provides that both agencies are to follow on strengthening interagency collaboration through regular engagements, structured intelligence sharing, and develop coordinated operational guidelines to ensure seamless collaboration. The agreement also established that the headquarters of the Standing Interagency Committee is to be domiciled at the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency headquarters, Abuja. The CSA also handed over the seized 4,729 kilograms of cannabis indica to the strategic commander, Tinkan Island Drug Command of the National Drugs Law Enforcement Agency. That's the commander of narcotics, Solomon Gbadebo Motosho. While carrying out the handover, Comptroller Onyeka warned all smugglers and criminal elements that the Nigerian Customs Service, in collaboration with its partners, is fully prepared and determined to detect, intercept, and prosecute all forms of illegal activities. He reiterated that the Tinkan Island Port Command remains resolute in its commitment to intensify synergy with all relevant agencies to secure the borders and the ports. He said that we will continue to deploy intelligence-driven strategies and robust enforcement measures to combat smuggling and illicit trade. The NDLA head, while receiving the seized drugs, said that the seizures occurred as a result of Controller Onyeka's commitment to national security and also interagency cooperation occasioned by interaction of the heads of the agencies, Brigadier General retired Buba Marwa and CGC Adewale Adeniyi. While fielding questions from journalists, CN Omotosho also noted that some of the illicit drugs came from certain countries that have more liberal approach to some drugs, and that their threshold for allowed substances is higher than what the laws of Nigeria permit. It is noted that with the renewed efforts and especially the solid interagency cooperation, smugglers planning to use the Tinkan Island port as a route to carry out their nefarious activities of drug smuggling will continue to hit brick walls and have more holes punched into their sleazy pockets. Unfortunately, the perpetrators, at any little suspicion of any government agency being on their trail, usually take flight. They are in most cases not caught, just as is the case with these latest seizures. This is mind-boggling. Virtually on on daily basis, we keep hearing of seizures of large cache of drugs from different ports. What do you think about this one? Canadian loud, almost 5,000 kilograms.
So if you look at the trend, you discover that these drug lords, they are now using the maritime domain to smuggle their drugs. So, and that's one annoying thing is every day you keep on hearing, when you ask, who are the owners of these drugs? And they tell you they don't know. These agencies are not able to provide the owners of these drugs. Is it that at the port where these drugs left, is that they were not able to hold the owners of those drugs, and now it's coming here? So is it that nobody knows the owner? Because you can't keep on saying we don't know the owner, they're at large. No, because when you keep on saying it, we'll still have such a thing repeat itself again.
Yeah.
Because they are owners of this drug.
There should be deterrent.
Exactly. At the point where these drugs are being moved into the vessel, someone is responsible for it. Hold this person. The person will fish out the owners. And at the port where they are being discharged, hold the person. And they'll bring out the owners of these drugs. So it's unfortunate that we keep on hearing that there are no arrests. They are still looking for the owners. The owners are at large. No, it doesn't work that way. We can't stop this if we continue with this trend of we don't know the owners. We don't know where the owners are. And this is why all security agencies at the ports, they need to step up. We need to step up security at our ports to ensure that these people are being apprehended and are being dealt with.
Yeah, I'm not giving brief to the government agencies, not holding a brief to them, but I think I tried to do a little bit of an investigation into some of these things because, like you just rightly said, in most cases, and it is written in that report, you hardly see anybody being apprehended for these nefarious activities. My small investigation showed that some of these people, the paper trail is so complex that for you to hold the particular person, the owner, is usually, they are so smart that sometimes they send these things through a proxy. The proxy now send, for it to be cleared, you have to give to another proxy, who gives to another proxy. The final person who comes to clear is being held, and he knows next to nothing about the owner. I mean, it's but the thing is this: what I keep advising, as in my own capacity, I should advise the freight forwarders who clear some of these cargo is that do not clear any cargo of anybody you do not know his, you don't have his KYC, know your customer. You don't know this person and you're doing business with the person. You have never even seen him. Just somebody presented a paper to you, go and clear this thing. And you go sheepishly because you need some money, you go and do it. And you get into trouble. One occurred, I investigated, or I saw one that occurred this year. The end, they were unable to get, it was about, probably the owner is about the fourth person from hand to hand, from hand to hand. But the agencies of government, I'm just an individual. The government has all the wherewithal to do proper investigation and fish out the perpetrators. I think that is where it comes in. Probably, would you say that they are not doing their job enough?
They are doing it. They are doing their job, but I don't think they are doing their best. Because even if it goes through proxy, when you hold one person, you link the person, you keep on linking till you get to the final owner. Even if they don't want to speak, you make them speak. Because I believe that the owners are amongst us. They are not hiding. We are seeing them. They are not hiding. But because proper investigation is not being done to bring them out. So they all know how to go about this. They will keep on doing this, and going scot-free.
Now, what do you think about the Tinkan Island Port Command receiving this huge amount of drugs and it being able to be exposed? He said, is that credit to the NDLEA or the customs, the command customs personnel, or is it? What do you think?
It's a joint work, a collaboration, because one agency can't do it alone. Because if one agency wants to do it, they can't get it. So there needs to be this joint collaboration, because when you look at custom, that is to clear the goods, and at a point probably there might be some mistakes and all that. So that's why they also need the NDLEA. They need other agencies to come together and ensure, because if one agency has an information, it needs to pass it across to the other agency. So they must work hand in hand. Custom cannot work without NDLEA when it comes to this drug. And NDLEA can't work without the custom, because customs, they are the first point. Exactly, they are the first point of call. They are the ones checking these cargoes to see, okay, let's examine these cargoes. When they see, they have to call NDLEA. And if NDLEA receives information that a drug is calling, they have to inform custom. Container, vessel is coming with drugs. So it's left for the customs to do their work. So it's a collaborative work. One agency can't do it alone.
Now, what do you think? We talked about bilateral relationship and agreements before when we were talking about the newer cargo international jetty that they want to establish along the marina. What about in this area? This question was asked at that press briefing. Why is it that the agencies of government cannot have such bilateral agreement? I know that the CGC of Custom, the CG of Custom, sometime last year talked about it. He's been to several countries, I think India, one or two other countries. Do they need to have more bilateral agreement with this country? Because a lot of countries have lower threshold for drugs, such as this. Nigeria doesn't. Nigeria, there's a whole lot of things that Nigeria as a country doesn't allow to come in, but in some other countries they are allowed in there. Why can't they have stronger bilateral agreement with these countries in order to be able to be informed when this thing is leaving their country? You think they are not doing well enough in that area, or is it that they're just leaving it so that as it goes, they catch the person when the cargo comes here through 100% examination, which is not efficient? So what do you think about that?
So I don't think they are not doing well. They just need to step up.
That's in terms of bilateral agreement. That's
yes, they just need to step up. Visit your counterparts in other countries. Ensure that there is this legal framework that binds all of them together. So when there's this legal framework, they can work together with it. They can pass this information. Because the last, should I say the last? I can't remember the country where the Controller General of Customs talked about that there's this, inadequate legal framework between Nigeria Customs and the other countries' customs. So they need to work together. Let's bring out this legal framework that will bind us together, that we can work with. Then we can share information. Because we are not working together with the other customs in the other country. You can't share that information.
Obviously,
information sharing is lacking. So we need to be able to share this information. If there is a particular issue in my country, and I know that this vessel has left going to your country, then I should tell you, please expect so vessel coming. So they'll be able to pass that information, share that information with them. So they'll work hand in hand. So if there's no collaboration, if there's no legal framework binding all the customs of all the countries, there will still be gap in terms of trade. Then you see all these nefarious activities, growing.
Okay. Now let's see. There's a room for us to take one more story. Amato proposes 3,500 capacity truck park. Partners NTVOA as rescue team is launched. They need to encourage healthy road use practice. The safety of members as well as other road users has necessitated the conception of a rescue team to aid maritime truck drivers as they engage in their businesses. The gathering at the main hall of the Rockview Hotel Apapa Wednesday had many industry operators, officers from the Lagos State Traffic Management Agency, LASMA, Federal Road Safety Agency Corps, Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC, the Maritime Police, as well as officials from the Apapa local government in attendance. The event was the swearing in of the new Lagos State Executive Committee members for the Association of Maritime Truck Owners, AMATU, a body known to be in the forefront of fighting for the welfare of truck operators in Nigeria. The occasion also provided a veritable opportunity for the association to inaugurate a rescue team meant to attend the immediate needs of drivers while on the road. In his welcome speech, the outgoing Lagos State Chairman of AMATU, Lukman Zangalu Shitu, said that there is a real need for all maritime operators to form a critical mass of unified force so that their interests can be totally addressed and taken care of. In his words, as far as this association is concerned, an injury to one is an injury to all. He also announced the association's partnership program with the Nigerian Towing Vehicle Operators Association for the evacuation of broken down trucks at no extra charge. Goodwill messages followed. The Commissioner of Police Ports Authority, Tony Agbaminaja, was represented by Olubukola Hussaini. She commended the efforts of AMATU to bring truck operators together. She said this is a collective good for everyone and it should be supported. CPC Makanto, representing Ghanaian in the Hams at her boss at the Federal Road Safety Corps, said that the FRC is committed to partnering with AMATU. She advised that members of the truck association should always latch their containers to the trucks as required by safety procedures. She wished the incoming executive committee members a trouble-free and successful tenure. Stephen Okafor, the representative of the NATO president, said this gathering is a first by AMATU and the transformation in the association is quite remarkable. He opined that road transport employed more persons than the federal government and urges the government to invest in the building and repair of roads. The representative of Mrs. Idowu Shebanjo, the chairman of Apapa local government area, was Shegun Moses. He anchored his message on the need for partnering AMATU to make sure that there is always free flow of traffic within and around Apapa. He advocated constant training of truck drivers in order to properly orientate them on the right way to use the roads with consideration to other road users. Francis Oladokun of the Lagos State Traffic Management Agency, LASMA, commended AMATU for engaging in engagements that have yielded good results. The keynote address was presented by the president of the association, Chief Remi Ogugbemi, who noted that the difficulties confronting truckers today can be traced back to the planning and concession of the Apapa and Tinkan Island ports, where insufficient attention was given to the indispensable role of trucks in port logistics. Trucks are the backbone of port operation. Yet the privatization process led to the removal of designated truck parks that were originally provided by port planners in pre-concession era. Indiscriminate parking of trucks along port access roads was rare due to the availability of structured parking facilities. His words, over time, the situation has deteriorated significantly. Trucking operations have become less profitable, largely due to the activities of unauthorized actors, both state and non-state, who exploit truckers through various means. Consequently, resources that should be allocated to maintenance and fleet renewal are diverted, leaving many trucks in unsafe and poor conditions. Chief Ogbemi urged that, in line with our commitment to solutions, Amato has identified a parcel of land with the capacity to accommodate approximately 3,500 trucks. This land represents a strategic opportunity for development of a standard truck marshalling yard to support operations in both Apapa and Tinkan ports. We have formally presented this proposal to the Honorable Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, who directed the matter to the Nigerian Shippers Council. We sincerely commend the Council for its engagement, convening stakeholders meetings, and facilitating inspection visits to the proposed site in collaboration with the landowners. Their commitment to resolving this critical issue is highly appreciated. The occasion also witnessed the swearing in of the new executive. So, this is also in line with what we are talking about here. Amato, that's the Association of Maritime Truck Owners, they are proposing a 3,500 capacity truck park. That will, if they get that done, it will decongest the corridors, the port corridors of Apapa and Tinkan. Don't you think so?
Yes, I think it will, because we all know how the port roads were in the past. You you can't use your legs to even trek, not to talk of using your vehicle to trek. And this is because there was no truck park, there was no holding bay. Even as at now, we still have an inadequate holding bay. Because when you go to the Tinkan and Apapa corridor, you see trucks parked indiscriminately, still on the road. And this is a serious issue, especially to our maritime corridor, which is also our trade corridor. Now, they are talking about 3,500 truck capacity yard. So it's not all about having this. Will they comply? Will they pilot? Because we know what is going on. Some of them are not compliant. Even with the electronic call-up system, you still see people that want to bypass. We still have those saboteurs that, let me just enter, I just want to get it. They don't want to follow the system. They don't want to follow that. They don't want to do things in order. They just want to follow this bypass and just follow it. So even with the 3,000 truck capacity, they should also ensure that they comply with it. They should be there when they call them. They should enter. So with this, we'll achieve sanity on our roads.
Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for staying tuned on the Maritime Frontier Show this week. My name is Dele Utomi. We've been talking with Ms. Adako Chair, a reporter, the maritime reporter for the Nigerian Guardian, the Guardian newspapers. You're welcome to the program. Thank you for coming to the program.
Thank you so much.
I hope when we ask for your presence here, you
of course
oblige us.
I'll be here. Thanks so much.
Thank you so very much. Have yourself a wonderful week ahead. Good day. Thank you very much.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching VOP TV. What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the voice of the people. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the voice of the people today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi everyone, my name is Princess Fithia Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akweja. Ricky Adelaida, the fisherman. Voice of the people. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is VOP TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Hello, my name is Inejo. Keep watching VOP TV.
What up? My name is Usmachiku. You are watching VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're doing good. Keep watching VOP TV and, just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi, guys. It's your boy Praise. Keep watching VOP TV.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. The red carpets, awards,
Assalamu alaikum, barakatuh, salah. Eid Mubarak and welcome to the program. Of course, I believe that you've been enjoying yourself and having that wonderful, fun. And I pray that Almighty Allah will hear our prayers and bring peace and restore peace to this nation. Of course, you'd agree with me that during this particular period, we don't get to pick, either you are a Christian or a Muslim or what have you. We are all one. We are just, all one citizen. We're all Nigerians, and this is what we would want, to continue. This is the spirit we would want to continue, and we wouldn't want anyone to use any religion, as a yardstick or even a smoke screen, to affect another religion. So we would, want to toe this particular line of peace, and we pray that Almighty Allah would actually, grant all our wishes and our desires. Welcome to the program. It is People's Voice on Voice of Television, where seeing stories shape the narrative. And of course, today we're dissecting a major conversation here that is making the headlines and, of course, causing some controversies around the political terrain. ADC in turmoil. Atiku ahead. Amechi rejects polls. This is quite a very serious one. We've been seeing this drama, and the question, or let me rather say, the almighty question is: after we went through all of the APCs, primary, and now this is ADC's primary, and we're still getting that statement: rigging, irregularities. What should we do? Who should we trust? These are questions that we should be asking ourselves as regards to both the ruling and the opposition party. Join the conversation with experts, insight, and season perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. U.S. reports 30,000 armed Fulani militants are fueling Nigerian insecurity. An estimated 30,000 armed Fulani militants are operating across Nigeria. Of course, this is coming from between May 2026. Yes, the report says that the U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom, USCIRF, says titled non-state violators of religious freedom in Nigeria, Fulani militants. The report calls them among Nigerians' deadliest non-state actors, are responsible for the highest number of deaths last year. Of course, the commission also mentioned that the attacks intensified in the Middle Belt and, of course, the South, killing thousands, displacing 1.3+ million of people, and targeting Christians and Muslim communities. It cited about 200+ killed at Catholic missions in Benue and 200+ Christians killed in Yawata in 2025. The report criticized slow security responses, but noted President Bola Ahmed Tinubu classified kidnappers and violent groups, including Fulani militants, as terrorists in December 2025, after Nigeria was designated a country of particular concern. Mayati Allah denied backing violence. Of course, the commission warned central Nigerians remain in an intense daily crisis, which is what we're still talking about here, which we just pray that peace, would be restored in this country, and we would actually enjoy total freedom and security. For some of us, we have 1,001 places to go to, but we are really, more concerned. Our families are concerned about our whereabouts. We can't even, just pick ourselves, unlike, back in the days where we can just travel, take a trip, but we can't do that anymore. I was really scared for the people that were, on their way to Kano yesterday. I saw the gridlock. Now, I was talking to one of our guest analysts immediately we finished the show. I said, between Lagos and Kano, I know 1,001 different places that are quite very, dangerous for people to actually apply. Are we to talk about the Ekiti State, between Ekiti and Kogi State? Are we to talk about Kogi and Abuja, where we call Abaji? We have different roads there. Even when you move, before you get to Rigasa, between Abuja and Kaduna, it is all also scary. We are not even talking about that of the road while you're going to Kafanchan and going to Plateau. We're not even talking about when you now get to Zaria and you're moving to Kano. So almost every place in this country, is a particular place where we have to start praying. Someone once said, which was quite trivialized, but I didn't take it as such, saying that if you want to go on road trips now, regardless of the amount of that particular bus, but you have to keep your ransom money in your pocket as well. This is not a good story. This is not a good thing. This is not a good conversation that we should be having. And I just pray that peace is restored in this country. And away from that particular one, federal government approves 50% train fare discount for Eid el-Kabir. Of course, the federal government has approved the 50% on all Nigerian Railway Corporation passengers fare. Right, the federal government has actually said through the Ministry of Transportation that the discount will run between Tuesday to Monday, June the 1st, on all NRC routes nationwide. Passengers who bought full price tickets earlier will get a 50% rebate for travel on or before June 1. And of course, our train schedules remain unchanged. We're so glad to actually see this particular one. And yes, when something is actually laudable, we would talk about it. But I will still say this. I would never forget the trauma they left us in this country where we had to take our train from Rigasa, Kaduna to Abuja, Idu station. And between that particular place, immediately we passed Akubwa. The same train was actually, busted by the same bandits, attacked. So we've seen this over time. We've also seen that of Itagbe, that's Itakwe, right? Yes, between Kogi State and Edo State. So all of these particular routes, we need proper security. We love the fact that the government is actually giving us a 50% discount, but we need total security. And this security situation should not, the security architecture should not be coming in place only during the festive period. It should always be in place. We're still talking about students that were kidnapped, teachers, one that was killed. And now families are not even talking about, we want to see our father back, we want to see our son back. No, they are even saying, we know he has been killed. We have seen that he has been killed. We just want the government to bring back his body. So this is the conversation. This is where we are. We thank the government for doing this, but we want the government to do more. Welcome to the program. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605. 09044732605. Follow us on social media at Vop TV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on Vop TV, and of course on YouTube, Voice on People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we're taking the conversation. ADC in turmoil, Atiku ahead, and make sure reject polls. Don't go nowhere, please stay tuned. I'll be right back. Welcome back to the program. It is the People's Voice on Voice of Television. The ADC presidential primary is in turmoil after Rotimi Amechi and Muhammad Ayatuddin rejected the May 26 results, alleging rigging and voter disenfranchisement. Amechi called the results concocted, while Ayatuddin boycotted the Abuja announcement despite the protests. Coalition continued. Chairman Ikechi Amenike adjourned near midnight for Idere Kabiru to resume on Wednesday, 8 p.m., with 12 states pending. And of course, with 24 states plus FCT declared, Atiku Abubakar leads with about 1,432,275 votes, winning 22 states plus FCT. Amechi has 246,455 votes, and Ayatuddin has 135,375 votes. ADC spokesman Bolaji Abdullahi has said there is no evidence of rigging yet and urged use of party channels. The Labour Party says it is consolidating structures nationwide. Of course, ahead of the 2027 with the National Working Committee urging unity as it prepares its election strategy. When I've been joined by Mr. Elvis Elimiele, journalist, political and public affairs analyst, of course, a member of the Guide of Public Affairs Analysts of Nigeria. Mr. Elvis, you're welcome to the program. Barakad Salah, same to you. Okay, we're also being joined by Dr. Ade Tokumbo Pierce, a PDP chieftain. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
I love the fact that you are here today.
Barakad Salah.
Barakad Salah to you, sir. All right, we also have joining us virtually Barrister Ken Asogwa, a senior special advisor to the national chairman of the Labour Party, Senator Usman Nadi Media. Barrister, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Savior. Barakad Salah to Nigerians.
Yes, same to you, Barrister. Barrister, by now I
just have a correction to make in the intro.
Okay, please go ahead.
I am the National Publicity Secretary of the Labour Party.
Okay. So officially the
I used to serve as the senior special advisor media to the then interim chairman of the Senator, but after our convention in Mumbai on the 8th April, I was elected as the National Publicity Secretary of the Labour Party.
All right, so officially, Barrister, you have to put it out there for all of us to actually, officially, change your profile. And congratulations
This is
to you.
out there already.
Congratulations. I wish Nigeria was that, I wish Nigeria was that, fine. When I will use the word fine, like things were quite cheap and easy, we would have said you should, do the celebration, but we can't actually stress you now. Because we know how much people are buying cows. This is the same cows that we're buying at 150 back then, 200,000, 100,000. And now I'm hearing cows are being sold at 3.5 million, 3.8, 4 million naira. And rams are being sold for 800,000 to 1 million. And I'm asking myself, what ramification of situation is this? But let's come back to the program. Now, let me start off from the studio, and Barrister, I'll get through to you. Let me start off from the studio. Now, I need to start with Doctor. Doctor, I want to start with you because the PDP, decided to throw another fresh, jab. I don't know if this is a thing we should be worried about, or is a thing that your party is also, concerned about, because Jonathan is now in the fray. And we were all told, and we all saw it, where we have your principal, Seyi Makinde, saying that he's coming out, as a president, and he's coming through the major line between the PDP and APM. And now, if we are hearing Jonathan being cleared, and of course, he didn't go through any screening, are we about to see another part also between the PDP? And if at all Jonathan would be coming out, as a party, a ticket holder or a flag bearer, what is going to happen to your principal?
Don't refer to Seyi Makinde as my principal.
Basically, you have been making brief, you have been taking briefs for him.
Well, yes,
for a while.
well, because all that time, nobody else was in the race. We felt that he's the best candidate. Okay. He still remains the best candidate as far as I'm concerned. But I'm a member of the People's Democratic Party. So is Goodluck Jonathan. If both of them are contesting, there is no problem. We only have two people contesting. The party zoned the presidency of the PDP to the south. And the national chairman from the north. So we don't have a problem. If we have two gentlemen who are from the south contesting, we will go to primaries and the best man will win. You understand me? We don't have a conflict in the PDP. At the end of the day, Seyi Makinde runs, Jonathan runs. I do believe that the work that Makinde has put in over the last 2 years, 3 years, the fact that Goodluck Jonathan basically abandoned the party immediately, lost in 2015. He went back to his village. We didn't hear from him again until recently he surfaced again. I think that if we go to primaries, Seyi Makinde will win the ticket, but the process will go on. We'll go to primaries. One of them will win. I believe Seyi Makinde, because of the record he has in the party in the last 3 years, will get the ticket. Okay. And we don't have a problem. We are not going to have the kind of thing you have in ADC where they say, oh, the election was rigged. Because the ADC election was terrible. Terrible. I don't know if
what would you say about that of the APC? The APC primary?
Well, APC is not a democratic party.
Okay, Doctor. No.
The APC already knows who they are going to vote for. Did anybody challenge Tinubu for presidency? No.
Osifo did.
No.
Osifo did.
Who?
Yeah, Osifo.
Who is that?
The sole challenger.
Yeah, well, come on. That's a joke. You know that. So all they have is autocracy. They crown themselves. In fact, Tinubu had been given the ticket over a year ago. I remember when it was done in his office. So don't talk about the APC. Okay. Don't talk about the APC. But the ADC, it was terrible. I don't know if you heard about what happened in Lagos State. ADC. Lagos State governorship race was terrible. According to a lady who, I can't remember her name, she said, according to the report, she came first. One Salis came second. Our man, Vivor, came third, according to the report, because she's taking the party to
Vivor
court.
was actually given.
That's the point. According to her, our lawyers are now saying that the announcement was just made, and the third man, the person who came third, was declared the winner. So they have a problem. It's in court already. That's the problem they have.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
And you know that Kachiku, the immediate past presidential candidate of the ADC, is already declaring that he is the candidate.
We have so much.
So there's a lot of problem.
Enough drama.
But you know why you have so much drama in our polity now? There is so much illegality going on at the very top of the country. The president and the APC, the ruling government, everything is fraudulent and corrupt, and therefore it trickles down to all the other political parties. Everything we do in Nigeria now is against the law. Everybody is lawless. So it's unfortunate, but that's where we find ourselves.
All right, thank you so much, Doctor, for that particular one. Now, let me come to you, Mr. Elvis, before I take it to Barrister Ken. As regards to the ADC crisis now, the article, got about 1.4 million, votes, leading, after 24 states, including that of the FCT. Just like we heard the APC saying that the president had about 10.99 million, so approximately 11 million voters. How many members do the APC have? So that's another question. That
3 million more than he had in the presidential election across the country.
And Doctor, miracle can happen overnight. You can actually get new members. Now, Mr. Elvis, Amechi called the results, concocted. And of course, Ayatollah also boycotted, that particular Abuja, fray. These allegations of rigging, does this have, credibility? Or is it about a typical post-primary pushback? And if this is happening now, where you have opposition party and the ruling party in the same WhatsApp group, if I'm allowed to use that word. What do I mean by that? Some people internally in the APC are complaining of the same rigging, irregularities in the just concluded primaries as regards to the senatorial reps and assembly. Now, this is about ADC. And we're hearing the same situation happening. So, if the ruling party is doing this and another opposition, is doing the same thing. So, who should we trust in this country? Are we about to face the biggest rigging of the lifetime in 2027? Mr. Elvis, I would like you to talk about this.
Well, I say your Bakari Salah to Nigerians and happy Children's Day to our beautiful children. The future leaders of tomorrow, even though the country have not accepted them as the future leaders, but we'll continue to remind them. I wish them well. Yeah, come to the big question, Savior. If you will remember very well in this studio, the day they went to INEC office, ADC, to protest in INEC office and say INEC should allow democracy to breathe. All of them had the banner and they protested there. And we were in this studio and I told you in the studio that day that democracy, allow democracy breathe. It's not even INEC alone. They themselves that are holding that banner should allow democracy to breathe. Did I not tell you?
And you told me that they were going
and I told you that by the time we get to the primaries, we will actually know who and who that message is meant for. The message is for Nigerians, but the messengers that had that banner that went to INEC office and say all of them have issues. And here we are now. We have not even started the race. We are hearing of rigging. So the only difference between APC and ADC is just the P and D at the middle alphabet. The D alphabet and the P alphabet. There is nothing different. This is what Nigerians are saying, that we are tired of all this. If at this level of primaries, these two political parties cannot get it right, one, the ruling party, and the one that is struggling to take power from the ruling party, where is the hope of Nigerians? That's the big questions. So we have to go back to the drawing table and begin to think, where is that Messiah party that is coming to deliver Nigeria out of this? I tell you categorically here that day that nothing will change if these people get to power. There is none of them there that we don't know. We have always known David Mark was Senate president for 8 years in this nation. the third person, number 3 person, he would have been able to make some certain laws that would change the situation. Nothing done. We saw his deputy now in UK, prison in the UK, because things did not work. That was why they did not fix the hospital that led him to become a prisoner in the UK today. Talking about the Senate president under vice Senate president. So when they are now coming with that trajectory that APC is their problem, APC is their problem, I really don't see that APC is their problem. Part of the problem we have is that we have never gotten the right leadership to steer the affairs of this nation. Everybody that comes with that kind of deceptive words, that was they branded Buhari in 2015 as the Messiah. We saw the monumental failure of Buhari's regime throughout the 8 years of Buhari's administration in this nation. Nigeria became the poverty capital of the world. More Nigerians were plunged into poverty. And the insecurity that they so boast of, a retired general, he was coming to fight insecurity and solve it. Banditry began to reign. We had only Boko Haram before Buhari came to power. But when he came, banditry got into power. And kidnapping became the order of the day. And here we are today. So when you see the situation that is going on now, it's not new to some of us because we already knew. Some of us already knew that something of this was going to happen. Is it Amechi that you're going to talk that he was not interested in the power? Or is it Atiku who is like a customer Dadani? Always coming every 4 years?
Yeah, I think Amechi, yes. Amechi mentioned that. He said that
it's not electable.
He said Atiku knows how to win primary.
Yeah, he knows how to win, but he doesn't win the general election.
So
he's customer. He has become customer of primary. So he knows how to win the primaries. Now you're also talking about 1 point something million votes or whatever that is leading with 1 point something million votes. Is that the issue? The issue is how credible is the vote, number one. And even if he gets into that power, he will not do better than what we have seen APC doing at the moment. So I'm not here to malign anybody, but the truth and the reality must be spoken, Savior. Nigeria will begin to strive for that Messiah that will bring the desired leadership. They are there celebrating Salah today. The president is in Lagos with his children and his family. Our 2 years, as little as 2 years, 4 years are in the bush in Oyo State. A teacher that went to take out a living to survive is beheaded. Some other teachers are there. Our children are there. Is that leadership? What is the distance between Oyo and Lagos that the president can even say, let me even go and visit the state and know what is on ground? That's what a leader should do. So when you now begin to see leaders are being greedy and being selfish, they only know about themselves, they are not leaders. That is what I've seen in Nigeria over the years. We should tell the truth to issues because what we are saying here this evening, this is the people's voice, and that's this program. The people are saying that the leadership of APC has disappointed Nigeria. That's the people's voice. And the people's voice are also saying that ADC is not the Messiah because a leopard cannot overnight change his skin.
So who's the Messiah, Mr. Elvis, if I may ask you?
We'll get to the Messiah.
All right, let me take it to Barrister Ken. Barrister, can you hear me? Please unmute yourself if you can hear me. Okay, Barrister would be joining back. Let me come to you, Doctor. Doctor, I would like to also ask you that particular question. Mr. Ivy said something. He said, he talked about Messiah. He said neither the APC or the ADC, would give us the Messiah. So where should we be expecting? Look, a few months ago, we were actually thinking it was this same ADC before, Obi left and all of that. Now the story has changed. So what's going on?
If you ever listen to me, I tell you, I've been to many places where people say, are you sure you're a member of PDP? Because I can only tell the truth. Do you know, nobody is perfect. Yeah. No political party is perfect. But let me tell you where the PDP is now. PDP, even if you compare the PDP administration in the past to the Buhari APC administration at Tinubu APC, you see that the Jonathan, the Obasanjo, the Yar'Adua years were far better. So what is in politics? There is no perfection anywhere. You take the best of the worst lot. The PDP today is still the best. As a political party, let me tell you, what APC is going through, what ADC is going through now, we've been through it. We have cleansed our party. Therefore, this is the party now that will have the least problem and the least corruption. And then you talk about individuals, presidents. In the history of this country, if Seyi Makinde becomes president, he'll be the first president that has a clean record to get into office, that we can hope that he will change Nigeria for the better. Look at the educational background. Look at the work he's done in your state. Look at where he's coming from in terms of financial integrity. When he came in as governor, he had his own money. He had been working in the oil industry. A man like Tinubu, look, you know what is wrong with a lot of people? I take it to you, I give it to you, Elvis. Look at people closely. Don't say you expected Buhari. How could you expect Buhari to be a savior?
No, Nigerians said so.
It was a mistake. That's what they sold to us.
Yes, that was the dummy.
That's what. But listen, I knew that Buhari, when he was in the Petroleum Trust Fund, he bungled it. When he was head of state, he didn't know what was happening. It was Diagbon who was ruling. So the point I'm making is, every leader, before any election, I always urge Nigerians, the voter, study the leader. This is not a question of what they sell to you. Read between the lines.
Okay.
Read between the lines.
Doctor, let me take it to
talk about a question of integrity. Who does not know? This is why nobody in ADC can win an election in Nigeria.
Doctor, let me...
They have a bad record, all of them.
Doctor, I'd like you to hold it thoughts. Let me take it to Barrister Ken. Hello, Barrister. Are you in now? Are you ready?
I'm here.
All right. Of course, Barrister, I would also like you to respond to that of, the ADC's conversation. Of course, you also saw what happened in the APC, primary. Now, the ADC is actually the talk of the town as regards to this whole situation of primary rigging, an article claiming about 1.4 million already. Now, you'll be responding to that, and I want you to do this as simultaneously. Talking about Labour Party and 2027 politics. The Labour Party says, your party is intensifying mobilization for, 2027. How strong is Labour Party's structure compared to every other, opposition, after the 2023 elections? I would like to know what you have put in, what your party has put in place, and not only that, you agree with me that you had this internal issue between, Abure and, Senator Usman Nadi for a while, but now the issue is over. What is going on with, Labour Party? With ADC having internal crisis, and of course, PDP is also still battling with Wike faction, Turaki faction, and all of that. What and how could Labour Party benefit from all of this particular, situation going around with the opposition party?
Thank you, Xavier, and my warm greetings to your guests out there, especially Dr. Pias, whom I have followed for years. So, in coming to your question, I will advisedly try to stay away from commenting on what transpired in other political parties because of the vantage position I occupy in Labour Party. Whatever I say here might be interpreted to mean as the position of the party. But I can't close my eyes to the events between the time that APC had their primary and the shameful thing that transpired in ADC yesterday. When it happened in APC, I saw a video clip of something that happened somewhere in Bende in Abia State, where people were just literally playing with numbers. And I thought it was just the ruling party and what the game they've mastered in doing, only for us to see the same ADC rather repeat the same thing somewhere up north, I think in Gombe or Adamawa State, where people were just literally dishing out non-existent numbers. And eventually we saw what transpired in the results that was produced yesterday in ADC, where two leading aspirants came out to repudiate the result. Rotimi Amechi and the Hayatuddin. So, starting from that, we all know that you can readily see that ADC is not ready to offer any alternative. It's just the same old wine in new bottle, So, and to APC, I saw the numbers that they dished out, more than 10 million people that purportedly voted to return the sitting president. And this is a president that in 2023 recorded about 8 million votes. And this 8 million votes did not come just from the party members. It came from Nigerians from all walks of life. And he recorded 8 million votes. Today, only his own party members have given him more than 10 million. So what does that show you? It shows that when he goes for general election, we should be expecting something in the region of 20 million. So we are just playing with this democracy. But that's why your guest there, Elvis, was asking, so where is the redemption? And I keep telling people that the redemption lies with the Labour Party. And I will prove it to you here. Our primaries will be coming up. It was supposed to start today, but because of the sensitivity of the festival taking place today, we decided to move every of our primaries to 30th of this month. So in keeping with the celebration, and we decided to do that because of our Muslim brothers. Now on 30th, Labour Party will be unveiling its presidential candidate. And you will see the difference in what we are producing and what other political parties have produced. You see, I want to assure Nigerians that the redemption lies with the Labour Party. We have something we are doing that is different from what others are doing. You asked me a question, what we've done differently from 2023, what we have done to structure the party properly since 2023. And in straight answer to that question, I need to let Nigerians know something. In 2023, we claimed to have won the presidential election. And to me, we won the election, but when the matter went to court, we were not able to validate our claim. And the court said that we did not win that election. And we all went home. The reason the court said that we did not win the election was that we did not have polling agents across the 176,000 polling units in Nigeria that could stand in polling units to defend our vote. So when we got to the polling unit, to the court rather, we were not able to authenticate our claims. And the court said, look, you did not win this election. And we went home. Now, since after in the wake of that 2023 election, Labour Party went back to drawing board to understand why we lost that election. And the reason we lost that election was because of the fact that we did not have the requisite structure needed to win a presidential election. And we went back to the greatest potential we have as a political party. Surprisingly, we discovered that Labour Party is the best structured political party in Nigeria to win election. It is so unique a political party that
Barrister, I'm surprised about
the NLC.
Barrister, I'm surprised.
TUC,
Barrister, I'm surprised. Please, I'm surprised you're saying Labour Party happens to be, the best structured political party, because for how many years we've actually said that PDP, has been the most structured political party, and if you would say Labour Party, of course having that of the Labour, on the other side, but just like you mentioned, if your party cannot have party agents, in some locations, in some wards, in some polling units, so how structured are you?
I'm coming in to talk about that before you came in. You see, Labour Party is so unique a political party that we have the TUC, the NLC as the institutional members of Labour Party. They are captured in the constitution of Labour Party as members. Now, technically speaking, every civil servant in Nigeria is a member of the Labour Party, whether serving or retired. There is no polling unit area in Nigeria that does not have either a serving or a retired civil servant. In 2023, the NLC, the TUC, and the affiliate unions were coming cap in hands to the party, begging for their members to be used as polling agents for the party. Then the former leadership of the party because of some untoward practices going on then, they deceived our former presidential candidate and said that they had recruited party agents across Nigeria that they should do away with the labor unions. And that cost us that victory. So now today, the leadership of Senator Ronald Usman has gone back to marry the labor unions, the NLC, the TUT, and the affiliate unions. And today, this is producing enormous results for the party. So there is no political party in Nigeria that has the capacity to police every polling unit in Nigeria more than Labour Party today.
Okay. All right, Barrister Ken, before I come back to the studio, so should we be expecting another messiah from your party as a presidential, candidate, or will your party be merging with that of the NDC?
You see, I have had to answer this question a number of times. I'm beginning to sound like a broken record.
This is the first time I'm asking you. This is the first time I'll be asking you.
Okay. Well, maybe in other television houses.
Okay.
Labour Party was registered in 2003. And NDC was just registered this year. And it is quite insulting for anyone to insinuate that Labour Party should be subsumed into a baby political party that was just registered some months ago.
But we are talking about reality.
No, but the reality is what I've reeled out to you, that we are much more structured to win a presidential election more than any other political party in Nigeria.
But it tends to look like the NDC has more people now, more followers, more members.
I have told you that every civil servant in Nigeria is technically a member of the Labour Party.
Okay.
So if you need to give me the statistics of the civil servants we have in Nigeria. Now, let me answer your question.
Okay.
In straight answer to your question, Labour Party is a going concern. It is a political party that is standing alone in this election. We are not contemplating any coalition with any political party.
So when should we be expecting your presidential candidate?
We are going into this election, fielding a presidential candidate, going into this election as a standalone political party, and we are going into win it.
Okay. Thank you very much, Barrister Ken. Because we're pressed for time, so we would like to bring you back to the studio. Mr. Evans, I'd like to come to you first before I know Dr. Pierce has a lot to say, but because Barrister Ken actually threw shade at, Doctor, indirectly, not directly. Now, because he is saying they are the most structured party, and Dr. Pierce usually would say PDP is most structured. But let me come to you, Mr. Evans. If the Labour Party is saying that they are officially standing alone, no coalition, no merging, they have their own presidential candidate that they would be actually fielding as in regards to, the race. Don't you think that the South stand, a chance of losing to the North? Or just giving the ruling party another landslide victory?
Well, before now, one would have thought of that. But the rain, when it falls on every roof. It does not segregate. So as it is now, Nigeria is not talking about North and South. Nigeria is talking about that good leader, wherever he's coming from. We know too well that this is the position, this is the time of the South. Yes, there are good persons in the South among these political parties that they can choose from. Forget about the Northerners are yearning for that leader. Their brother disappointed them for 8 years. Then the person that took over from their brother now, from the same party, has come to add more salt to the injury. So now, like I keep saying, we are looking for that Messiah now, which is not going to be like, it's among the people from the North. From the South, the Northerners cannot vote for them. But I want to quickly go into some of the things the barrister said, the National Publicity Secretary of Labour Party. This is the first time I'm actually hearing his name and even seeing him.
Oh, really? He's been on the program about twice.
Yes, because I know, because Labour Party has been having different kind of leadership, but now I thank God that this one has come to stay. But I want to let him know that the opposition political party should not be stingy at this time. If really we are talking about the monster that has come to plague Nigerians, that's the APC that we are saying they must leave Aso Rock. We should be able to drop that high horse arrogance lifestyle that Kwankwaso, actually traded in 2023 election when we were talking of, their presidential candidate should be to align with Kwankwaso and all that, their party, NNPP and the Labour Party there. But today, we are talking about, then we didn't even know that it was going to be this worse. We are seeing how how worse this situation is now, and that because this situation needs urgent rescue. Nigerians need that rescue now. So if we need that rescue, what's so difficult from the opposition political party and saying, okay, let's fraternize around this leader or this candidate from this party that we believe has the popularity. He said Labour Party was registered in 2003. Labour Party never got the popularity and the spread he had in 2023 when former Governor Peter Obi joined it. They never had it. Okay. So they may just have that name. It is not the old age, how old his party is talking about now. We are talking about how relevant, how spread, the popularity so the party has garnered. I know they had a governor, former Mimiko, former governor of Ondo State. I know they had that as governor. I also know that after that, nobody heard of Labour Party again until Obi came in 2023. So now, whether the candidate comes from whichever party now, from the south, and it's an opposition, and everybody is talking about let's work, removing the APC from government. I think they should have another declaration where they can all rally around one candidate that they believe has the popularity and has the spread and has the love of Nigerians and have that integrity that Nigerians are yearning for, that will be able to take us out of this dungeon we are.
So much, Mr. Elvis, but I don't think the Labour Party wants to rally around Mr. Peter Obi because he left them. But that's a question that.
But we should not be talking of. We should not be talking of personal grudges now. We should be talking about salvaging Nigeria.
That's the question Barrister Ken would have to respond to. Doctor, in just 30 seconds, we're about to close. So,
look,
your concluding thought, please.
The People's Democratic Party has been through the fire and through the rain. We have been purged clean. We are born again. We are ready to rescue Nigeria from these years of Buhari and Tinubu. I'll tell you why. The party itself is so lean and ready and structured now because we got rid of all the problems we had. We've been through a lot. Our party is a new party, stronger than ever before.
If it's a new party, that means that Wike is also part of the new party, right?
Wike is not a member of our party. Look,
Doctor.
Legally. Don't bring that up.
That is in the INEC portal.
Don't bring that up.
Doctor, his name is in the INEC portal.
Don't worry.
I shouldn't bring it up.
That is because Amokwito is committing a crime against humanity.
But you people have not sued him.
Don't worry. Look. Let me tell you, we have sued him, and if he's not careful, he end up in jail. Because Supreme Court...
Don't you think this is just speculation?
Listen. This certified true copy of the Supreme Court judgment of April 30th said, from the 1st of November 2025, anything that comes from Wike and Anyanwu and Co. is null and void.
But your convention is also null and void.
Yes.
But Turaki is still parading.
No. It's not parading.
Okay.
We have accepted our convention is null and void. The Wike Convention is also null and void by the same judgment. But in addition to Wike's problem, the Anyanwu structure, everything they put together is null and void by that judgment. Now,
Turaki is the INEC not done the needful.
Because INEC is a criminal enterprise.
Doctor.
That is the issue. Now, look, let me tell you something else that you brought up. Something else you brought up. Apart from the party structure, we see when Labour has their own primaries, let's see if they come out peacefully.
Okay.
Now, apart from the party structure being in place in PDP, we have a potential presidential candidate that is clean and integrity, full of integrity.
Does he have integrity more than Peter Obi?
By far.
Doctor, we'll be talking about
by far.
We'll be talking about that some other time.
He has not been in problem. Obi has all sorts of issues.
Doctor, we
all sorts of issues. International and national.
Doctor, Barrister Ken, we're pressed for time, Doctor, I'm sorry. Barrister Ken, I would like to respond in just 20 seconds as we round off the program, please. Your concluding thoughts.
I quite agree with Elvis that maybe there may be need for some form of coalition or something, but it is to the extent that that we have provided a platform, like I told you, that is much more structured than any other political party in Nigeria. So our doors are open for people who would want to come in and join the Labour Party in our movement to
Barrister, Barrister, I was expecting to actually say that. I know you wouldn't say your party wants to go, but anybody can actually come to your party. It is okay. Barrister, we're pressed for time.
Our doors are open to receive people. So
thank you so much.
There could be a need for that. But I want to say something. When Mr. Peter Obi was in the Labour Party, we gave him all the support we needed to give to him, and we believe that we won that election. You understand? So Mr. Peter Obi won that election under our platform. It was Labour Party that produced Mr. Peter, that threw that candidate up. The Labour Party that accepted Mr. Peter Obi in 2023 or use our platform is not going to do less this time.
All right.
So our presidential candidate will be somebody that Nigerians will say, wow, the Labour Party has done it.
We'll be looking out for that. We'll be looking out for that. And of course, Barrister would actually look for another time where we'll talk solely about your party, in the coming days.
Thank you.
Yeah, I wish you the very best. All right, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Elvis, for being part of the program. Thank you so much, Dr. Adetokunbo Pierce, for being part of the program. This is how far we can actually go, on the program. Don't forget that coming up next is Locker Room. Yes, if you love the world of football, I'd like you to stay able to enjoy that particular one. But I would just like to leave you with this particular, that children are the message we send to the future that we might not actually see, but of course I will send them there because we know that they would actually, stand the test of time. But for us to actually, indulge ourselves in some form of negligence, in some form of not caring for them enough, and allowing people to pick them up, adopt them, or allowing them to stray out of school. This is not the right future we should, be building. So, Nigerians, to you parents, to me, myself, we should take care of our children. Happy Children's Day to every child out there. I'm still a child to my parents as well, but of course, we understand what I am saying here. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will last. Whatsoever you face will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Savior Udo. Have a good evening rest. Baraka the Salah.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Evi Siru, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
Welcome to the Locker Room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello, my name is Inedo. Keep watching Vop TV.
What up? My name is Usimachiku. You are watching Vop TV. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching Vop TV.
Hi everyone, I hope you're doing good. Keep watching Vop TV and just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi guys, it's your boy Praise. Keep watching Vop TV.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching VOP TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're asking on.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on VOP TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching VOP TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post? I mean, who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with VOP TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah. Shout out to VOP TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to VOP TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know.
The Super Eagles of Nigeria opened her Unity Cup account right there in London with a 2-0 victory over the Warriors of Zimbabwe. Elsewhere, Manchester United are keen on signing the Brazilian Ederson, perhaps as a replacement for the Brazilian Casemiro. Of course, on the other side of Manchester City are also looking at Elliot Anderson as the right replacement for the aging Bernardo Silva, and perhaps if Rodri leaves this season, who knows? He might just be the man coming. And I've also said that they're actually looking at him at the expense of Enzo Fernandez. Of course, all this and more we'll be looking at in today's episode of The Locker Room on Voice of the People TV. This is Home of Football. And I also say Barakat the Salah to Muslim faithful across the world, and Happy Children's Day to all the children across the world. This year's Children's Day is a little bit different from the usual that we've used to as a nation, because we have a lot of kids in captivity at this point, and it's quite sad. I'm using this opportunity to call on the government to actually step in to ensure that the environment where kids are learning is upgraded, and also kids get the very best of security across the length and breadth of the country. Maiwa joins me on this episode of Locker Room. Maiwa, welcome to the midweek edition of Locker Room.
Well, it's always amazing to be here. I mean, it's another Children's Day, but you know, we try as much as possible not to stray away from football. But these children could have been the kids of anybody. Any one of us could have been in that situation if we were staying in Oyo State. And I hope, the government can step up to its responsibility and bring the kids back home. It's not Children's Day, because, how do you celebrate Children's Day when over 40 kids, aging between the range of, 6 and 9, are in the custody of, terrorists, and nothing is being done about it. It's just so sad. But, my thoughts and prayers are with them. And I hope, by the end of this week, maybe something miraculous will happen and we'll have the children's band. It's always amazing to be here in Ikechukwu.
Absolutely. So amazing to have you join us, Maiwa. It's so sad why you're actually reading all of that, and I'm just thinking, as well as, teachers also in captivity. It's not a good sight to actually, behold when you look at, Nigerian education system at its point. But like you said, this is football. Let's move away from, other things, and then hope that the government steps up to, her responsibility to take care of citizens of this country. Let's go straight to what happened right there in London yesterday, where the Super Eagles of Nigeria opened an account against, the Warriors of Zimbabwe, and one man is at the thick of it, Femi Aziz, who couldn't have asked for a better start with Nigeria. The Millwall winger scored twice on the Super Eagles debut to seal a 2-0 win over Zimbabwe in the Unity Cup. He opened the scoring in the 4th minute with a left foot strike, then doubled the lead just after an hour mark to put the game to bed. The 24-year-old earned his call-up after making Championship Team of the Year, and of course, Eric Chell clearly backed him to deliver. Chell compared his style to Bayern's winger Michael Olise, and Aziz showed why with pace, direct running, and a calm finish. Nigeria now waits for the winner of the game between India and Jamaica. Maiwa, we actually saw that game yesterday, and the Super Eagles actually showed just one thing, that they are hungry to win. But tell me, what exactly is the overall learning from that particular game against the Warriors of Zimbabwe, a side that actually gave Nigeria a very difficult time, during the World Cup and the Nations Cup qualifier series? Maiwa, here, are you there? All right, Maiwa, can you hear me? All right, so this exactly, this exactly on your screen is the list of the Super Eagles players that actually executed that game. Otto Okonkwo actually got his very first start, and of course, this is actually his debut match for the Super Eagles, the Wrexham goalkeeper, and he was very, quite fantastic in that one. And we have two players that I actually looked at all through, and I was quite impressed with their performance. Talking about Oputa and Igboke. These guys actually man, the left and right back for the Super Eagles. Another workhorse in the middle of the park was, Nnadi Tochukwu. He was part of the Nations Cup squad. Rarely got a minute, of course, only in our 3rd game in the AFCON against Mauritania. That's exactly where he actually played in that particular tournament. But he did so well. And this particular game showed just why Chelsea keep trusting him to be part of the Super Eagles. And Hassan Yusuf also showed, that he's an experienced player. And not also forget, Terry Murphy, who's been having, a topsy-turvy career at this point. But he did show leadership in that particular game. And Aziz, what a player who Eric Chell has been talking about. I recall the very first time his name got into the Super Eagles list. Eric Chell was talking about him as a player who he really, really respects the most. And he also talked about the fact that the guy, has, this quality that Nigerians will come to actually love. And I looking at him as a person, I ask myself, right, what exactly is that thing that Eric Chell is doing that is different from what we've seen across, every manager that have managed the Super Eagles after the big boss? Because every single time we've seen managers come in and then these guys show lack of energy. But there's something about Eric Chell's Eagles when they step into the game, when they are not even winning, you see that they're hungry. When they're actually winning, you see they dominate. And of course, in that particular game, yes, in the first half, the Warriors came out like a wounded lion expected. They were actually, trailing, catching up, trying to actually catch up with the game. They were actually losing at the time. So they were doing everything possible to find a way back. But these Super Eagles weren't even complacent. They were not even playing like they've actually scored a goal. They were so hungry trying to actually defend their goal. And a very good one for, the center back. I mean, these guys actually showed, exceptional quality. For me particularly, yes, that's exactly the man I'm talking about. Aziz is actually a very fantastic player. He's got very electrifying pace. Eritrea also said this guy, Nigeria has come to love him. But after that game yesterday, Eritrea saw something that, a lot of Nigerians will start asking themselves, why is Eritrea making this sort of comment about this young man? And I mean, it's quite simple. He was talking about the fact that, Aziz should not be complacent. This is not, a tea party yet. You don't sit back and say, okay, yes, I've gotten the Super Eagles jersey, so I can now, see myself as a Super Eagles player. He was actually talking about, something very key about Aziz. He was talking about how, he reads the game. And he said something very interesting, that if he fails to see improvement in his next game for the Super Eagles, he might not get the opportunity to be part of the, double header against Poland and Portugal. That's a coach that, really knows exactly what he's looking for in a player. And for this guy, right, he justified the fact that he made the championship, first 11 in this just concluded season. I mean, 2 players made team of the season in, Super Eagles right now. Talking about Fernandez, who was also, given the chance by Richel to be part of Super Eagles. He wasn't part of this Unity Cup anyways, but he was part of the first 11 right now, this season in Scotland. He made the Scottish first 11. It says a lot about the quality and, Richel's astuteness and ability to actually spot out the right talent for the Super Eagles. He also spotted out, Benjamin Frederick, 2 good players at the heart of the defense. Now we're talking about, Chibuike Nwi, who was, a Trojan in the heart of the defense. And also not talking about Aziz, who actually delivered, a paid Richel, for actually really trusting him. And not to also forget the Chukwu Nadi, who Richel flew all the way to France because of this young man. And of course, he was telling Dezebi at the point that he's a player that he really loves. Mayawa, I mean, I know Network is actually giving you a lot of, difficult time to be part of this show. But tell us exactly that particular game. Look at the lineup of the Super Eagles of that game against Zimbabwe. Tell me exactly the players that really surprised you the most.
Well, I mean, I think Otokoko in goal might probably be making a claim for himself. Before that call up, we've been raving about Otokoko, and he has come in to deliver. A couple of players too showed up, counted, especially Femi Aziz. I mean, winning an accolade as a player with Millwall is an indication, it's a testament to how good he is. And he came in, he was able to score 2 goals to announce himself. And, he might probably make selection difficult for Eric Chow. Also, Terry Murphy, remember, he had a torrid time in France. Moving over to Porto now, we are seeing what.
Well, it seems the network keep giving Mayawa a very serious time to actually be part of the show. I don't know, Mayawa, maybe you can actually, go out and try to reconnect again. So we definitely get, you to be part of this show 100% because you're giving us a lot of insights in this particular game that we saw yesterday, and we really like to, have you complete that particular thought or train of thought. I beg your pardon. So, but then let's move away from. So that's exactly how the game actually panned out. But then it is one of those very sad things that we actually get to see, in the Super Eagles setup. Sometimes, players who you really, really expect to live up to the expectations are actually not getting that. The ones who you really think they're definitely going to add something to it. But ever since Richel came in, I mean, it's really quite been very different. But then let's go on a quick break. When we come back, the show continues.
Are you ready for the extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 60 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching VOP TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Uzo Arco here, and I'm hanging out on VOP TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagada. You are watching VOP TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with VOP TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah.
Shout out to VOP TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to VOP TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching VOP TV.
Welcome back to Locker Room, and I just hope that network stays friendly this time around. Let's move away from that particular conversation and still talk about the Unity Cup, and now straight to the former Super Eagles goalkeeper talking about Greg Itafia, who's been talking about another goalkeeper who is not part of the Unity Cup at this particular point, as he's talking about the fact that the young man was supposed to be part of this team, and the goalkeeper was actually talking about none other than Stanley Nwabali. He was talking about the fact that he should be part of this team. And Nwabali was a key man for the Super Eagles at the last AFCON, helping Nigeria finish third, but he's been without a club since leaving Chippa United in February. And speaking on Brilla FM, Itafia said even bringing him as a fourth-choice goalkeeper would have helped. He's a top goalkeeper and has done well for Nigerians in the last 2 AFCON. He said calling him to train with the team would have been a good job for him, and of course would have helped him mentally. Itavia, who's been advising Nwabali, says the 29-year-old will be back in football next season. He believes the only reason Nwabali was left out of the squad was because Rachel wants to give other goalkeeper a chance. Now, Mayawa, I mean, looking at what we've actually seen, in this particular first game, right? Tell me very first, do you think Nwabali was missed in this particular one? And what kind of standard is the coach Rachel trying to set by keeping Nwabali out of the team? Even if you recall, in our last game before this one, he was not also part of the team, and he gave his reason that he's because he wasn't active in football, he doesn't have a club at this point.
Well, I think we should take sentiment out of it. Unfortunately, Jerry is not here. I know Jerry would have supported what Itafia has said. However, the truth is this: you are as good as your last game. Nwabali does not have a club. He's clubless at the moment. He needs to get himself in the club. And we've said it consistently, if you cannot nail down a strength in your club, you should not be part of the Super Eagles. Our national team is not a rehabilitation center. Our national team is not a place whereby you will use the national team to find club. I don't think it's appropriate. And I think what Eric has done is the appropriate thing. If you invite an Nwabali that does not have a club, what precedents are you setting? When another player is not performing well, how do you say the player is not good enough to be part of the national team? I think as long as Nwabali does not have a club, he should be out of the Super Eagles. We thank him for his service. He has tried. He has done so well. He has a bronze medal and a silver medal keeping for Nigeria at the Nations Cup. However, at the moment, the standard that we require, he is not meeting it at the moment. And for that reason, he should be out of the team. If by next season or next year he has a club, then and he's doing well, why not? Let's invite him. Let the competition be more, and let's see who amongst them will become our number one. But at the moment, he does not have a club. Those that have a club for a shirt.
Maya, while you were talking about Wrexham goalkeeper earlier on before Network kicked you out, also Okonkwo, you were talking about how the fact that his presence means that Stanley Nwabali's got problem on his hands, and not to also forget to have another Madiko Okoye as well, waiting on the wings. But let's talk about these three goalkeepers because these are the guys who are actually doing so well for their club at the point. I really don't trust Francis because it's not really shown. But yes, they also won the league in their club side. But then, I'm talking about these two young men now, Wrexham goalkeeper, and then, Okoye Maduka. These two guys and Stanley Nwabali. What do you see as the future of the goalkeeper? We're going back to the era of, Best Ogedegbe, Emmanuel Akala, Peter Rofai, and of course, not forgetting the earlier, the latest that we had, goalkeepers at the point, Ayenogba, Inyama, and of course, Austin Ejide.
Well, I think I want to throw Atubolu in there. Atubolu is showing indications that.
But he was actually dropped.
He wants to play for Nigeria.
But after being dropped by German national team.
You see, I've said it constantly. If you don't want to play for Nigeria as number one, you should sit down. However, we've seen players that come as that use Nigeria as second option, and they are in the national team. There are plenty in that national team. Case in point, Ademola Lookman, second. So there are plenty in the national team. However, I think I still want to throw Atubolu there because he got Freiburg to the final of the Europa League, and it's not a small feat to get to the Europa League. But let's concentrate on these two goalkeepers that you just mentioned, Okoye and Okonkwo. Those two goalkeepers, they will give Nwabali a run for his money. Remember, these two goalkeepers, they play in a league way better than where Nwabali was playing. That's number one. Number two, they are currently playing. Nwabali is not playing. Number three, if Nwabali gets a club, will he be able to regain that same form that got him to become number one for the Super Eagles in time before any major competition? Remember, the Nations Cup qualifier is coming up very, very fast. Will Nwabali have a club, and will he be active by then? I think at the moment, the battle is between Okoye and Otto Okonkwo. And the performance of Otto Okonkwo yesterday, yes, that's his first game. However, I think he's showing signs that, he can probably nail down the number one set.
Well, that's going to be a very big headache for the coach, Eric Chell. And of course, for the team, because now when you change goalkeepers, it means that, defense line has to really adjust to, sync with the goalkeeper. So it's going to take a lot. But then I think it's a very good headache to have. And for me, I think Nwabali seems to have this national team aura that makes it difficult for him to be displaced. There was a time where a lot of persons were calling for him to actually be dropped on the bench, but he went to the Nations Cup. He showed just why, he's Super Eagles number one. But then let's move away from that, go straight to what's going on right there in England and the blue side of Manchester as they're focusing on Nottingham Forest, Elliot Anderson this summer, and not Chelsea's Enzo Maresca. Report linking City with Fernandes has been stayed down, I beg your pardon, and then the news understands that City have now, turned their interest away from their design to Elliot Anderson, who is the real target. City have been in pole position for this week. There's growing expectation he will end up at the Etihad. Talking about Elliot Anderson, yes, that's the young man on your screen. And of course, why talks with Enzo Maresca about replacing Pep Guardiola are ongoing. A 3-year deal isn't fully agreed yet, but of course, both sides expect it to be finalized. So discussions are now on timing, backroom staff, and other tiny details. But City are also keen on signing players like Yohan Diomande, Bournemouth, Ellie Junior Krupi, and of course, Feyenoord's right back Viro Reed. Now, Maiwa, let's look away from all of these, conversation about the transfers of Junior Krupi and of course right back Viro Reed. But the biggest one is Elliot Anderson. And of course, you know that City's midfield is already aged. When you're talking about, Kovacic, these guys are the experienced one. The Kovacic, the Bernardo Silva is also leaving as well. And now who knows, the 29-year-old midfielder in Rodri might also just move away from the Etihad since Pep Guardiola is going. This is a rebuild for Manchester City. But can this man, Elliot Anderson, be the right, or is he the right man actually to step in to actually help the transition process for Manchester City?
Well, I think he has the quality and he has, and the capabilities to be able to do it. Remember, he's one of the players, even before Guardiola made it known that he wanted to leave, he's one of the players that, Guardiola and his scouting team, they've been looking at. And if you know anything about Guardiola, he hardly gets signing wrong. In the last 10 years, how many players did he sign that did not work out? Okay, maybe you mentioned Claudio Bravo. You mentioned, what's the name now? The guy that left from Aston Villa to Man City and left again. What's the name again now? I can't remember the name now.
Grealish.
He plays for Everton at the moment. I can't remember his name.
Grealish? Jack Grealish.
Yeah, you said what?
Jack Grealish.
Yeah, Grealish. Yeah, Grealish. Maybe Claudio Bravo, Grealish, Danilo, then who again? Maybe we'll put a João Cancelo there. About 4 players in 10 years. That is how good Guardiola is in sporting talent. And for him to be talking about Elliot Anderson before he left, he knew that, he's a player that probably fits in the jigsaw puzzle. However, the big question is this. Guardiola is not there. It's an Enzo Maresca. Can Enzo Maresca be able to allow this player to fit in? Would the player fit into the plans of Enzo Maresca? Because unless we want to deceive ourselves, Enzo Maresca is no Guardiola, and I don't think he has the same eyes as Guardiola. Will you be able to unlock Elliot Anderson the way Guardiola will unlock him? That is the big question. But I think Elliot Anderson come to Manchester City is a good buy and probably be a good replacement for the likes of, that is leaving.
But Sisi also talk about, the right back, Xavier Reed from Feyenoord, and also the Junior Krupi, who's been, I think the best super sub this season, comes off the bench, get a goal and all of that. But these guys coming to Manchester City, what does it signify? Does it mean that, Enzo Maresca is trying to impose himself as a new manager, away from Pep Guardiola style? Or is there certain players that, at this level are not good enough for the Manchester City project?
To be honest with you, Ryan Cherki, Doku, they picked up very late in the season. Even, yes, Matheus Nunes, when we're talking about player of the season and the rest of player of the year, team of the year, when we were the team of the year, the last time we were talking on this show, I picked Matheus Nunes as somebody at the right back. However, there are a whole lot of things that is still missing in the game of Matheus Nunes. The kind of advantage a Nico O'Reilly will give you on the left back, a Matheus Nunes might not be able to deliver that. And that might be the reason why, Enzo Maresca is looking at, fortifying the right-hand side of the defense. Because, apart from doing your defense job, you should also be able to contribute to attack, just like O'Reilly has been doing consistently throughout the season. Also, there is a little case of Ryan Cherki and Doku, of them switching off. Until the later part of the season, we didn't get to see them. So probably maybe that is where what a group will be able to do to ensure that there is competition and those players are on top form. Also remember, they are in 4 competitions and there will be need for you to rotate players for you to be able to keep them fresh. So, I mean, I think it's good that they want to strengthen the core. Also, remember that there will also be some exit. Some players might be looking to exit, and those coming to replace them might be the right fit for the club and for Enzo Maresca if Enzo Maresca finally becomes the manager.
Well, that's actually a very big one. Let's wait for the project to officially kicks off. I mean, lots of talks about the final details of that particular contract between Enzo Maresca and Manchester City. But I mean, with the way it feels, it seems like it's already done and dusted. It just remains for it to be signed and sorted. But we saw all of the auras, all of the arrangements even before the before the season ended. And that's exactly why Enzo Maresca stayed away from other suitors that actually came for him. But let's move away from the blue side of Manchester straight to the red side of Manchester. And of course, this one concerns the Brazilian Elliot Anderson, who has been the priority target for the replacements of Casemiro. Manchester United are actually looking at the Atlanta midfielder to actually bring in his word of experience to actually step in as the aging Brazilians leaving. Maiwa, tell me exactly, can this young man, I'm talking about Elliot Anderson, fill the boots of Casemiro? Is he the right man to actually anchor the midfield alongside Kobe Mainoo?
Well, I mean, we've said constantly, any game, the last Sunderland, and there was no Casemiro, that game was a buffest. It was one of the most boring games I've watched Manchester United play. They had no source, there was no link up between the midfield and the attack. And until the 90th minute, that was when Manchester United had a shot on target. Under Michael Carrick, Manchester United played about 17 games, if I'm not mistaken. They lost 2, draw 2, and won the remaining. Out of those 17 games, I think Casemiro only missed 2. And those 2 games, we could see the effects. That's how important it is. The big question is this: will Elliot Anderson be able to fill in that? Will he be able to fill in that shoes? I think he has the quality, and with the right coaching, I think he will be able to, he'll be able to probably fit in properly. I would have preferred that I had a Casemiro around, maybe for another year, to probably share some of his experience with Elliot Anderson. Because really matters, I'll be able to see that, play out in how he plays. But, it's not there. But I think what Elliot Anderson has shown so far, I think, is something that, it's a fit for Manchester United. I remember it's also a Brazilian. You hardly find Brazilians that don't know how to play football. So I'm hoping he will be a hit for Manchester United. I'm hoping, changing of location, changing of scenery will not be an issue for him. I hope he will be able to fit in quickly and get the ground running. I think, to be honest with you, you cannot be 100% sure about any signing. But I would say I'm 60% certain that I think you'll be able to fit into the shoes that Casemiro is leaving.
But Maiwa, let's talk about Manchester United as a whole, as a team. Is this the most or the only important signing for Manchester United to be an elite club? Now they are back in the Champions League. Of course, you need players who can actually win a game for you, even when the team's actually not playing. And maybe that's exactly where the likes of Anderson comes in. But the Ederson, I beg your pardon. But the question here is, what exactly, which area can you actually look at United and say these are the weak spots for United, and United actually really need top talent to actually come
in? Definitely. We need attackers that can score goals. Sexy and the rest of that will not do it for us. Højlund seems to be comfortable with life in Italy. Remember, he also came from Italy, and he has not worked out with Manchester United. I think he should go back. We need and Sheshko, you can't trust him 100% to lead the attack to score goals. Yes, he has been scoring goals. However, is much more suited to come in the 75th, 65th minute and probably score goals. We need a striker that can deliver, and that is where I'm looking at probably maybe an Osimhen. We need a striker in front that can deliver. So maybe an Osimhen. A striker that has won something, a striker that is tested and trusted. Osimhen comes into the attack. I think an Osimhen will be a great addition. The likes of Mason Mount, they can leave. In the midfield, I think, if Ederson comes in, That's fantastic. Also, Ugarte needs to leave. We need to have a backup for Henderson because, I mean, if anything happens to him and because of the number of games he will play next season, I don't think he'll be able to play all those games. It will be too much for him. So we need, like, you know, 2 players, 2 like for like. Maybe 2 Hendersons, 2 players that can play like Henderson. So something like that. We probably need that. Then in defense, you know, the butcher is always injured. They need, you can't count on him 100%.
By butcher, you mean Lisandro Martinez, right?
Lisandro Martinez, yes, Lisandro Martinez. Yeah, you can't count on him because of injury. The lead is becoming a new doctor for Manchester United. Look, sure, you are not 100% sure, and it's also in his 30s. Diego Dallo, you know, sometimes he gives you the performance you want. Sometimes he doesn't give you the performance. If I'm being honest, at least we need about 3-4 defenders to come in to complement what we have at the moment.
Maiwa, so from the way
I think if you can do that, we'll be on the right course.
Maiwa, from the way you're sounding, you're saying United need something that looks like an overhaul. So give me a thorough first 11 that you hope to see. I'm talking about real players now in this position for United.
Okay, real players for me, I think in front, as the main number 9, I think I'll probably have an Osimhen there. I think I want an Osimhen to be part of the team. On the left and the right, probably I'll play an Mbeumo or a Kuya and Kuya on those sides. Or probably maybe even an Ahmad can come in, depending on it. But I would like to see the combination of, you know, Mbeumo, Kuya, and Osimhen leading the line, because if you look at how the season has been, we've seen many times that Mbeumo and Kuya, they can drift to the sides, while Osimhen will be the point man. From the midfield, we have Henderson replacing a Casemiro, you know, a Kobe Mino keeping his place. Then, you know, the engine room, the person that plays the assist king, Bruno Fernandes starts.
Okay.
In the center of defense, if Lisandro Martinez is fit, maybe a Lisandro Martinez and a Maguire. To be honest, Maguire is very fantastic. At 33, is very good. If Lisandro Martinez is not available, maybe we look at, you know, Eden. Eden has also been very, very fantastic. On the right-hand side, if I will get a player like the quality of Nunes, I'll be comfortable there. I think if I sign a player like the likes of Matheus Nunes and Diego Dallo sit on the bench, I'll be comfortable like that. Then on the left-hand side, if I can get a player like Nico O'Reilly, because I don't trust a Luke Shaw to be 100% fully fit, then I'll be comfortable. So we need to bring somebody the likes of you know, Nico O'Reilly that can defend and also contribute going forward. Then I'll have Lamens in goals.
But Maiwa, we both know that, you know, the signing of Nico O'Reilly is almost impossible. Give me someone outside that that feels that, you know that role for you, that's have you look at it and say this person has similar quality like Nico O'Reilly.
For me, I think is it Truffert now of
Truffert
of Bournemouth now? If I can get a Truffert, I will love it. And because Enzo Maresca wants to bring in another right back for Man City, I'm suspecting the position of Matheus Nunes will be chatting. So if you can tap a Matheus Nunes to Manchester United, I really love it.
Well, that's going to be a very tall order, moving from the blue side to the red side. It's always been a very controversial move, you know, in the Premier League. But then, I mean, nothing is possible. We saw it happen with Carlos Tevez, because other players have actually also made the move. But away from that, still talking about what's going on down in England. 22 years ago was the last time an Arsenal manager emerged as the coach of the season. But this season, Mikel Arteta has been named manager of the season, 2025-26. The Arsenal boss guided Gunners to the Premier League title this year, the first in over 2 decades. That run of form has now earned him the league's top coaching honor. It caps off a huge year for Arteta, with Arsenal also heading to a Champions League final against PSG on the 30th of May. Fans and pundits have praised the way he rebuilt the squad and kept them consistent all season. Maiwa, I mean, is there another candidate that is better deserving of this award. I mean, I know Arsenal won the league. Yes, it's been long, over 22 years. But then let's look at other teams and the managers. I mean, likes of Bournemouth making it to Europe for the very first time in a very, very long time. Some other teams actually did remarkably well. But then Mikel Arteta is also there doing what he did for Arsenal. I mean, 22 years. Is it the right man? Is it deserving of it?
I think it's very deserving. And before the 22 years, before breaking the jinx of 22 years, he got close 3 times. And another thing we should also look at is this. Every year, there is always an improvement in the Arsenal squad. Yes, we throw banters at them. We throw them, you can say a whole lot of things that you want to say. But if you want to be objective and you want to be analytical, if you look at the Arsenal side under an Arteta, every year they got better. And, getting better led them to this, to winning the title. So, I mean, he has worked for it. The result is getting now. He has started it over 4 years ago, and it's well deserved. I don't think any coach, deserves it. I think more than him, he deserves it. And, I want to say congratulations to him because, I mean, at the end of the day, the hard work and the consistent building finally pays off.
Let's talk about the project he's built with Arsenal for the last 6 years. How he finished third 3 seasons in a row before he finally landed the big one 22 years after. I mean, you talked about how the team keeps improving, bringing in, better players, actually taking responsibility of certain roles that feels are actually the weakness or the reasons why they actually fall short the previous season. But this particular season, he did it. But let's look at Arsenal right now. Is there anything that can be added to make this team better? Or are we expecting them to actually start facing their diminishing return according to the law of nature?
Well, a lot of people might not agree with this. They need an actual striker that can score goals.
Gyökeres.
Not Gyökeres.
Gyökeres.
No, let's be serious. Gyökeres, yes, can score goals, but it's not the kind of striker you can rely on to deliver 25 goals to you. And that's just the honest truth. So sometimes this season, Gyökeres was not there. So they need a striker, a proven striker that can score goals. So I think maybe another striker to support Gyökeres, or no, another striker to probably to compete with Gyökeres would be fantastic. Also, the over-reliance on Saka, we saw it. Saka already burnt out. I think there is a need for maybe 1 or 2 wingers to be able to complement what they have at the moment. I think if they do that, I think they'll be fine. I think they need 3 more signings, 1 quality striker in front, then probably 2 wingers, and they'll be fine.
All right, I'll say 1 quality strikers and 2 wingers, and they'll be fine. Still talking about the award, the PFA award, and the big one. Yes, the Player of the Year is one everyone is actually having their eyes on, and it's between Declan Rice and Bruno Fernandes. Lots of talk. 21 assists all through season. And Declan Rice, remember it is not over yet. It is not over yet after the loss against Manchester City. I mean, that is what leadership brings. These 2 guys exemplify that, role as leaders in their team. And at the end of the day, one, went home with, individual accolade, assist of the season, assist, breaking the assist record, and also winning the Football Writers Award. I mean, he's done so well for himself. And then the other one went on with the biggest prize, collectively as a team, Declan Rice. Maiwa, in all honesty, right, tell me who should win this?
If I'm being honest, I think it has to be from Bruno Fernandes. I mean, 21, and no shade to Cunha and Mbeumo. If Manchester United of Osimhen or a Haaland striking for them this season, Bruno Fernandes will probably be on about 35 assists or 40 assists. Because if you check his pre-assist, I call it pre-assist now, almost goal. It's over 20. If we have a striker that can deliver, a top striker that can deliver, probably maybe out of those 20, they would have converted maybe 10 of them. And that gives another 10 assists, making it 31. See, that class has been fantastic. He did so well for the Arsenal side this season. However, if you look at a Manchester United this season, under the inconsistent Ruben Amorim, there is one common denominator. Bruno Fernandes, he was consistent. A very good Michael Carrick. There's one common denominator. Fernandes, he was consistent. There's one common denominator in the EPL. It's Bruno Fernandes, and the number of assists speak for itself. So I think the best person to win, in my own opinion, is probably Bruno Fernandes.
So Mario, let me ask you, these two players, right? Is there any team in Europe they cannot walk in straight to pick the jersey?
I don't think so. So I think even if it's a Madrid, a PSG, a Bayern Munich, the way they performed this season, they will definitely walk into any of those teams and have a permanent shirt because of the kind of performance they are putting.
Wow. But then you also believe that Bruno Fernandes did better than Declan Rice?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you are playing in Manchester United that was inconsistent for almost 18, 19 games, and you are the only person that was consistent.
But if we take out Declan Rice in that Arsenal team, would they win this league?
Yeah, they would.
They will.
They would. They would have.
How?
They would.
Who would have done the job in his stead?
I mean, there were games that Declan Rice was not available.
And we saw how they suffered.
Got by.
They suffered.
Yeah. See, hold on. They were going to suffer.
They didn't win those games.
You know,
they didn't win those games. They didn't win 70% of those games.
There was a particular time in the season that Declan Rice was playing, and Arsenal did not win for almost a month. They only won one game.
That's what I'm saying. Even
they
those
won one game against Sporting.
And the results were close. The results were close, Maiwa.
Yeah, it might be close. It might be close. Hold on. Let's put it in perspective. Yes, Declan Rice was very instrumental in the midfield. Games that he did not play, Arsenal struggled to be able to link the midfield and the attack. Arsenal struggled in case of sometimes breaking up play. You know, Declan Rice sometimes understands how to break up play also. Apart from the fact that, you know, it's a link between the field and the attack.
Absolutely.
Yes, they will miss that. However, if you take a Declan Rice out of that team, I think the same result we have now would have still been the same result.
Absolutely, Mayawa. That's exactly what we'll be calling it time on this episode of The Locker Room. I mean, it's good to have you join me today again. Happy Children's Day, Mayawa.
It's always amazing to be here. I think it's a bit sad Children's Day.
Yeah.
And, you know, my prayers are with the children, with the terrorists. I hope the government will be able to do something and bring them back.
Absolutely. We hope the government, you know, lives up to the responsibility to bring these kids back to their family. Of course, thank you for being a part of The Locker Room. But Locker Room returns tomorrow as usual. And then also forget to be a part of the morning show talking about the Sport Republic, where Kizzy will be here. Of course, Afis will be also around the building to actually do, you know, business to bring you the very latest of sports updates. Of course, that's exactly where we'll be drawing the curtain. And if you're a fan of politics, stick around because Chukwuma Okoro will be here to take us around the world of politics. Loads of conversations, I must tell you, is breaking news at this point. I'm Ikechukwu Agwago. Have this sport in their head.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvi Siru, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abasunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
The third mainland bridge is the longest of 3 bridges connecting Lagos Island to the mainland. The others are the Eko and Kata bridges. It was the longest bridge in Africa until 1996, when the 6th October Bridge, located in Cairo, Egypt, was completed. The bridge starts from Oworoshoki, which is linked to the Apapa-Oshodi Expressway and Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, and ends at Adeniji-Adele Interchange on Lagos Island. There is also a link midway through the bridge that leads to Herbert Macaulay Way, Yaba. The bridge was built by Julius Berger Nigeria plc. The Phase 1 of the project was commissioned by President Shehu Shagari in 1980 and completed by Head of State Ibrahim Babangida in 1990. It measures about 11.8 kilometers in length. The third mainland bridge is known for very high vehicular traffic, especially on weekdays, as many residents who reside on the mainland work on the island, and they use the bridge to navigate to and from work daily. Residents in Ikeja, Agboiketu, Ikorodu, Isheri, Oworonshoki, Bagada, Yaba, Maryland, and Oshodi often use the bridge on their daily commute. The third mainland bridge is an essential part of Lagos daily commuting, and as such requires constant renovation. It has also become a major edifice in Lagos, offering a beautiful scenery of the Lagos Lagoon, the University of Lagos waterfront, and Makoko, a shanty town built on the Lagos Lagoon.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello, my name is Inejo. Keep watching VOP TV.
What up? My name is Usumachiku. You are watching VOP TV. Keep it locked. Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi everyone, I hope you're doing good. Keep watching VOP TV and just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi guys, it's your boy Praise. Keep watching VOP TV.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, The African story is being written every day. Bold.
The legal minefield that pervades the political landscape is in the fore again, and at the core of the necessity to build a strong democracy driven by institutional stability and not strongman presence in Nigeria. Well, the High Court has said that INEC has the powers to fix election timetable, but must do that within the ambit of the 2026 Electoral Act. And former governor of Rivers State and former Minister of Transportation, Chibuike Rotimi Amechi, has rejected the results of the ADC primaries, which threw up Atiku Abubakar as the winner, and the APC has stated that Rivers Governor Sim Fubara pulled out of the Guba race on his own accord and was not forced by anyone to withdraw. In the meantime, we hear that the Chief of Staff to the APC National Chairman, Nentawe Yudwata, has officially dumped the All Progressives Congress and picked the membership card of the National Democratic Congress, NDC. Now, this and more on our table. Good evening and welcome to Political Lens. Good to have you join us. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Now, let's bring in our guests. We've been joined virtually from Port Harcourt, Rivers State, by Barrister Asim Adams. Barrister Adams is a constitutional lawyer and a political affairs analyst. We also have from Port Harcourt, Rivers State, Barrister Henry Ekine, lawyer and political affairs analyst. Gentlemen, good evening and welcome to Political Lens. We appreciate your presence on our show. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Okoro. Good evening.
Good to have you join us. I appreciate your presence. Good evening, Barrister Henry Ekine. Well, Henry, I need for you to unmute your device so that we can get your audio feed. I can't hear you. I can hear you speak, but I can't get your audio feed. I need for you to unmute your device.
Yeah, thank you for having me. It's my pleasure.
Beautiful, beautiful. Henry, good to have you join us. I appreciate your presence. Now, gentlemen, yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. Now, let's quickly run into it. Justice James Omotosho of the Federal High Court Abuja has affirmed the powers of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to demand political parties' membership registers and to fix timelines for the conduct of party primaries ahead of elections. Well, the ruling arose from a suit filed by the Social Democratic Party, SDP, challenging INEC's revised timetable for the 2027 general elections. While the court upheld INEC's authority to issue and adjust election timetables, it ruled that such powers must strictly comply with the Electoral Act 2026. The judge held that INEC cannot shorten the 120-day period for submission of candidates' names or the 90-day window for substitution of candidates, ordering the Commission to amend its 2027 election timetable to align with sections 29, subsection 1 and 31 of the Electoral Act. Barrister Adams, let me come straight to you. I would like for you to, let's give us your reaction, to this development. A court says INEC can't change the timetable. Another court of concurrent jurisdiction says it can. Where does that leave us? Interpret the law for us from your understanding. Where are we?
Well, thank you, Mr. It is very, very clear that under the Electoral Act, what the two judgments are saying, in my own opinion, is that number one is that INEC, can give their timetable, their regulations, directives, etc., but it must not go beyond what the specific requirements in the Electoral Act, says. Section 29, 84, 31, and 3 etc. that talks about timeline. The two judges, the two courts agreed that yes, insofar as INEC has the powers to, turn out their timetables for parties, but they cannot abridge the time. In essence, if a particular act is to be done within 120 days or 90 days, or 60 days, as the case may be, your timetable must work in tandem, with those provisions stating 120 days. If it's 120 days, you cannot compress the time. You cannot like they did, compressing that time to 1 month. From 6 months, for instance, you now compress it to 1 month. That is not the Electoral Act, as the case may be. Under our Constitution, Section 285 sub 14, and Section 151 of the Electoral Act also gives INEC the powers to regulate guidelines for elections and administration of election purposes. But they cannot compress the time. The two judges agreed on that particular compression, that INEC cannot do that. Like what Justice Uma said, echoed by Justice Omotosho, is that the timelines given by the Electoral Act cannot be compressed. You cannot even extend it. You cannot contract it, as the case may be. Yes, you have the powers to issue and timetables. But when it comes to the timeous, execution of all to be done in those particular sections, INEC do not have such powers to do so. That is the way I understood the two judgments, given by Justice Uma and Justice Omotosho in this case, in the two instances.
Okay,
basically, the two judgments are the same.
Exactly.
It's just like a duplication.
Exactly the point.
Just like a duplication.
Okay.
Yes.
I was coming to that. Thank you very much, Barrister Asim Adams. Now, let's bring Barrister Henry Ekine into this conversation. Henry, as you give us your reaction to this, looks like from what Barrister Adams said, because when I read the two judgments, not technically speaking, but when I read the news and what they said, looks to me like Omotosho merely concurred with what the former judge said. But, it looks like Nigerians are saying, oh, INEC has appealed and INEC has won. But from my layman understanding and from my understanding of English language, Omotosho simply reinforced what the other judge said. And so, as you give us your reaction, what will be the implication of this judgment on the political process? Because as a matter of fact, we have courts of coordinate and competent and concurrent jurisdiction giving the same or different judgment, and we have the AG of the federation or of the state interpreting it to suit their preferences. So in this case, how is that going to affect the political process going forward?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Okoro. There is no ambiguity in any way. Just as my friend and brother Asim has said, this one, fortunately, is not one of those conflicting decisions of courts of coordinated jurisdiction. Thank God that the two judges of the Federal High Court have been able to at least put that aside. We have a situation where perhaps two matters on similar subject matter were before the two courts separately, and they have, of course, to entertain those that come up with the decision. And I had said earlier in one of my outlets on this matter that when the interpretation of statutes and then the actions of an agency of government or an individual, it's more like a straightforward thing. It's not quite like where you do different interpretations as such, because the legislation is one, the plans or the literary devices for interpretation of legislation are also extant. So I think for this one is one. So having established that there is not a conflict in any way, then I would rather see, just to add what Asim has said and what the judges have said themselves, that yes, the agency, that is the commission in this regard, established by the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, further established by the Electoral Act, and again, the independent National Electoral Commission established. All of these identify that the commission can make regulation They can, and guidelines and schedule of activities are more or less regulations of that. They draw from the powers vested in the commission to make regulations by virtue of the Constitution and the Electoral Act. But as have been argued, and the judges have agreed with the lawyers have argued, and Asim and I have been in the same position, and that's the position rightly so, the commission cannot in any way alter the express provisions of the Electoral Act. They don't have the power to do so. Look at what happens, or what should have happened. Regulations or guidelines are meant to actually streamline the execution of legislation or to state procedure and processes, not necessarily to change legislation. I liken this to executive orders. I have had to explain that executive orders are not laws in themselves. They are instruments by the executive or administrative or quasi-legislative instrument by the executive to enable officials of government agencies, departments, or parastatals to carry out or execute or enforce provisions of law. So you can see that it will be wrong to make an executive order and think that it is law by itself. Executive order will draw from a law to say, okay, there is a regulation to ensure that in executing or enforcing this law, this is the procedure how to go. So INEC as a commission can say, yes, you probably need to do a thing within 60 days. INEC does not have the power to shorten that 60 days or extend the 60 days, but they have the power to provide procedures, guidelines, standards on how to achieve that provision of the law for that thing to be done within 60 days. Therefore, to provide timetable for election, let us say the election, the general election itself, and the law is to respect that the election shall be conducted assuming 150 days to the expiration of the tenure of the holder of that office. INEC does not have the power to shorten that date by taking the election closer to the date of expiration of that tenure. Or they don't have the power to stretch that date to be 200 to probably hold the election much earlier.
All right.
But you see, but INEC will have the power to make timetable as to what day, what places, and in what manner the elections will be conducted.
All right.
Barry.
Okay, Henry.
The power to provide guidelines as to what day, what manner, what precise locations, but not as to the period that is extant in the provisions of the Electoral Act. That's the argument I think the lawyers put before the judges, and they rightly decided the way they decided.
All right.
That's the position that Asim and I are also holding.
All right. Thank you very much, Henry. But I would like for us to look at the political implications. Like I said, off the record, I spoke to a senior INEC official, and he was of the opinion, hey, I mean, more like gloating. I told you we are going to win the case, saying practically that, well, INEC won and that they are going to set a timetable. And so my question is, what do you think will be the implication in the political process? I mean, if INEC comes out and say, well, we won't have the powers to fix the timelines, and they go ahead to change it, what happens?
I thought our explanation would have partially answered that, because there is no winning by INEC.
No, you spoke from the purview of the law. You spoke from the purview of the law, and I just told you that I spoke to an INEC official, and technically, he was gloating. He was gloating. Yes, INEC won.
The decision of Justice James Photoshop was never.
Go ahead, Henry.
An appeal, indeed. So there is no winning by INEC. There can't be an appeal against the decision of a court of coordinate jurisdiction. So any official of INEC that felt that Dr. Motoshaw's decision was like an appeal against Umar's decision, I think misunderstood the point. And again, also misread or misconstrued the decision of Justice Motoshaw. Motoshaw probably emphasizing that yes, INEC has the power to do this, to do that, to do this, but that official did not acknowledge the aspect of Motoshaw's decision
However, that INEC cannot alter the provisions of the electoral
All right
act.
then. All right then.
So,
Thank you very much,
that
Henry.
position of the two judges remains in evaluation. The implication here is that that timetable is a nullity.
Okay,
So
the
they
timetable.
explain that the timetable purported to alter provisions of the electoral act. The conflict between the timetable and the electoral act will be settled in favor of the electoral act.
Okay,
Just
beautiful.
like any conflict between a legislation and a regulation or a guideline. That's clearly so.
Okay,
That's
all
the
right.
case. All INEC needs to do very quickly is to go back and redraw a new timetable and schedule of activities to comply with the electoral act. Let me quickly say one thing in a second. Previously, and I don't know how this timetable is, when INEC prepares a timetable, they will reference a particular section of the electoral act that vested that power in INEC to make that regulation. That's to say, if it is section 1, you say it is section 1 of the electoral act, on the right-hand corner of probably a row or a column. So that is the section of the electoral act that required you to do this. So if you did that, then you could not have made a regulation that would be contrary or in violation of that section.
Okay.
So INEC should go back to the electoral act.
Okay, INEC should go back to the electoral
in
act.
compliance with those provisions.
All right. Thank you very much, Henry. Now, before we leave this conversation, Barrister Asim Adams, I would like to ask you, from what you understand about Nigerian politics and all of that, do you think that INEC, or do you expect INEC to come up with new timelines for this election? Now that they are gloating, though unofficially, off the record, the senior INEC official that I spoke to in private said, yes, I told you, because I asked him earlier, what would be the implication if the court, reverses this? And he said, well, don't worry, wait for it, you see it. Now that he's saying, well, I told you that we are going to win, do you think that INEC will go back and insist that the previous timelines, will hold sway, especially now that we see some people already moving from one political party to the other? Briefly, what do you see coming?
See, let me tell you that what the judgment said, INEC, if follow the judgment by virtue of 287 sub 3, INEC has to go back and do the proper thing. On motor there are courts of coordinate jury. So none of them can be an appellate court over the other. The only thing that can stop INEC under the law, from going to withdraw their timetable is the matter they sent to appeal. If the notice of appeal has been, filed at the court of appeal, and the stay of execution has been gotten against those orders or judgments, then they can hold on until the appeal returns.
Okay.
But when the appeal has not returned, the right thing is for INEC, to go and do the right thing by redrawing and recrafting their timetable for politicians. On the other hand, you can see that many political parties have already done their primaries, done their convention in line with the orders that the timetable INEC drew. The activities that were done, in my own opinion, by those political parties, if you want to follow it legal, strictly sense, legally speaking, those activities by the political parties are null and void. That is in my own opinion. But on the other hand, the political parties can also act and assume and say, no, if we want to do conventions and primaries now, in line with the judgment you see, that it's going to be difficult, it's going to be expensive, they can hold on and submit their list in September. As the case may be. Unfortunately, I'm on the road. I want to hear you.
I can hear you. I can hear you, Barrister Adams. I can hear you. Go ahead. But you need to sit back. You need to sit back because your frame. You need to sit back because your frame is cutting off. You need to sit back. Beautiful. Much better now.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you much better, but I would like for you to sit back so that we can get a better frame of you, while speaking. Beautiful. You're okay like this. Barrister Adams, go ahead. I can hear you. Hello, Barrister Asim Adams. I can hear you.
Okay, sir. The Nigerian factor, INEC, they are recalcitrant, and being a government agency, they always want to pick and choose judgment or rulings of court that favor them. You saw what happened when the issue of status quo and tabelon, they went there and interpreted it the way they felt will suit them. So in this case, I'm very sure that INEC will be reluctant to draw on that timetable. The Nigerian factor coming into it. Secondly, the INEC that we have today, right now, in my own opinion, are working for the ruling party. They have tried to throw spanners in the works in the electoral process to stifle and stagnate, if not suffocate, opposition parties from seeing the light of the day, because they saw them as imminent challenge to the ruling party. And since they are working for the ruling party, they will do the bidding of the ruling party by stifling this, and they may not go back and draw, timetable again, which means they may be in contempt of God. And even if they are in contempt of God, by not drawing or redrawing the timetable as demanded or ordered by the court, nobody's going to do them anything.
Okay.
The Nigerian factor coming in there.
Nigerian factor.
So this is the situation we find
that's
ourselves.
The situation. Thank
but
you
the
very
real
much,
thing they have to
Barrister
do
Adam.
is to go back and redraw.
And revise the timetable. I'm happy, Mr. Asim Adam, that you struck, at the core of the concern of many Nigerians. And you opened an entirely new vista into this conversation where you said, well, from what is going on, looks like whatever the political parties have done might just come to a nullity. And Nigerians are wondering and may not be surprised if tomorrow somebody comes up and goes to court and say, hey, APC, ADC, ABZ, your primaries were conducted in nullity because it happened outside the electoral timelines and all of that. But we'll see what happens in the coming days. Let's move on. Now, former Transport Minister and former Governor of Rivers State, Rotimi Amechi, has rejected the outcome of the ADC presidential primary that reportedly produced Atiku Abubakar as winner. Amechi alleged that about 80% of the party members were disenfranchised, describing the results as concocted and inconsistent with the party's stated commitment to integrity. He argued that the party critical of the ruling All Progressives Congress and INEC over electoral malpractice should not replicate similar frauds internally. He said he will only accept outcomes from a fair, and transparent process that aligns with the ADC's founded ideals. In response, the ADC urged Amechi and fellow aspirant Mohammed Hayatuddin, who, by the way, withdrew as the process was underway, to use internal dispute channels rather than media. While speaking on a national TV station, ADC spokesperson Bolaji Abdullahi said there was no evidence of manipulation so far, despite the fact that Nigerians have seen a lot of evidence that shows to some level of manipulation and all of that. Well, he noted that results were still being collected and that INEC officials monitored the exercise nationwide, reinforcing the process's legitimacy. Barrister Henry Ekine, let's review the ADC primaries and juxtapose it with what happened in the APC primaries. Are we stuck in our old ways? Nigerians are complaining. You saw what happened, during the APC primaries, starting up from the National Assembly, where a couple of people said, well, we were rigged out of the process. There was a particular sitting member of the National Assembly who said, well, the time for the event was 11 o'clock, and he got there like 20 minutes to 11, only to be told that the process was concluded, done and dusted. And he said, hey, gentlemen, what's going on? They said, well, we are sorry. We have dispersed and all of that. And there are complaints everywhere. And at that time, it was only the APC. Nigerians were like, whoa, the ruling party, they have come again. They are this and that. And we saw the same thing happen with the ADC, the expected messiah that wants to come and rescue Nigerians. So are we stuck in our old ways? What do you see?
Oh, well, right Honorable Rotimi Amechi, the former governor of Rivers State, former minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, former Rivers State House of Assembly, former chairman of Conference of Speakers, former chairman of government, former this, former that. Yes, I think for me, he has got the right to express his dissatisfaction of the primaries of the African Democratic Congress, the ANC. And I think he alone and his supporters and agents across the polling areas of the country that will be able to probably provide that convincing and credible evidence that the electoral process was subverted. But I am not surprised. I think as a public analyst, we wouldn't be completely surprised that the political parties, not just the ADC or the Congress, any of the political parties that will hear these kind of reports of maneuvering, subversion, rigging, ballot buying of total influence across boards. I think those have come clear as the complaints of Rotimi Amechi that he is dissatisfied, is not accepting the results as released as the outcome of the primaries for the ADC, a potential position. I think Rotimi Amechi may have a whole lot to do to actually show, probably within their complaint structure in the ADC. I believe they have the appeals committee and maybe at other levels to advance. But remember, the most talked about money interference of the courts on the internal and political part has an exception, and it is in the area of disagreement with respect to nomination of candidates of political parties, where an aspirant to the political party feels dissatisfied and the process was untoward, the process was not in compliance with the Electoral Act, it wasn't in compliance with the guidelines of the political party itself, that candidate, that aspirant can approach the court within the threshold that the Electoral Act provides and ventilate his dissatisfaction of that process, that primaries, in part because it deals with nomination of candidates. So let us say in the coming days and coming weeks, whether Rotimi Amechi will not just go into the appeals committee in the ADC with respect to the faulted procedure, or whether he will advance his argument or his case to the Federal High Court in that regard, as required by law.
All right. Thank you very much, Barrister Henry Ekine. Now, let's bring back Barrister Asim Adams into this conversation. Barrister Asim Adams, well, Nigerians seem to be at a crossroads now after what happened to the APC, and Nigerians were like, you see what we've been telling you, the ruling party doesn't have internal democracy, everything is, hogwash and all of that. Only a few days later, the same thing happened in the ADC, and we have Rotimi Amechi reject the results. We have Mohammed Hayatuddin, pull out of the process midway. Now, what happens next now that Hayatuddin pulled out and Amechi rejected the results? Henry has provided more like an answer to it, but I would like for you to also give us your own take. And in doing that, does it look like the problem is not with the political parties, but with the people themselves? The people that counted those votes are Nigerians. If we say, well, they did it in favor of a particular candidate, Atiku Abubakar was not there. He was in one place. He had to cast his vote and leave. Rotimi Amechi was in one place. He had to cast his vote and leave. And so what is the role of the people, ensuring that our democracy is built up to the extent that somebody could go to bed and say, well, I know that what they are doing out there will be credible, free, and fair. What's your reaction to all of this?
See, let me tell you, Mr. Okoro, the people in ADC, the people in APC, even the ones in NDC, they are Nigerian. And I want to tell you with due respect that since 1999 to date, these people, this clique, this cabal, have been the one that have been dictating what will happen in Nigeria. What happened was that it's just like bandits sharing themselves into group. One is ISWAP, one is Lakarua, the other one is Boko Haram. They are all bandits. That is what happened here. The only nomenclature. Amechi was part of the APC with Buhari. He worked with Tinubu. Raul Faregbe Shola. Did you know Melaye? Is it name them? All of them, they were in the same political party before. When they had issues with the other man who overpowered them, they now separated. But their character composition and characteristics of being innately corrupt and being those who have done these fugacious razzmatazz, hoodwinking Nigerians to believe that they have vented themselves. These same people are the same. In terms of ideology to steal, in terms of ideology to rig, APC, ADC, they are the same. So when you ask the question, and I say an Amechi crying, how long will he cry? Amechi cried in 2015 when he lost to Tinubu in the primaries. He said it was rigged. Now he came to the article. He's now claiming again that the process was rigged against him. The question I'm asking, is he Mr. Integrity? Is he different from the other Nigerian politicians? Is it not this Amechi that a particular chief of staff to him, in the name of Tony Okocha, came out and said that a particular election during this time was rigged? The video went viral. The former chief of staff, he said that when they were in government, they wrote results in government house. Was it not during the period of Amechi? So is he new to rigging in Nigeria? The problem is this. When bandits go out to loot, disturb the peace of Nigerians, when they go back with their loot, sharing now becomes a problem. That is what is happening now. Sharing is the problem. Allocation is the problem. A fellow cabal man outdone or outdid, an Amechi. That is number one. Number two, for Amechi to have entered into ADC with Atiku Abubakar, are you telling me that he does not know Atiku Abubakar long time ago? He has known Atiku Abubakar for a very long time. P2B saw this thing coming, this charade coming, and he withdrew and he abandoned
Barrister Adams, can you hear me?
For a new grant.
Barrister Adams, can you hear me? Barrister Adams, can you hear me?
So why is he pretending now?
Barrister Asim, can you hear me?
Yes, why is he pretending now?
Barrister Asim, can you hear me? Can you hear me, sir?
Yes.
Okay, I'll need for you to sit back. I need for you to sit back. Your frame is cutting off. I need for you to sit back. Sit back. Better. Exactly. So land on your thoughts, sir, before we move on.
Like what I'm saying is, when you look at it now, they are birds of the same feather flocking together. But one bird out of the flock is becoming so powerful and push the other one out of the perch on the tree that they were. So I shouldn't complain, in my own opinion.
Okay, so
I believe,
apparently,
finally on this, if this man wanted to be very honorable and say that he's a man of integrity, he would have withdrawn from participating in that ADC primaries, just the same way Hayatuddin did. You participated now, and you were schemed out. You are not coming to complain.
Barrister Adams.
You think I will take him seriously?
Barrister
not take
Adams,
closely.
Barrister Adams, Hayatuddin didn't withdraw, he pulled out. And I think these are two different things. He didn't withdraw, he pulled out. More like.
The news we heard was that he withdrew.
No, that he pulled out.
He withdrew. So you see, this is the cacophony of
in
news we are getting
protestation.
from
In protestation, he pulled out. He didn't withdraw.
that area. That is what we heard.
Okay, now that's a matter of semantics. I like for
That
us
is
to,
word.
Okay, I like for us to go to Rivers State, where both of you are. Let's talk Rivers politics. Now, the APC has denied claims that Rivers State Governor Sim Fubara was forced out of its governorship primary ahead of the 2027 election. According to APC National Chairman Nentawe Idewata, Fubara voluntarily withdrew after purchasing nomination forms, undergoing screening, and being cleared to contest. While speaking on a national TV station, Idewata stressed that the governor's decision was personal and not the result of disqualification or pressure from within the party. He also dismissed suggestions that the minister of the FCT, Nyesom Wike, influenced the process, insisting Wike is not an APC member but belongs to the PDP. While Fubara said he stepped aside in the interest of peace and unity in Rivers State, Wike later claimed a political agreement brokered by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu led to Fubara abandoning his second-term ambition in exchange for the suspension of impeachment threats. And he publicly backed Kingsley Chinda as a preferred APC candidate. Barrister Henry Ekine, what do you think that happened? Do you think that Nentawe is telling Nigerians the truth and the absolute truth? Because Fubara himself said, I have to pull out because of the interest of Rivers people for peace to reign in Rivers State. Did he do that out of his own volition, or do you think that he was pressured or forced to leave? You are close to Fubara. What do you know? Tell us. Let us into all of that.
It's only His Excellency Sir Dr. Fubara, GSS, as the governor of Rivers State, that can say with absolute exactitude what the reason for his withdrawal would be. The rest of us may just probably analyze some circumstances and maybe realities and facts around the issue. But let me quickly say this.
Henry,
That is what is called constructive
Barrister Henry. Barrister Henry.
Yes, can you hear me, sir?
I can hear you.
Yes,
I want to interject, please. Before you quickly say what you want to say, Sim Fubara is your friend. At some point, you worked for him. Does it look like he didn't let you in, to all that is happening around him? Tell us.
No. I haven't actually worked with Sim Fubara. Maybe because there are viewers apart. And then those of us who have been struggling for the soul of the state in Rivers State would do the same if anybody. If today some other person is governor of Rivers State, excuse me, with the realities, I think we would continue on the same ground. That having been said, let me get to the analysis of constructive desertion in matrimonial process. Constructive eviction in some kind of displacement, maybe in contract of tenancy or leases. And this is it. There is a way you could conduct yourself in marriage, and you indeed intend the other spouse to leave. But you may not directly ask him or ask her, depending on who is doing this, or chase the person out. But you conduct yourself and make the home and the environment so uncomfortable, not conducive, unsafe, and apparent threat to that other person. And for the safety and interest and probably welfare of the person leaves. You cannot come and say, oh, he deserted or she deserted. That person that actually deserted or left will raise the issue of constructive desertion. That's an analysis. So in APC and similarly, the conduct of the leadership of the All Progressives Congress, including himself, who was speaking on his sister television station the other day. Come on, how much has he stood to defend or protect a governor of a state. Any state, let alone a governor of Rivers State on this platform. Since Obara came on this platform in December of 2025, and all the travails and challenges that an outsider, according to the chairman, who says that yes, okay, he's not a member of the APC, but he's quite aware of all of the wars, all of the challenges, the maneuvers that this gentleman, who is not a member of his party, was waging against the governor of his party in Rivers State. How much has he clearly defended the governor? The party structure itself, how much has APC really shown indeed in good faith that they really have accepted Simbala Ekubara as a governor of the party in many regards? But many are rather even mocking the governor himself. Oh, that since he came over to the APC, he has not even been formally received. The APC has not clearly made statements in protection of his membership. In fact, at some point, it was a denial and counter-denial by even members of the APC leadership. Himself is the leader. So let me now leave that aside as well. Whatever happens that would justify Fubara's decision can only best be explained by Fubara.
Okay.
But some of us can conjecture from above
that
the turbulence was just too much.
Okay, the turbulence was just too much.
Been on a wide sea that the turbulence could even be more than any one of all of the oceans that are known in geography. Imagine a situation where people, this is politics, people who are supporters, 98% procured and expressed interest to run the positions in their constituency to the House of Assembly in Rivers State. The team that the APC sent to Rivers State could only see 33 rights in quote qualified persons. And it is not hiding the fact, there's no pretense here. We can't miss the point here. These 33 are almost 100 loyalists of this same person who the chairman says is in PDP. How did they themselves protect those who are of their party that are loyal to the government on their platform? But somebody will argue, but all 98 of them are members of the APC. Yes, they are, but 33 of them or 32 of them are clearly loyalists of the man who is of the PDP. What will the chairman say? It is the people who were supposed to stand for that were screened out in circumstances that only them can explain. And these are persons who clearly were members of the House,
all right, Henry.
meaning that they were qualified to run election and are still members of the House, some of them. So in all considerations for qualification under the Constitution, they are still qualified.
Political turbulence, you said in Rivers State.
A politician. He has seen his handwriting in the wall.
Okay. The turbulence in Rivers was...
to participate in the primaries. Of course, what he said is what we hold him to account. He said is for the interest of Rivers people and their security. He is the chief executive officer of Rivers State, so he knows what information is available to him.
Okay. All right, then. All right. Thank you, Henry. Thank you very much, Henry. Let's get the reaction of Barrister Asim Adam in this conversation. Barrister Asim Adam, please, briefly, as much as you can, tell us what happened in Rivers State. What do you know that went down that Fubara at some point had to pull out? I mean, he'd been screened. All the APC governors, returning governors were let, go. They were asked to, go and contest the primaries and all of that. But a few days before the primaries, Sim Fubara pulled out, citing the need to maintain the peace in Rivers State. He didn't want to torpedo the peace in Rivers State, and he said, in the interest of peace, let me pull out. So what do you see? What do you know that happened in all of this? Tell us. Barrister Adams?
Facts. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir. Go ahead. I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir. Go ahead. I can hear you, Barrister Asim.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you. Go on. Go ahead. I can hear you.
Okay. It was a plan, a clandestine plan between the Godfather a clandestine plan between the godfather and the godson to undo Rivers people. Two of them to do what now, to control the resources of Rivers State for 3 years and above for their own personal benefit. He wants to withdraw because of the peace in Rivers State. What kind of peace is that? Between two of them. He was acting in a braggadocious manner, challenging his godfather. Even when we say it's supposed to be the way they are doing it in Nigeria politics. But since you subscribe to him, he was imposed on the Rivers people. And the same person that imposed you that you are doing that because of peace of Rivers people. Have you cared about the peace for Rivers? Have been in quarrel with the House of Assembly members for 3 to 4 years. It is as the case may be. And the greatest and the biggest that are the Rivers.
All right, Barrister Adams, you are breaking off. You are breaking off rapidly. You are breaking off rapidly. We don't get I can't get a coordination of what you are saying. Barrister Asim, can you hear me? You are breaking off rapidly. I can't get a coordination of what you are saying. I think it's as a result of network glitch. We are out of time, but before we leave, I would like to ask you if you can hear me. Now, the chief of staff to the APC chairman, Ntawe Yilwata, by the name Mustafa Gidam, has dumped the APC and joined the NDC. How much of that is going to affect the electoral fortunes of the APC in the elections? Briefly, one minute if you can. Well, unfortunately, we are unable to get a good audio feed of Barrister Adams. Now, let's go back to Henry. I think, Henry, if you can hear me, information filtered in this afternoon that the chief of staff to the APC chairman, Professor Iwalta, who goes by the name Mustafa Maigidan, dumped the APC and joined the NDC this afternoon. How much of that is going to affect the electoral fortune in terms of the optics, for the APC in 2027? I mean, this is one defection too many at that high level. How much of that will affect, like I said, the fortunes of the APC? Briefly, 1 minute if you can.
Yes, Mr. Guru, such decisions to move from one political party to another are largely subjective. So those individuals will explain much better. But as public analysts, this question, just like the rhetorical questions I raised here, where the chairman himself, how has it fared? How transparent has the process in the All Progressives Congress been so far now that they have had their primary? I think this decision and this action, which for me, many more will come. I expect many more, particularly from the All Progressives Congress, in the manner that their primaries have turned out. And any other political party that is not transparent enough to become their members in their primary, you will see the movement. And especially where window remains open, not only for those who are going to seek elected positions, but even those who are not seeking, but themselves are going to influence the outcome of the general election, they will move. So I have said this, even in Rivers State, and other states, not just in the APC or in the ADC. It could even happen in the NDC if they are not careful.
Okay.
Look at what has happened in the ADC now. And even what has happened in the APC, don't forget, there is one aspect we didn't mention. Questions have started emerging on the total number of those claimed to have been total number of votes in the APC primaries, the mega primaries, and the total number of registered members on the register of the APC. So you can see a situation where those videos that have come on social media are counting 1 to 15 to 30 to 100 and then to 1,000. Maybe that is how we got to over 10 million votes for the president. Arguably, and the question should be answered whether they have over 10 million registered members on their platform.
All right then.
But the chairman, speaking on the same platform, said they have much more than that registered. But these are questions that will lead to this kind of movement by the chief of staff of the chairman himself. And many more will come up.
All right, then. I'll take that as a concluding thought, and this is where we'll have to end this conversation. Many thanks to the two gentlemen who joined us virtually talking about Barrister Asim Adams, a constitutional lawyer who appeared on this show in the capacity of a public affairs analyst, as well as Barrister Henry Ekine, lawyer and political affairs analyst. Gentlemen, I appreciate your presence, and I hope that we can do this some other time. Thank you very much. Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nana and Dimdio. So I'll see you tomorrow, 8 o'clock on the morning show. Bye for now and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching VOP TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, aka, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the voice of the people. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the voice of the people today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi, everyone. My name is Princess Fathia Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akweja. Ricky Adelaide, the fisherman. Voice of the people. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is VOP TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shapes with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the
in a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King. Thank you.
Hi guys, my name is Kegan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden, or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you don't want to get the authentic news for Edo the way it be, that's why they show and they want to cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. In Spotlight on Voice of the People Television, let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Hello Nigeria, and it's another exciting episode of the issues on Voice of the People Television. I will bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I'm your host, Nenna Ndomdioto, and of course, Eid Mubarak to all our Muslim faithful out there. And also, Happy Children's Day to every child out there. We also use this occasion to commiserate with every parent whose heart is broken as a result of the children who are currently in the hands of the abductors. And we pray that the government will do everything possible to ensure their safe return. Our prayers are indeed with you. Today on the issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance, from army deploying spy aircraft and special forces to Oyo following abduction, to President Tinubu and governors calling for unity among Nigerians. Also chaos in ADC as Amechi reject Article's victory in primary. Finally, Uchennaji and Pantami secure PDP governorship tickets in Enugu and Gombe State. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Hello. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. The Chief of Defense Staff General Olufemi Oluyede has ordered the deployment of special forces and aerial surveillance assets to Oyo State following recent kidnapping incident in the state. He assured residents that troops would maintain a relentless posture until the perpetrators are brought to account and the region's security is completely restored. Meanwhile, Governor Seyi Makinde says the state government is working with security agencies to secure the release of students and staff abducted from schools in Orire local government area and reunite them with their families. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests actually. Here in the studio, we have Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Anosike is a philosopher, a development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He's also the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power, How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Glad to have you join us, sir. And happy holidays to you, even though I know you don't really take so much holiday, but
Well,
you're always a workaholic. It works every time. But really, happy holiday to you, sir.
same to you. Happy Children's Day.
Yeah, I'm a child. Yeah, I'm still a child. Of course, happy Children's Day to you too, because your mom is still alive, and I'm sure you're a child to her, and she still calls you to pray for you each and every time. Okay, joining us virtually, we have Benson Abu. He is a researcher and a public affairs analyst. He will get to join us later on in the show. Dr. Anosike, you know, our hearts break, really. Oh, okay. I'm glad to have you join us, Mr. Benson Abu.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yes, yes, sir. Happy holidays to you. And of course, like Dr. Anosike told me, let me tell you also, happy Children's Day to you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Let me start with you then, since you are on ground. You know, our hearts actually kind of heavy because really it's actually a bad thing that as we celebrate Children's Day, we're having children who are out there not well. We don't even know what is even happening to them. They're not well taken care of. They're in the hands of kidnappers. No matter how much, we're not even sure how they are being fed, but no matter how much or how well, which we're not even sure of that, how well they are being fed, it can't be compared to them being in the hands or in the safe protection of their families and their homes. But today, despite the fact that we are celebrating Children's Day as a country, we have children who are out there. And I want to ask you, when you look at what has happened in your state and the fact that these children are still there more than 1 week after, do you really think that enough is being done to ensure the safe return of the teachers? Let's not forget that the teachers are also there and the children.
It's okay. It's starting with me, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, first and foremost, my heart goes to the parents and the government of Oyo State. It's actually an aberration for kidnappers to focus on children because the children will be going through a lot of trauma, and I'm sure they will be abusing the children. So it's something that I need to say it is not really a good thing and it's condemnable. So I condemn it in totality. The children, as we celebrate the Children's Day, I want to appeal. Mine is here now an appeal that these children, everything should be done to get these children released. If you have understanding of Oyo State, Ibadan, those areas, and Orili where they are talking about, you'll be able to understand that Ibadan is not just a place you just carry out the kidnapping. It's a systematic plan. They've studied the place. For anybody to carry out that plan, it means the person knows the terrain and he lives in there. So for me, the army, the security agencies should do everything to get the children released. There are a lot of things that break my heart. And that has to do with, we have a lot of security agencies, information gathering, and all that. You see that our security agencies are not sharing this information among themselves. So I think these children should be released, and government should do everything to get these children released. We have some of our children that have been kidnapped some years ago during that time that are still in the hands of these kidnappers today. And we are going around as if nothing happened. And then another, we would have other children again. It's not good at all. It doesn't make speak well of us. The last time we talked about Nigeria being a failed state, these are part of the indices that when we talk about Nigeria being a failed state. So I think the government of your state, the federal government, the army, the police, all the security apparatus of this country should please do everything possible to get these children released. Because the trauma alone that they are going through is something that is enough for them to the suffering to their celebrity. Where are they? No matter what anybody say, these people cannot take care of them. They are not there. In fact, it's wickedness at the highest order. That's all I can just say. I just pray that these children are released and on time. So thank you. That's my stake.
Yeah, thank you very much. You know, you talked about the heartbreak and then the way the parents will be feeling. I know I actually watched one of the parents of this particular of these children that are adopted, they were abducted from Oyo State, and the man was literally crying, and he was saying, "Bring my wife." Okay, he's even the one whose wife has a baby with her, and this man said, "Bring my wife, bring my child, and come and take me." So just imagine the kind of turmoil this man is on a daily basis. And that's what we get to see. Thank you very much, Mr. Benson. Let me come to you, Dr. Nosike. The Chief of Defense Staff says it has deployed surveillance aircraft and special forces to Oyo State following the abduction of these pupils and teachers. But would you say that this deployment is rather late? Because one would expect that should have been done immediately. Mr. Benson talked about intelligence. Where are they that cannot be searched out? You know, we used to say in the north, okay, the forest, there's a large land mass and all of that. But this is in the west. Is it that we also have that problem? And these people can't actually, search out where these people are and do the needful?
For me, just like what Tinubu said in 2014, that we have no government. Right now, we have no government. Right now, we have no government. Because if we have government that cares, APC will not have gone ahead to conduct their primaries, while 49 children and 6 teachers are in the forest. Assuming we have a government that has empathy, that has compassion for the life of its citizens, APC will not have gone ahead to conduct its primaries while we have 49 children and 6 teachers in the hand of kidnappers. So that they conducted that primary simply shows that they don't care. It simply shows that they don't care about the life and well-being of the citizens. And it is madness that after a week, the Chief of Defense Staff is saying that he is sending a spy jets after a whole week. This is also negligence on the part of the armed forces after a whole week. So assuming that somebody's house is on fire, after a whole week, the guy in charge of fire service will say, "I am sending fire service vans there." So for me, there's no government in the country as we speak with what is happening. Oyo is very vast. Oyo has a lot of forests. Understand? Because I did my NYSC in Ibadan, and Ishenyi, which is where the NYSC orientation camp is. Understand? And all those areas going to Obomosho, there are very big forests. There are very big forests. And in anything criminal, in anything crime, every minute is very, very important. the more time you waste, the more time they hide those people. Imagine after a week, you are saying that you are sending spy jets, which means you never care for the needs of those people. Assuming he cared, he would have done that immediately. He would have done that immediately, but this is a government that, like I said, treats citizens like customers. And imagine, we are talking about the number of out-of-school children. Can you imagine these 49 children going back to school again after being in the hand of the kidnappers for a week? Imagine the trauma that they are going through. Imagine just a child that a mother that left her child in the hand of another woman. I said, let me go and buy something and come back. The child will never feel comfortable until her own real mother comes back. Now imagine these people now being in the forest in the hand of kidnappers. Ordinarily, even this Children's Day is not supposed to be celebrated with those children inside there. Assuming that this is a country that cares, they would have said, there's nothing to celebrate. That's what government would have said. There's nothing to celebrate until these children is rescued. But it seems that the country has moved on. And APC has that mind of doing their primaries with 49 children in the bush, with 6 teachers in the bush. So as like Tinubu said in 2014, there's no government in this country. That's my take.
You know, well, that's a very passionate response, because when you look at it, it's actually enough to, break anyone's heart when you think about what these children might be going through or would be going through, really,
inside
the forest. Because I saw a picture of a 2 or 3 year old child, and I imagined, it's something that one can't even imagine, because, like you said, even when you leave a child just alone without, I had a case where somebody left a child with me, and I was in the salon. The boy cried until his mom returned. He literally cried until he saw his mom again. But just imagine how those children are really feeling. But Dr. Nosike, when you, before I go get to Mr. Abu, Dr. Nosike, when you look at this issue of intelligence, are we really doing enough in terms of intelligence gathering? Or is it that...
that word, enough, shouldn't be in our lexicon at all. Understand? That word, enough. The answer, nothing. Government is doing absolute nothing. So saying, are they doing enough? Enough means that something is being done. The truth is that nothing is being done. Imagine what happened in Kwara and Oyo between Sunday, Monday, where the palace of an emir was burnt in Kwara State. So these guys have spread everywhere in the country. Before, Southwest used to be the most peaceful in the country. But now, there's no difference now between the Southwest and the Northeast. So that's what enough shouldn't come up at all.
Okay, let me get to you, Benson Abu. When you look at all of this, you begin to wonder, and I'm asking you, why are school children increasingly becoming targets of abduction and terrorist groups in Nigeria? Because that has always been the case. Even the times of Jonathan, when the Chibok thing happened, and even up to now, it looks like nothing has really been done to secure, schools and to ensure that things like this don't happen. School children are always been vulnerable to attacks like this.
Naturally, in a country where we have security, schools should be actually protected. completely. There should be high security, knowing very well that these people are after the children. So I don't doing our opinion. Like a lot of them are still in the hands, and Nigerian has moved on. Nobody is talking about it. This lady, we were told that she has given birth to 3 children. Although I've gotten 3 husbands or so. When I was reading about some of the things that have happened, so we can understand that Nigeria actually don't care about what happens to these children that are kidnapped. Yes. So I am worried and troubled because of what is happening, and the schools should actually close, especially now in the West. You have a lot of kidnapping going on now. So it's something that we should be up to date with. Then, in respect of, that this guy said they are going to carry Quran from the north down to the Atlantic Ocean. And that's exactly what they are doing, because they have taken position everywhere in Nigeria. In the middle belt, in the west, in the south, in the southeast, in the forest, they have come everywhere, and that is where they are. So we are not safe. There's a lot of people in Nigeria, and nobody is safe. Not just only the school. You can be walking along the road, and you can also be kidnapped. So we need to, I think, the good way that owners of school, government should put more security plan in place. That's all I can say, and that's my stake.
Okay, the skills.
Why are school children always their target? Maybe he did not get you. Everywhere in the world, children and women attract sympathy. Understand? Children and women attract sympathy. And that is why these terrorists always go after them. Because people will feel more bad that 20 children were killed than 20 men were killed, understand? Because the children still have their future ahead of them. So that's why these terrorists, they always like using children as human shield. Understand? Now, they have 49 children and 6 teachers with them. There's no way any government, any right-thinking government will want to bomb where they are, because it will mean killing children. And if it's women, it will also attract more uproar. So that's why they always prefer going for the children, going for children and going for women. So that is it. Anywhere ISIS, Hamas, all of them, they prefer. That's why they even build their bunkers in schools and in hospitals. Understand? So that because children are there, I will spare them.
Okay, you know why he said the reason that when they have those children, okay, since they have those children, it's very difficult for any government to actually go and bomb. So what's the way children. For how will these children be rescued? Because that means what leaves the only thing that the only option that leaves us with is paying of ransom. What do you think? Because how else will these children be released if?
With the information I'm hearing, they are already negotiating with the government of Oyo State.
Doesn't that also take us back to this issue of paying ransom and also ensuring that, and also making it seem like this we are abating this issue?
I'm just in support of ransom payment because once you pay, you keep on paying. And ransom means abduction, kidnapping, and lucrative business. But those who are saying don't pay ransom is because their own relatives have not been kidnapped. Understand? These children now, if you tell their fathers and mothers, sell all you have for these children to come out,
Yeah.
they will do that.
True.
Understand me? They will do that. They will not begin to think whether it is right or wrong. So that is it. But I've heard that the Oyo State government is, for me, this is Nigeria. All I want is let those children be rescued. Understand? At the process at this point in time, it's not important.
No matter.
It's not important. But let those children come out and again be rehabilitated, because psychologically they are, this fear, the trauma will continue in them for a very long time.
Yeah,
Understand?
very true. Very true. Because when you talk about trauma, even those who were not even kidnapped, I saw a video of some people in Ekiti, some children in Ekiti, who were literally running. And it was a fake news. They said abduct, as they said bandits. I know you could just see the fear in them, because that's what trauma does. Now just imagine the ones who are actually, the victims of this kidnap, how they'll be feeling. But let's even look at, recently, this Yoruba activist, what's his name, Sunday Igboho, came out. I needed to react to that before we move on. Came out to say that he's waiting for the approval from the federal government to formally commence operations of his security outfit, Iruekun, as part of efforts to flush out, the bandits from the southwest. What do you make of that?
Well, for me, it will be a resort to self-help, a resort to anarchy, understand? And a failure of the security of the nation. If a Nigerian government can go ahead to an individual, understand, why our constitution says protection of life and property is in the hand of the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, then it shows that we have become a completely failed state. Understand? So I don't see government assenting to what Igboho is saying, because this is not even an organization. This is an individual. So will government give him power to carry ammunition? Understand? So for me, he just want to, if he is thinking, he should know the answer to the question before even asking. That government cannot approve that.
Okay, let me hear from our virtual guest. Benson, do you want to chime into this particular question before we move on to our next conversation tonight?
I think what I align myself with Dr. Peter on the studio, his views on that, I think is the same view. I think Nigerian government at this point in time need to also be very critical and think of what to do when things like this happen. Honestly, what is happening in our country now is uncalled for. I was just trying to, he was just saying he did NYSC. I schooled in Oyo, Ibadan, precisely Ojo cantonment, and I can actually envisage the things that is happening within the mind of the parents, the hills and all that, where you are going to get this. After a week, if the children are not got, they may not even be in Oyo again. Because the way these people operate, the territory for which this thing happened, they will move the children from there. And they will do everything possible to get government to pay the ransom. And the way they will deal with the children, I feel so bad. I feel so bad with this thing that is happening. So I align myself with my colleague. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let's move on to our next conversation tonight. President Bola Tinubu and Vice President Kashim Shettima and several state governors have called for unity, peace, and love among Nigerians as Muslims across the country celebrate Eid al-Kabir. The leaders made their appeals during separate messages and engagements marking the festival. The president emphasized the importance of national unity and peaceful coexistence despite differences in religion and ethnicity. Vice President Kashim Shettima also called on Nigerians to embrace shared sacrifice and collective responsibility in building the country. In separate messages, governors across the country appealed for peace, tolerance, and harmony among citizens as part of the spirit of the Eid celebration. The leaders encouraged Nigerians to use the occasion to pray for national stability, economic recovery, and improved security. I want us to hear a bit of what the president said during his speech.
We thank God, Almighty Allah, for us who had provided for us to and keep us to see another year, another Eid Kabir. We thank His mercy, and we must learn from the lessons of this season, and is showing love to one another, no discrimination, no ethnicity, no hatred, and we should share love and be generous to one another in a way that will reflect the value of our country and the humanity in us. It is essential that we be very tolerant, be obedient to the wish of Allah, and obedient to the rule of law, which must guide our society. That is it.
Thank you very much.
Issue of insecurity, that is the law. That's obedience of law. Where and
Okay, when you said this, one would have actually expected that the president would have used this occasion to a little bit talk about this issue of your state and what happened, but he did not. But that is not even where our conversation is, anyways. But he has said that Nigerians should love one another during. How important are messages of unity at a time of economic hardship and insecurity?
Well, one of the American foremost singers, Barry White, had a song titled Practice What You Preach. Understand? Practice what you preach. It is obvious that what the president is saying is the opposite of what he does or what his government does, what his government is doing at the moment. It's just a message to make you look good. Understand? This is the right message for this time. Unity, love, tolerance, and so on and so forth. Understand? Just say it to the press. Understand? Then go back and begin to what is in your mind. And like I said, this government is no more thinking about those children. They have moved on. If they have not moved on, there's no way that they would have gone to conduct primaries when those children are still in the forest. But he thinks about 2027 more than the life of the children. He thinks about the next election more than the life of the children. And all those governors that conducted these primaries in their states, they should be ashamed of themselves. They should, because assuming that any of the governors that their children is among the kidnapped, they will have postponed that. Understand? That's why my wish is that let these terrorists forget these poor people and begin to kidnap these people in government. That is the only way that this problem will be solved. Because they are unaffected. They are unaffected. Imagine 49 children, he never mentioned it. I'm sure if it's in America, at least 1 minute focus will have been on those children. If it's in Britain, 1 minute focus should have been on those children, calling on the parents of those people to take heart that government is doing something about it. Understand? But we have a government that lacks empathy, compassion, and care, which is very, very unfortunate. Which is very, very unfortunate. And the reason is because they are secured. They are using armored-proof cars, living in armored-proof, bulletproof houses. Understand? So they will tell you that security is improving because their own life is secured.
Okay, let me go to Benton now. Benton Abu, when you look at what is happening, when you read messages such as this, what do you make of it? The Vice President actually said that he has called for shared sacrifice and national unity. And you begin to wonder, are Nigerians not already sacrificing too much under the current economic realities that we have been faced with? And here you are, hearing our Vice President, here we see our Vice President telling us, let us, there's a need for shared sacrifice and national unity.
Okay, I think those in the leadership, especially the president and vice president, they are not being sincere to themselves. In their thought, deep down in them, do they have the unity of this country at heart? If they do have the unity of this country at heart, the children who are actually adopted should be a focus for them. If they talked about what they call it, the constitution of this country, they are to defend the constitution. Unity begins by protecting the people. If you want me to be patriotic, government should be able to do something that will make a citizen to be committed. Now, what point I'm actually trying to make? Favoritism, nepotism, religious, whatever, whatever it is you see it in the high level of government. The poor man doesn't talk about this. It is the government, it is the ruling class or the political class that actually divide this country because of their personal interest. So when I hear them talk about unity, they go to the government now, take statistics of the ministers, special advisors. You will come to see that the president and the vice president have more of their people in office than other ethnic groups. So what are you talking about ethnicity? What are you talking about unity? When you are empowering some people against the other, they should stop talking about unity at all of this country. They are negating what they preach. And it's high time that, like my colleague said, I wish that these people, well, God has a way of paying them back. Let's not go into that, because whatever they're talking about unity, their lives, what they practice does not reflect unity. That's my stake.
Yeah, thank you very much. Dr. Nosike, when you look at all of this, would you really say that there should be more focus on policy actions rather than all of these speeches that we get to hear during occasions such as this?
What even baffled me is that the president is talking about no discrimination. Tinubu of all people talking about no discrimination. Why you have thrown into the dustbin federal character. Over 95% of your appointments are from the Southwest. And you are talking about no discrimination. So for me, presidents do have speech writers. And they write what sounds interesting, what is good for the ear. At times, presidents read without even understanding what they are reading. Just like when Buhari came on board, I say, I belong to everybody and I belong to nobody. Understand? He doesn't understand the meaning of what he was saying. Understand? I don't belong to anybody, understand? And after saying that, 2 days later, he's saying, those who gave me 95%, those who gave me 7% will not get the same thing like those who gave me 95%. And that's somebody who's saying that he belongs to nobody, contradicting himself within 48 hours. That shows you that that thought did not come from him. For me, and I hate when something happens after a week, you begin to give a marching order. Marching order. That is what we call in business snake killing committee. Understand? Snake killing committee. Now we are in a studio. Then a snake ran inside here. Instead of killing it, you want to set up a committee to deliberate on how to kill the snake. And you feel that the snake will be waiting for you until the committee is sat, deliberate. Understand? So that's exactly what is happening in this country. You have given somebody appointment that you are paying him for the job that you have given to him, and you still give him a marching order. Marching order starts from the minute you were sworn in. You don't need any other motivation. Understand? You don't need any other motivation. So imagine this guy saying that he is sending a week after what should have been done immediately. There's no shooting in America that has gone 48 hours without them getting the culprit. 48 hours. But this one, after a week, the chief of the family said, you are sending. And you expect the kidnappers to be there waiting for you that to come. One, Oyo has boundaries with Kwara, that's in Obomosho area, Obomosho, Gambari, understand? They have boundary with Lagos, with Ogun, with Oshun. So there's no way they will be there, fold their hands and be waiting for you. They must have moved them. Anybody that commits a crime knows that within the next few minutes, police will come. So he will move there. That's why a lot of the time it is innocent people that are being arrested, then beaten to confess that they are the one that committed. Because there's no way somebody will commit an armed robbery here and still be here. Understand me? So for me, we don't need talking, and we have passed the time of rhetoric. What we are now is the time of action. We need action, not speeches. What Nigerians need is action, not speeches.
Well, let's move on. Let's move on now to politics. We're really out of time already. Former Rivers State Governor and presidential aspirant of the African Democratic Congress, Rotimi Amechi, has rejected the outcome of the party's presidential primary election, describing the results collated from across the country as concocted. Amechi have raised concerns about the conduct of the exercise and the transparency of the voting process, alleging widespread voter disenfranchisement. Amechi's rejection of the exercise came barely 4 hours after fellow aspirant Hayatuddin announced his decision to boycott the final collation and declaration ceremony in Abuja over alleged widespread irregularities. Let me come to you first, Benson Abu. What do you make of this rejection by Rotimi Amechi? He's saying, voters were disenfranchised. Why should he agree to the results of this primary? According to him, they are concocted.
First, there is desperation in the camp of Atiku. The Atiku will do everything. Since there is no settlement, there's no agreement. If Amechi is expecting a transparent election process, then he's kidding. With working with somebody like Atiku, they will not expect anything. The result from Sokoto actually was like something like so Adamawa, Sokoto, and other districts, and the gap in the result. You begin to ask yourself. So, election is if he has the fact that people were disenfranchised, is a good ground to reject the result. But I think that does Amechi also have the structure in all these places? So these are some of the things like that. When Nigerians actually got to accept defeat, they will look for one reason or the other. So I also want to believe that is one of the reasons for this. But in a real, true fact of it, I do not expect a transparent election in ADC.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Let me hear from you before we conclude this conversation.
When the Bible said that the wise men came from the east, this is one of it. This is what Peter Obi saw. Understand? This is what Peter Obi saw and the left ADC. Because Peter Obi would have been involved in this quagmire. Understand? Peter Obi would have been involved in this crisis. But now, he is having his peace. But the truth is that, one, like Mr. Benson said, Atiku is desperate. Even in one of his interviews about 2 days ago, when they asked him, are you sure of getting the ticket? He said, have I failed to get the ticket before? Understand? So ordinarily, there's no way Rotimi Amechi should expect to beat an Atiku Abubakar, who has been there for the past 30 years, building structures, oiling them. Understand? There's no way he will have expect himself to beat an Atiku Abubakar. Rotimi Amechi's structure does not go beyond the River State. Understand? So what my concern is that Atiku should have made it free and fair. He would have won still.
Okay.
If the election had been free and fair, Atiku would have still won because the whole North is behind him in ADC. Okay. Understand? But when you become desperate, what you have won easily, you now make it look crooked.
Okay. That's okay. Sorry, I had to cut you that way. We had to go. We're out of time already. Thank you very much, Tanosike. We should have had more time, to actually talk about this ADC issue. Probably we might have to move that till tomorrow to talk about it because we've not really dealt on it as we should. Thank you as well, Benson Abu, for being a part of the discussion and for your analysis. And that's all we have for today's episode of The Issues. We explore the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and governance. Thank you for being a part of it. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis, and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nena Ndomdioto. This has been the Issues on Voice of the People television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for hashtag with Vivian by 8 p.m. Let's go away.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop Tv as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching VOP TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the voice of the people. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the voice of the people today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi, everyone. My name is Princess Fathia Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akweja. Ricky Adelaida, the fisherman. Voice of the people. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is VOP TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.